Hello guys, welcome to God of Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if 7-year-old Harry Potter audited Gringotts and found Dumbledore had stolen 50 million galleons. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Inheritance Audit. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was not what anyone would call spacious. For Harry Potter, however, it was the only home he had ever known. On this particular morning in late June, a thin ray of sunlight slipped through the small vent in the door, falling across the 7-year-old's face. Harry's eyes fluttered open, and he reached automatically for the battered pair of round glasses on the shelf beside his cot. Another day with the Dursleys. Another day of Dudley's taunts, Aunt Petunia's endless chores, and Uncle Vernon's disapproving glares. Harry sighed as he pulled on a pair of oversized socks, hand-me-downs from Dudley like everything else he owned. The right sock had a hole where his big toe poked through, and the left one slipped down his heel with every step. He had learned long ago that complaining only made things worse. "Boy! Get out here and start breakfast." Aunt Petunia's shrill voice pierced through the cupboard door. "Vernon has an important meeting today, and everything must be perfect." "Coming, Aunt Petunia," Harry called back, his voice still thick with sleep. He pushed open the cupboard door and blinked in the bright light of the hallway. The house was spotless as always, with not a speck of dust or a picture frame out of place. The only photos on display showed Dudley at various ages, along with Vernon and Petunia. There wasn't a single image of Harry anywhere. In the kitchen, Aunt Petunia stood with her arms crossed, her long neck craned as she peered out the window at the neighbor's house. "Mrs. Number 6 is planting those hideous petunias again," she muttered. "As if they looked decent last year." Harry moved quietly to the refrigerator, taking out eggs and bacon. At 7, he was already quite capable in the kitchen, having been cooking meals since he was tall enough to reach the stove with a step stool. He cracked eggs into the frying pan with practiced ease. "Don't you dare burn anything," Aunt Petunia warned, turning her attention back to Harry. "And mind the bacon. Not too crispy, not too soft. You know how Vernon likes it." Harry nodded, focusing on his task. The sizzle of the bacon filled the kitchen with a savory aroma that made his stomach growl. He'd learned to ignore hunger pangs. They were as much a part of his life as his unruly black hair and the curious lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Heavy footsteps thundered down the stairs, and moments later, Dudley Dursley burst into the kitchen, already whining. "How much longer? I'm starving." "Just a few more minutes, Diddykins," cooed Aunt Petunia, immediately softening her tone. "Harry is being dreadfully slow this morning." Harry bit back a retort. He'd been working as quickly as possible, but contradicting his aunt would only lead to trouble. Instead, he flipped the bacon one last time before transferring it to a serving plate. As he turned with the plate in hand, Dudley stuck out his foot. Harry, anticipating the move, managed to sidestep it, but not before Dudley shoved him from behind. Harry lurched forward, desperately trying to keep his balance and save the breakfast. The plate wobbled in his hands. And then something strange happened. The bacon, which should have slid off the plate and onto the immaculate kitchen floor, seemed to freeze in midair. For a split second, it hovered, defying gravity. Harry stared, wide-eyed, as the bacon gently settled back onto the plate as if guided by an invisible hand. "What did you do?" Dudley demanded, his piggy eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Nothing," Harry said quickly, heart racing. Strange things sometimes happened around him, things he couldn't explain. Each occurrence only reinforced the Dursleys' belief that there was something freakish about him. "He did something weird again, Mom!" Dudley shouted. Aunt Petunia whirled around, her face paling as she glanced from the intact plate of bacon to Harry's confused expression. "Put that down and finish the eggs," she snapped. "And no more of your abnormalities." Uncle Vernon chose that moment to enter the kitchen, his large mustache already quivering with potential outrage. What's this about abnormalities? Nothing, dear, Aunt Petunia said quickly. Breakfast is nearly ready. Sit down and I'll pour your coffee. Vernon grunted and lowered his considerable bulk into a chair, unfolding the morning newspaper. Big day today, he announced to no one in particular. Meeting with the director of Grunnings. Could mean a promotion. Harry silently finished preparing breakfast, keeping his head down and trying to be as invisible as possible. The morning continued as normal, Vernon complaining about politics, Dudley demanding more food, and Petunia fussing over them both while casting occasional suspicious glances at Harry. I'll be home by 6, Vernon declared, rising from the table and brushing crumbs from his mustache. The house better be spotless for when the Masons arrive for dinner tomorrow. And you, he jabbed a thick finger at Harry, will be upstairs, making no noise and pretending you don't exist. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry said automatically. After the breakfast dishes were cleaned and put away, Aunt Petunia presented Harry with a list of chores that would occupy most of his day: weeding the garden, painting the garden fence, cleaning the windows, and vacuuming the entire house. Harry accepted the list without complaint and headed outside to begin with the garden. The summer sun beat down on his back as he knelt in the dirt, carefully distinguishing between the flowers Aunt Petunia had planted and the persistent weeds that threatened to choke them. Despite the tedium of the task, Harry preferred being outside to being cooped up in the house. Out here, at least, he could occasionally converse with the small garden snake that lived under the hedge. The Dursleys would be horrified if they knew he talked to snakes, so Harry kept these conversations strictly private. As he worked, Harry couldn't stop thinking about the incident with the bacon. It wasn't the first unexplainable thing that had happened around him. Once, Aunt Petunia had cut his hair so short he was nearly bald, only for it to grow back completely overnight. Another time, he'd somehow ended up on the roof of the school kitchens when Dudley and his gang were chasing him. Each incident strengthened the Dursleys' conviction that Harry was not normal, though they never explained exactly what they meant by this. Whenever Harry asked questions about his parents or why strange things happened around him, he was sharply silenced. By midday, Harry had finished weeding the garden and moved on to painting the fence. The white paint gleamed in the sunlight, making his eyes water. He was so focused on ensuring even coverage that he didn't notice the peculiar figure standing at the garden gate until a shadow fell across the section of fence he was working on. Harry looked up, squinting against the sun, and found himself facing the most unusual person he had ever seen. The stranger was short, barely taller than Harry himself, with a swarthy complexion and extraordinarily long fingers. His dark eyes were sharp and intelligent, and his ears came to subtle points. He wore what appeared to be a finely tailored suit, though of a somewhat outdated style, and carried a slim briefcase made of some exotic-looking leather. "Mr. Harry Potter," the stranger inquired, his voice surprisingly deep for someone of his stature. Harry blinked in surprise. No one ever addressed him as Mr. Potter. In fact, the Dursleys avoided using his surname whenever possible, as if the very name Potter carried some contagion. "Yes," Harry replied cautiously. "That's me." The stranger's eyes flicked briefly to the scar on Harry's forehead, confirming something to himself. "Excellent. I am Gornick, representative of Gringotts Bank. I must speak with you on a matter of some urgency regarding your inheritance." Harry's paintbrush dripped white paint onto his oversized trainers. "My inheritance? I think you must be mistaken. I don't have any inheritance." Gornick's expression hardened slightly. "I assure you, Mr. Potter, there is no mistake. Is there somewhere we might speak privately? The matter is of a confidential nature." Harry glanced nervously toward the house. Aunt Petunia was likely watching from one of the windows, always alert for any neighborhood gossip or irregularities. Speaking to strange visitors would definitely count as an irregularity. "I'm not supposed to talk to strangers," Harry said, falling back on one of the few actual pieces of advice the Dursleys had given him. "And I need to finish painting this fence." Gornick reached into his pocket and withdrew what appeared to be a business card, though it was made of some metallic material that caught the light strangely. "Perhaps this will allay your concerns." I represent the financial institution that has managed the Potter family assets for generations. Your presence is required for an audit of your accounts before your 8th birthday, as stipulated by magical inheritance law. Harry stared at the card, which seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The words, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, were embossed in gold, along with Gornik's name and title, Inheritance Claims Adjudicator. Magical? Harry repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. Did you say magical inheritance law? Before Gornik could respond, the front door of number 4 flew open, and Aunt Petunia emerged, her face contorted with alarm. You! Get away from him, she shrieked, rushing down the garden path. We want none of your kind here. Gornik turned to face Petunia, his demeanor shifting from professional courtesy to cool disdain. Mrs. Dursley, I presume? I am here on official Gringotts business regarding Mr. Potter's financial affairs. Aunt Petunia stopped a few paces away, her thin frame trembling with what Harry recognized as fear rather than anger. We've received nothing from your lot in years, and we're perfectly happy to keep it that way. The boy knows nothing, and that's how it's staying. Harry looked back and forth between them, confusion giving way to indignation. What don't I know? What are you talking about? Gornik fixed Petunia with a penetrating stare. It appears there has been a severe breach of protocol. Mr. Potter should have been informed of his heritage and the status of his accounts years ago. Regular statements have been sent to this address. We burned them, Petunia hissed, lowering her voice and glancing nervously at the neighboring houses. We swore when we took him in that we'd stamp out that nonsense. He'll not be part of that world. He'll not end up dead like my foolish sister. Harry felt as if the ground had shifted beneath his feet. What about my mother? What world? Please, someone tell me what's going on. Gornik turned back to Harry, his expression softening marginally. Mr. Potter, you are a wizard, as were your parents before you. Your father, James Potter, came from a long line of magical ancestry, and your mother, Lily Evans, was a particularly gifted witch. They left you a substantial inheritance, which, according to magical law, you must review before your 8th birthday. Harry's mind reeled. A wizard? His parents were magical. All his life, the Dursleys had told him his parents had died in a car crash, that his father was a jobless drunk and his mother not much better. But now this strange being, who didn't seem entirely human himself, was telling him an entirely different story. That's enough. Petunia snapped, grabbing Harry's arm with bony fingers. He's not going anywhere with you. We are his legal guardians, and we forbid it. Gornik reached into his briefcase and withdrew an official-looking document. I'm afraid, Mrs. Dursley, that the magical guardianship agreement you signed upon taking custody of Mr. Potter includes provisions for financial education and inheritance management. Clause 7 specifically states that the heir must personally review family accounts before their 8th birthday. Failure to comply would result in significant consequences. The emphasis Gornik placed on significant consequences made even Harry shiver. Aunt Petunia's grip on his arm loosened as the blood drained from her face. What sort of consequences? She asked, her voice barely audible. The magic binding the agreement would consider it a breach of trust, Gornik explained, almost seeming to enjoy Petunia's discomfort. The results could include anything from financial penalties to more personal ramifications. Magic takes such agreements very seriously, Mrs. Dursley. Petunia released Harry's arm entirely, taking a step back. How long would this audit take? The initial review requires approximately 3 hours, Gornik replied. Though depending on what we find, subsequent visits may be necessary. 3 hours, Petunia repeated faintly. And then he returns here. Gornik nodded. For now, yes. Though I must inform you that once Mr. Potter becomes aware of his heritage and financial status, certain protections and monitoring enchantments will activate. The boy's welfare will be more closely observed than it has been previously. Something in Gornik's tone suggested that he was well aware of how the Dursleys had been treating Harry, and Petunia seemed to catch this implication as well. Her lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. "Fine," she said after a long moment. 3 hours. But he returns here before Vernon comes home, and there's to be no unnaturalness brought back to this house. No wands, no spell books, nothing of that sort. Is that clear?" "Perfectly," Gornick replied, his tone neutral but his eyes calculating. Harry, who had been following this exchange with growing amazement, finally found his voice again. "So I'm going to, where exactly?" "To Gringotts Bank in London," Gornick informed him. "The center of wizarding finance in Britain. We will use magical transportation, as the journey would take too long by conventional means." "Magical transportation," Harry repeated, a smile breaking across his face despite his confusion. This was by far the most interesting thing that had ever happened to him. "Go change into something decent," Aunt Petunia ordered, clearly wanting Harry out of earshot. "And wash that paint off your hands. I won't have you embarrassing us." Harry didn't need to be told twice. He dashed into the house and to his cupboard, quickly changing into the least ragged of Dudley's hand-me-downs, a grey sweater that was only slightly frayed at the cuffs and trousers he had to cinch tightly with a belt. In the bathroom, he scrubbed the paint from his hands, trying unsuccessfully to flatten his perpetually messy black hair with wet palms. His reflection stared back at him from the mirror, a skinny boy with bright green eyes and that curious lightning scar. Was it really possible? Could he, Harry Potter, actually be a wizard? It would explain so much, the strange occurrences, the Dursleys' fear of anything abnormal, and their reluctance to speak about his parents. When Harry returned to the garden, he found Aunt Petunia standing rigidly by the gate, lips pursed as she surveyed the neighboring houses for any sign that someone might be watching. "Remember what I said," she warned Harry in a fierce whisper. "Not a word of this to anyone. And when you return, everything continues as normal. Vernon doesn't need to know about this outing." Harry nodded, too excited by the prospect of escaping Privet Drive, even for just 3 hours, to argue with any of Petunia's conditions. Gornick gestured for Harry to follow him down the street. "We will find a more discreet location for our departure," he explained. "Magical transportation from a Muggle neighborhood requires certain precautions." "Muggle?" Harry asked, hurrying to keep up with Gornick's surprisingly brisk pace. "Non-magical humans," Gornick clarified. "Your aunt and uncle, for instance." They walked to the small park at the end of Magnolia Crescent, which was deserted at this time of day. Gornick led Harry to a secluded corner behind a clump of shrubbery. "We will be traveling by Port Key," Gornick explained, removing what appeared to be an ordinary fountain pen from his breast pocket. "This might feel somewhat uncomfortable for your first journey, but the sensation passes quickly." "What do I need to do?" Harry asked nervously. "Simply touch the pen," Gornick instructed. "I will activate it, and we will be transported directly to Gringotts. Ready?" Harry hesitated for only a moment before reaching out to place his finger on the pen. Gornick touched it with one long finger and spoke a word in a language Harry didn't recognize. Instantly, Harry felt a powerful jerk somewhere behind his navel, as if he'd been hooked by an invisible fishing line. His feet left the ground, and the world around him dissolved into a whirl of color and sound. The sensation was not unlike being pulled through a narrow rubber tube while spinning at tremendous speed. Just when Harry thought he might be sick, his feet slammed into solid ground. His knees buckled, and he would have fallen if Gornick hadn't caught his arm with a surprisingly strong grip. "First-time travelers often lose their balance," Gornick commented, steadying Harry. "Take a moment to orient yourself." Harry blinked several times, adjusting to his new surroundings. They stood in a marble-floored chamber, dimly lit by floating orbs of blue light. The walls were paneled in dark wood, and a large desk occupied one end of the room. Behind the desk sat another being similar to Gornick, though older in appearance, with spectacles perched on a hooked nose. "Welcome to Gringotts' private arrival chamber," Gornick announced. "From here, we'll proceed to the inheritance offices." Harry followed Gornick through a series of corridors, each more impressive than the last. The main hall of Gringotts nearly took his breath away, an enormous marble chamber with soaring ceilings and dozens of counters stretching along its length. More of the small, sharp-featured beings worked behind these counters, examining jewels through eyepieces, weighing coins on brass scales, or scratching in massive ledgers with quill pens. "Are all of you?" Harry began, unsure of the proper terminology. "Goblins," Gornick supplied. "Yes, Gringotts is operated by the Goblin Nation. We have managed wizarding finances for centuries." Harry tried not to stare as they passed other wizards and witches, actual magical people wearing robes of various colors and styles. Some carried wands openly, while others chatted casually about matters that sounded fantastical to Harry's ears. Phrases like, "Dragon Pox Epidemic," "the latest Nimbus racing broom," and "those outrageous Quidditch World Cup ticket prices," drifted to him as they walked. Gornick led Harry to a smaller corridor branching off from the main hall. They passed several offices with brass nameplates before stopping at one labeled, Inheritance Claims Division. Inside, the office was lined with filing cabinets that reached to the ceiling, each drawer labeled with names that seemed to glow faintly in the lamplight. "Please be seated, Mr. Potter," Gornick said, gesturing to a comfortable chair before a large desk. "Director Ragnarok will join us shortly to begin the audit." Harry sat, his feet barely touching the floor. "I still don't understand. What exactly is this inheritance? And why do I need to audit it now?" Gornick took a seat across from Harry, placing his briefcase on the desk between them. When magical parents die, they typically leave a trust for their children. In old families like the Potters, these trusts can be quite substantial. Magical law requires that heirs review these accounts before certain milestone birthdays, in your case, the 8th, to ensure proper management. "But why wasn't I told about any of this before?" Harry asked, a note of indignation creeping into his voice. "The Dursleys always said my parents left me nothing, that they were taking care of me out of the goodness of their hearts." Gornick's expression darkened. "That is one of many discrepancies we intend to address today, Mr. Potter. It appears there have been irregularities in the handling of your affairs since your parents' deaths." Before Harry could ask what sort of irregularities, the office door opened, and an older, more elaborately dressed goblin entered. His fingers were adorned with heavy rings, and a chain of office hung around his neck. "Mr. Potter," the newcomer said, inclining his head slightly. "I am Director Ragnarok. I personally oversaw your father's accounts and now oversee yours. It is both an honor and a matter of grave concern that brings us together today." Harry straightened in his chair. "Pleased to meet you, sir. Though I'm still not sure what all this is about." Ragnarok settled behind the desk, his expression serious. "To be direct, Mr. Potter, we have detected potentially unauthorized withdrawals from your family vaults. As your 8th birthday approaches, the magic governing inheritance law has forced a review, something that should have happened years ago." "But who would be taking my money?" Harry asked, bewildered. "I didn't even know I had any until today." "That," said Ragnarok grimly, "is precisely what we intend to discover." He opened a drawer and withdrew a large ledger bound in red leather. "This is the master account book for the Potter estates. Before we examine it, however, we must verify your identity and claim." From another drawer, Ragnarok produced a small silver knife and a shallow stone basin etched with strange symbols around its rim. "A drop of blood, if you please," Ragnarok requested. "It will confirm your identity beyond any magical doubt." Harry hesitated, eyeing the knife with understandable apprehension. "Just a small prick on your finger," Gornick assured him. "The bowl is enchanted to heal the wound immediately afterward." Still uncertain but curious, Harry extended his hand. Ragnarok made a quick, precise nick on Harry's index finger. A single drop of blood welled up and fell into the basin, where it spread in a spiral pattern before the entire contents of the bowl began to glow with golden light. "The blood of the Potters," Ragnarok declared with satisfaction. "Your claim is valid, Mr. Potter." We may proceed. True to Gornick's word, Harry's finger had already healed, leaving no trace of the small cut. He watched in fascination as Ragnarok opened the ledger to reveal pages filled with columns of figures and notations in a script Harry couldn't read. This ledger records all transactions concerning the Potter family vaults for the past 50 years, Ragnarok explained. It is self-updating and cannot be tampered with, one of the most secure magical artifacts in Gringotts. The goblin ran one long finger down a column of figures, frowning as he reached the more recent entries. As we suspected. Beginning in November 1981, immediately after your parents' deaths, regular withdrawals were made from your trust vault. Initially small, but increasing in both frequency and amount over the years. Who's been taking the money? Harry asked, a knot forming in his stomach. Ragnarok turned the ledger so Harry could see the signature column, though the script remained unintelligible to him. These withdrawals were authorized by Albus Dumbledore, in his capacity as your magical guardian. Who's Albus Dumbledore? And what's a magical guardian? The goblins exchanged significant looks before Gornick answered. Albus Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the most prestigious magical institution in Britain. He also holds several influential positions in wizarding government. A magical guardian is appointed when magical children lose their parents, someone to make decisions about their magical education and welfare until they come of age. And this Dumbledore person has been taking money from my account? For what? Harry's voice rose slightly with indignation. That, said Ragnarok, is what concerns us. The withdrawal authorizations cite care and maintenance of the Potter heir as justification. However, he paused, studying Harry's oversized clothes and thin frame with evident disapproval. It does not appear these funds have been used for their stated purpose. Harry's mind raced. Someone had been withdrawing money supposedly for his care, yet he had spent his life wearing Dudley's cast-offs, sleeping in a cupboard, and often going hungry while the Dursleys complained about the burden of raising him. How much? He asked quietly. Ragnarok consulted the ledger again. From your trust vault alone, approximately 50,000 galleons over the past 6 years. Is that a lot? Harry asked, having no frame of reference for wizarding currency. A wizarding family could live comfortably for several years on that sum, Gornick supplied. And this is only from your trust vault, not the main Potter family vault, which cannot be accessed until you reach maturity. Harry felt a surge of anger. Money that should have been used for his care had been taken by someone he'd never even met, while he lived like an unwanted servant in the Dursleys' home. Can we stop these withdrawals? He asked, his voice steadier than he expected. Indeed, Ragnarok nodded approvingly. As the blood heir reviewing your accounts before your 8th birthday, you have the right to question any suspicious activity. We can freeze the accounts pending investigation. Do it, Harry said firmly. And I want to know exactly where that money has been going. Ragnarok produced an official-looking document and a quill with an unusually sharp point. This is an account freeze request. Your signature here will temporarily halt all withdrawals not personally authorized by you. Harry took the quill, but Gornick placed a cautionary hand on his arm. Before you sign, Mr. Potter, you should understand the implications. Albus Dumbledore is a powerful and influential wizard. Challenging him, even in a matter where you are clearly in the right, may have consequences. Harry looked down at his oversized clothes, then back at the ledger showing thousands of galleons supposedly spent on his welfare. His jaw set with determination. I've lived with consequences all my life, Mr. Gornick. At least these will be from a choice I made myself. With that, Harry signed his name on the document. The moment he finished, the parchment glowed briefly before duplicating itself. One copy vanished with a small pop, while the other rolled itself up and sealed with a wax emblem. The original has been filed with our records department, Ragnarok explained. The process is now officially underway. However, there is more we should examine while you are here. The goblin withdrew another ledger, this one bound in black leather with silver clasps. This is the complete account summary of all Potter holdings. The trust vault is merely a small portion of your inheritance, Mr. Potter. The full extent of your family's wealth includes multiple properties, business investments, and heirloom vaults. Harry listened with growing amazement as Ragnarok detailed the Potter family assets: a manor house in Wales, currently under magical preservation, a cottage in Godric's Hollow, damaged but still owned by the estate, shares in various wizarding businesses including quality Quidditch supplies and Flourish and Blots, and multiple vaults containing everything from gold to magical artifacts passed down through generations. Your parents also left specific instructions for your care in the event of their deaths, Ragnarok continued, producing a sealed envelope from yet another drawer. This letter was to be given to you upon your first visit to Gringotts. The fact that you haven't received it until now is another serious breach of protocol. Harry accepted the envelope with trembling hands. It was addressed simply to Harry, in flowing handwriting that somehow seemed familiar, though he knew he'd never seen it before. The seal showed a stylized P pressed into red wax. "May I?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Of course," Ragnarok replied. "It belongs to you. We will give you privacy if you wish." Harry shook his head. "No, that's all right. I'd rather have you here in case I have questions." Carefully breaking the seal, Harry unfolded the parchment inside and began to read. "Our dearest Harry, if you are reading this, then the worst has happened, and we are no longer with you. We hope with all our hearts that this letter finds you well, happy, and surrounded by love. There is so much we want to tell you, but first, you should know that you were the greatest joy of our lives. Every moment with you was precious, and our only regret is that we cannot be there to watch you grow into the remarkable person we know you will become. We've arranged for your care should anything happen to us. Your godfather, Sirius Black, should be your guardian. If for some reason he is unable to care for you, you should be with Remus Lupin or the Longbottoms, who are dear friends and who we trust completely with your welfare. Under no circumstances are you to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. While they are your mother's only living relatives, their hatred of magic would make them unsuitable guardians for a young wizard. Your trust vault should provide ample funds for your care and education until you come of age, at which point you will inherit the full Potter estate. The goblins of Gringotts have been loyal managers of our family's finances for generations and will guide you in financial matters. We don't know what dangers may have befallen us, but know this: we face them willingly to protect you and the world you will grow up in. If we are gone, we died standing against the darkness that threatened to engulf us all. Remember that you are loved, Harry. You have always been loved, and you always will be. With all our hearts, Mum and Dad, Lily and James Potter." Tears streamed down Harry's face as he finished reading. He had never possessed anything from his parents before, not a photograph, not a memento, nothing but the stories the Dursleys had told him, which he now knew to be lies. This letter, these words of love written in his mother's hand, were the first real connection he'd ever had to the parents he couldn't remember. "They didn't want me to go to the Dursleys," Harry said finally, looking up at the goblins with red-rimmed eyes. "They specifically said I wasn't supposed to be there." "And what happened to my godfather?" "Sirius Black." The goblins exchanged another significant look before Ragnarok answered carefully. "Sirius Black was imprisoned shortly after your parents' deaths. He was accused of betraying their location to the Dark Lord who killed them." "Dark Lord?" Harry repeated, feeling as if he'd stepped into a story where everyone knew the plot except him. "This ventures into matters beyond banking," Ragnarok said, his tone measured. "But you deserve to know. Your parents did not die in a car accident, Mr. Potter. They were murdered by a dark wizard who called himself Lord Voldemort, a name most in our world fear to speak. You are famous in the wizarding world because when this dark wizard tried to kill you after murdering your parents, his curse somehow rebounded upon himself. You survived with only that scar, while the Dark Lord was destroyed, or at least, severely weakened." Harry's hand moved unconsciously to the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "This came from a curse?" An evil wizard tried to kill me? Yes, Gornik confirmed. You are known as the boy who lived, the only person ever to survive the killing curse. The events of that night are why many consider Albus Dumbledore's actions regarding you to be beyond question. As the most powerful wizard opposing the Dark Lord, he took charge of your placement after your parents' deaths. Harry's mind whirled with this new information, but one thing remained clear: his parents had explicitly stated he should not go to the Dursleys, yet that's exactly where Dumbledore had sent him, while simultaneously withdrawing money meant for Harry's care that had clearly never been spent on him. I want to see more, Harry said, a new determination in his voice. If he's been taking money from my trust vault, has he taken anything else? Ragnarok nodded approvingly at Harry's question. A prudent inquiry. Let us examine the records of the main Potter vault, which, while you cannot access its contents until you come of age, should still have a complete transaction history. The goblin opened a different ledger, this one bound in blue leather with gold trim. He ran his finger down several pages, his frown deepening with each turn. Finally, he looked up at Harry, his expression grave. Mr. Potter, I regret to inform you that there have indeed been removals from the main Potter vault as well, not of gold, which is protected until your majority, but of artifacts and heirlooms. What was taken? Harry asked, his voice hollow. Several items of significant magical and historical value, Ragnarok replied, consulting the ledger. Your father's invisibility cloak, a Potter family heirloom passed down through generations. Several rare books from the Potter library. And most concerning, a set of journals written by your parents in the months before their deaths. Harry felt a fresh wave of anger. Not just money, but personal items, things that should have been kept for him, connections to the parents he'd never known, had been taken by this Dumbledore person. Who authorized these removals? Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. Albus Dumbledore, Ragnarok confirmed, turning the ledger to show Harry the signature. The authorization claims these items were removed for safekeeping until the heir comes of age. However, such removals are highly irregular without specific instructions from the deceased, which your parents did not provide. Harry was silent for a long moment, processing everything he'd learned. Finally, he looked up at the goblins, his green eyes hardening with resolve. What can we do about this? Can we get it all back? Ragnarok's smile revealed pointed teeth. I was hoping you would ask that, Mr. Potter. As it happens, there is a procedure for cases such as yours. It is called a comprehensive inheritance audit, a full magical investigation of all accounts, properties, and holdings, with the power to track and recall misappropriated assets. How do we start? Harry asked without hesitation. The process begins with your formal request, Gornik explained, producing another official document. Once initiated, the audit magic will trace all Potter assets, regardless of current location. Items removed without proper authorization will be summoned back to Gringotts for your review. And the money? Harry pressed. Can we get that back too? Financial restitution is more complex, Ragnarok admitted. But not impossible. The audit will establish exactly how much was taken and where it went. With that information, we can file a claim for repayment. Harry didn't hesitate. I want to do the full audit. I want everything that should be mine returned. Gornik handed Harry the document and another of the sharp-pointed quills. Be aware, Mr. Potter, that initiating a comprehensive inheritance audit will alert all parties involved. Albus Dumbledore will know immediately that his actions are being investigated. Harry looked down at the quill, then at his parents' letter, still open on the desk before him. They had made specific plans for his care, plans that had been ignored. They had left him well provided for, yet he had lived in deprivation. They had wanted him surrounded by love, yet he had known only neglect and occasional cruelty. Good, Harry said firmly, signing the document with a flourish. I want him to know. As with the previous document, this one glowed briefly before duplicating itself. The original vanished, but this time, a soft golden light emanated from the copy, spreading to encompass Harry briefly before fading away. "The audit is now active," Ragnarok declared with satisfaction. "The magic has recognized you as the rightful heir and has begun tracing Potter assets. We should have preliminary results within the hour." True to Ragnarok's prediction, within 45 minutes, a series of magical alerts began to sound throughout the office. Small bells on Ragnarok's desk chimed in different tones, and several of the filing cabinets glowed briefly before their drawers opened of their own accord. "The recall has begun," Gornick explained to Harry, who was watching with wide-eyed fascination. "Items removed from Potter vaults without proper authorization are being summoned back to Gringotts." On the desk before them, objects began to appear one by one, materializing out of thin air with small pops of displaced air. First came a shimmering, fluid-like fabric that Harry guessed must be his father's invisibility cloak. Then several leather-bound books, followed by a small stack of journals with J.P. and L.P. embossed on their covers. More items continued to appear, photographs in frames, small magical devices Harry couldn't identify, and a velvet pouch that clinked with the sound of metal against metal. "Your parents' wedding rings," Ragnarok explained, gesturing to the pouch. "They were to be preserved for you as keepsakes." Harry reached out hesitantly, touching the journals that had belonged to his parents. Just as his fingers made contact with the top journal, there was a much louder crack, and a new presence appeared in the office, not an object this time, but a person. An elderly wizard with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and flowing purple robes stood before them, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. Harry didn't need to be told who this was, the powerful magical aura surrounding the man made his identity clear even before Ragnarok spoke. "Headmaster Dumbledore," the goblin said coldly. "Your presence was not requested at this audit. I received rather urgent notifications that items in my keeping were being recalled," Dumbledore replied, his voice calm but his eyes sharp as they took in the scene, and widened at the sight of Harry. "Young Harry. I did not expect to find you here." Harry straightened in his chair, his hand still resting protectively on his parents' journals. "Mr. Dumbledore," he acknowledged, deliberately omitting any title of respect. "We were just discussing the money you've been taking from my vaults. And these things that belong to my parents." Something flashed in Dumbledore's blue eyes, surprise, perhaps, or concern that a 7-year-old would address him so directly. "I see there has been some confusion," he said gently. "The items I've kept safe were removed for your protection, Harry. And the funds withdrawn from your trust have been used for your benefit." "Really?" Harry's voice was skeptical beyond his years. "For my benefit? I live in a cupboard under the stairs. I wear my cousin's old clothes. I'm lucky if I get one full meal a day. Where exactly did 50,000 galleons go, if not to my care?" Dumbledore seemed taken aback, both by Harry's tone and the specifics of his living conditions. "A cupboard? Surely not. I was assured you were being well treated." "By whom?" Harry demanded. "You never checked on me. No one from the magical world ever checked on me. And according to my parents' letter," he gestured to the parchment on the desk, "I wasn't supposed to be with the Dursleys at all." Dumbledore's gaze fell on the letter, and for a moment, his composure slipped. "You've read James and Lily's letter," he murmured. "I had hoped to explain certain matters to you myself when you were older. There are complexities you cannot yet understand, Harry." "I understand enough," Harry said firmly. "You ignored my parents' wishes. You took money meant for my care. You took things that should have been mine. And now we're going to find out why." Ragnarok, who had been watching this exchange with evident interest, now cleared his throat. "The initial audit results are ready for review, Mr. Potter. Shall we proceed, or would you prefer to continue this discussion with the headmaster first?" Harry looked from the goblin to Dumbledore, whose expression had grown increasingly troubled. "Let's see the results," Harry decided. "Mr. Dumbledore can stay and explain himself afterward." Dumbledore opened his mouth as if to object, but seemed to think better of it. Instead, he conjured a chair with a wave of his hand and sat down, his manner now one of grave concern. Ragnar unrolled a length of parchment that had emerged from one of the glowing filing cabinets. The comprehensive audit has traced all Potter assets and their disposition since October 31, 1981. The findings are significant. The goblin began to read from the parchment, his voice taking on a formal, almost ceremonial quality. From the Potter Trust Vault, a total of 56,732 galleons, 14 sickles, and 3 nuts have been withdrawn by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, operating under authority as magical guardian to Harry James Potter. Harry shot a glance at Dumbledore, whose expression remained impassive. These funds, Ragnar continued, were transferred to an account registered to the Order of the Phoenix, Operations Fund. No portion of these withdrawals can be verified as having been used for the care, maintenance, or benefit of Harry James Potter. The Order of the Phoenix? Harry repeated questioningly. A vigilante organization I founded to combat Lord Voldemort and his followers, Dumbledore explained quietly. It continued operations after your parents' deaths to round up remaining Death Eaters, the Dark Lord supporters. You used my money to fund your private army? Harry asked incredulously. It was necessary, Dumbledore said, a note of defensiveness entering his voice. The ministry was compromised, Death Eaters were escaping justice through bribes and claims of being bewitched. The Order needed resources to continue its vital work. That doesn't explain why you told the goblins the money was for my care, Harry pointed out. Dumbledore at least had the grace to look somewhat abashed. A regrettable deception, but one I felt was justified by the greater good. The Potter fortune is substantial, Harry. The amount withdrawn was but a fraction of your inheritance, and it served to protect the world you would grow up in. Ragnar continued before Harry could respond. Further irregularities have been identified in accounts belonging to other orphaned heirs of magical families. Similar withdrawal patterns were detected in the Longbottom family vaults, the Bones family trust, and 6 other accounts belonging to children orphaned during the Wizarding War. This revelation seemed to startle even Dumbledore, whose eyebrows rose in evident surprise. That cannot be correct. I have only ever acted as magical guardian to Harry. The audit magic does not lie, Ragnar stated flatly. The total sum diverted from all affected accounts exceeds 50 million galleons. Harry's eyes widened. Even without understanding wizarding currency fully, he recognized that 50 million of anything was an enormous sum. Who authorized those withdrawals? Harry asked. Ragnar consulted the parchment again. All withdrawals were authorized by members of the Wisengamot Administrative Office using emergency powers granted during the war. The authorizing signatures vary, but all paperwork was processed through the office of the Chief Warlock. All eyes turned to Dumbledore, who had gone very still. I am the Chief Warlock, he acknowledged. But I assure you, I had no knowledge of these other withdrawals. This is most disturbing. Is it? Harry asked skeptically. Or did you just not expect anyone to find out? Before Dumbledore could respond, the office door burst open, and another goblin rushed in, bearing a stack of additional parchments. He whispered urgently to Ragnar, whose expression grew increasingly grave as he listened. Mr. Potter, Ragnar said after the messenger had departed, the audit has uncovered something even more concerning. It appears that the irregularities extend beyond financial matters. Magical bindings have been detected on your person, constraints placed upon your natural magical abilities. What does that mean? Harry asked, alarmed. It means, Ragnar explained, that someone has cast spells upon you to limit your magical potential. Such bindings are illegal except under very specific circumstances, such as when a child's accidental magic presents a danger to themselves or others, and even then, only with the consent of parents or legal guardians. Once again, all eyes turned to Dumbledore, whose expression had grown somber. The bindings were necessary, he said quietly. Harry's magical outbursts after his parents' deaths were extraordinarily powerful, dangerously so. I placed temporary constraints to protect both Harry and those around him. They were meant to dissolve gradually as he learned to control his abilities. Yet you never checked to see if they were dissolving properly, Gornick observed. According to our diagnostic magic, these bindings have constricted rather than loosened over time, likely in response to emotional suppression in his current living environment. Harry felt a surge of anger so intense that the glasses on Ragnar's desk trembled. You bound my magic. After stealing my money and my parents' things, you also tried to make me, what? Less powerful? Less magical? It was never about making you less, Harry, Dumbledore insisted, leaning forward. It was about giving you time to grow into your abilities safely. Your magical core is unusually strong, likely a result of surviving the killing curse. Uncontrolled, such power could have catastrophic consequences. The road to the underworld is paved with good intentions, Headmaster, Ragnar said coldly. Whatever your motivations, you have violated wizarding law and goblin banking covenants. The audit has triggered automatic notifications to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement regarding these findings. For the first time, Dumbledore looked genuinely alarmed. Surely we can resolve this matter more discreetly. Harry is still young, and a public scandal would only hurt him. I don't care about scandal, Harry said firmly. I care about the truth. And it sounds like I'm not the only one you've stolen from. He turned to Ragnar. You mentioned the Longbottoms. Are they related to the friends my parents mentioned in their letter? Indeed, Ragnar confirmed. Frank and Alice Longbottom were Aurors, magical law enforcement officers, and close friends of your parents. They were tortured into insanity shortly after the fall of the Dark Lord. Their son, Neville, is approximately your age and, like you, was left with a substantial inheritance under the management of a guardian. Harry felt a connection to this unknown boy, another child orphaned by the war, another victim of whoever had been taking money from children's accounts. I want to meet him, Harry declared. And anyone else affected by this theft. Dumbledore rose to his feet, his manner now urgent. Harry, please listen to reason. The wizarding world is complex, with dangers you cannot yet comprehend. Everything I have done, however questionable it might seem, was to protect you and prepare for challenges that still lie ahead. What challenges? Harry demanded. You said Voldemort was destroyed. Weakened, Dumbledore corrected carefully. Not destroyed. There are reasons to believe he may one day return, and when he does, you will be his primary target. The protections I placed at your aunt's home, the resources I gathered for the order, even the bindings on your magic, all were meant to keep you safe until you were ready to face your destiny. Harry stood as well, surprising himself with his own boldness. Though he barely reached Dumbledore's waist in height, in that moment, he felt taller. If that's true, you should have told me. You should have checked on me. You should have made sure I wasn't living in a cupboard and being treated like a servant. You should have respected what my parents wanted for me. For a moment, genuine remorse seemed to flicker across Dumbledore's features. Perhaps you are right, Harry. Perhaps I have been too focused on the grand design, on preparation for future threats, to properly attend to your present welfare. For that, I am truly sorry. Harry wasn't ready to accept the apology, not yet. What happens now? He asked Ragnar, turning away from Dumbledore. The goblin consulted the audit documents once more. The legal process is clear. All misappropriated funds must be returned to their rightful accounts with interest. The magical bindings must be removed by qualified healers at St. Mungo's Hospital. And as for your guardianship. Ragnar paused, glancing at Dumbledore before continuing. The violations documented here are sufficient grounds to review and potentially revoke Albus Dumbledore's status as your magical guardian. Good, Harry said firmly. I want all of it done. Dumbledore seemed about to protest, but at that moment, the office door opened again. A witch in formal robes stood in the doorway, her monocle gleaming in the lamplight as she surveyed the scene with evident surprise. Amelia, Dumbledore acknowledged, his tone carefully neutral. Albus, the witch replied coolly before turning her attention to Harry. Mr. Potter, I presume. I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I've received some rather disturbing reports from Gringotts regarding financial irregularities involving your accounts and others. Harry nodded. They found that Mr. Dumbledore has been taking money from my vault, and apparently from other orphans' vaults too. Including someone named Bones. Are they related to you? Amelia Bones' expression hardened. Susan Bones is my niece. I am her guardian following her parents' deaths during the war. She turned to Ragnarok. I will need copies of all audit findings for official investigation. Of course, Madam Bones, Ragnarok replied, duplicating the documents with a wave of his hand. The audit is still ongoing, but these preliminary findings warranted immediate notification. Dumbledore stepped forward, his manner conciliatory. Amelia, I assure you there is an explanation for all of this. Perhaps we should discuss the matter privately, without troubling young Harry further. I think Mr. Potter has been troubled quite enough already, Madam Bones said sharply. And I believe he has the right to hear whatever explanation you might offer, considering it's his inheritance at stake. She turned back to Harry. That is, if you wish to stay, Mr. Potter. Harry nodded firmly. I want to know everything. Madam Bones conjured another chair and sat down, gesturing for Dumbledore to do the same. Very well then. Albus, perhaps you'd care to explain why funds from orphan children's vaults have been systematically diverted to accounts associated with the Order of the Phoenix. An organization, I might add, that officially disbanded after you-know-who's defeat? Dumbledore's shoulders sagged slightly, but his voice remained steady. The Order never truly disbanded, Amelia. There was too much work still to be done, Death Eaters to track, dark artifacts to secure, protective measures to establish for those most at risk. The Ministry, as you well know, was eager to declare victory and move on, leaving many threats unaddressed. That doesn't explain the unauthorized withdrawals, Madam Bones pressed. No, it doesn't, Dumbledore admitted. Those were a desperate measure during desperate times. The Order's work required funding. Traditional sources dried up after Voldemort's fall as people wished to believe the danger had passed. I made the decision to use a portion of the protected funds, temporarily, to finance continued vigilance. A portion? Ragnarok interjected. 50 million galleons is hardly a portion of anything, Headmaster. Harry watched this exchange with growing understanding. The grandfatherly image Dumbledore projected was at odds with the calculating tactician emerging from these revelations, someone who saw children's inheritances as resources to be utilized for his greater plans. How many children's accounts were affected? Harry asked suddenly. Ragnarok consulted the audit documents. 27 in total. All orphans of the Wizarding War, all with significant inheritances, all with unclear guardianship situations following their parents' deaths. And all conveniently unable to object, Madam Bones noted coldly. Dumbledore spread his hands in a placating gesture. It was never my intention to permanently deprive these children of their inheritances. The funds were to be replaced over time, with interest. Yet no replacements have been documented in any of the affected accounts, Ragnarok pointed out. Not even partial restitution. The discussion continued for some time, growing increasingly technical as Madam Bones questioned Dumbledore about specific transactions and legal authorities. Harry listened attentively, though much of the legal jargon was beyond his understanding. What was clear, however, was that what had happened was not just irregular but potentially criminal. Finally, Madam Bones turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, given what we've learned today, I believe it would be appropriate to remove Albus Dumbledore as your magical guardian pending full investigation. Would you be agreeable to that? Yes, Harry said without hesitation. But who would become my guardian instead? According to your parents' letter, Ragnarok interjected, Sirius Black was their first choice, followed by Remus Lupin or the Longbottoms. Given that Mr. Black is incarcerated and the Longbottoms are incapacitated, Mr. Lupin would seem the logical choice. Dumbledore stirred at this. Remus Lupin's condition makes him ineligible for guardianship under current ministry regulations, he said quietly. Condition? Harry asked. Mr. Lupin suffers from lycanthropy, Madame Bones explained gently. He is a werewolf, which, unfortunately, does disqualify him from serving as a guardian under current law. Harry frowned. Just because he's sick once a month? That seems unfair. Many things in our world are unfair, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. The prejudice against werewolves is among them. What about temporary guardianship with me, Madame Bones suggested. As head of the DMLE, I have the authority to take emergency custody in cases involving criminal investigations. This would give us time to properly review the situation and identify an appropriate permanent guardian. Harry considered this option. Would I have to go back to the Dursleys in the meantime? Madame Bones frowned. Given what you've described of your living conditions there, absolutely not. You would stay either in ministry protective custody or with a vetted wizarding family until permanent arrangements can be made. And could I meet the other children affected by this? Like Neville Longbottom and your niece? Harry pressed. Madame Bones seemed surprised by the request but nodded. I don't see why not. It might actually be beneficial for all of you to understand you're not alone in this situation. Then I agree, Harry decided. I want Madame Bones to be my temporary guardian. Dumbledore looked as if he wanted to object but seemed to recognize that his position was untenable. Very well, he said finally. But I urge caution, Amelia. Harry's security is of paramount importance. The blood protections at his aunt's home have clearly not protected him from neglect and mistreatment, Madame Bones cut in. We will establish appropriate security measures, Albus. Your input on those matters might be welcome, but your role as decision-maker in Harry's life is over. The finality in her tone left no room for argument. Dumbledore nodded once, his expression grave, then rose to his feet. Harry, he said softly, despite how it may appear, I have always acted with your best interests at heart. One day, I hope you will understand that. Until then. He hesitated, seeming suddenly older and more tired. Until then, I wish you well. With that, Dumbledore turned and left the office, his purple robe swishing behind him. Harry watched him go, feelings too complex to name churning inside him. Anger, certainly, but also confusion and a strange sense of loss, not for Dumbledore himself, but for the simple certainties of his life that had been shattered in the space of a few hours. Well, Ragnarok said after a moment of silence, that was rather more dramatic than our usual inheritance audits. A small laugh escaped Harry, releasing some of the tension that had built up during the confrontation. What happens now? He asked, looking between Ragnarok and Madame Bones. Now, Madame Bones said, rising to her feet, we make arrangements for your immediate care and begin a full investigation into the financial discrepancies. The goblins will continue their audit, and I'll initiate proceedings with the Wizengamot regarding guardianship changes for all affected children. Gornick, who had been quietly observing the proceedings, spoke up. And what of Mr. Potter's magical bindings? They should be removed as soon as possible to prevent further developmental issues. Yes, of course, Madame Bones agreed. I'll arrange an appointment at St. Mungo's immediately. Harry, how are you feeling about all of this? Harry considered the question carefully. How was he feeling? Overwhelmed, certainly. Angry at the deceptions. But also, strangely empowered. For the first time in his life, he had stood up for himself and been taken seriously. He had made decisions that affected his own future. I feel like things are finally changing, he said at last. And that maybe they're changing for the better. Madame Bones smiled, a genuine warmth in her expression. An admirable outlook, Mr. Potter. Now, shall we gather your parents' belongings? I imagine you'd like to keep them close. Harry nodded, looking at the small pile of recovered items on the desk, tangible connections to the parents he'd never known. As he reached for his mother's journal, he felt a curious sensation, as if something long dormant within him was beginning to awaken. Whether it was his partially bound magic responding to the day's emotional events or simply the natural confidence that comes from standing up to injustice, Harry Potter felt more alive than he ever had before. The audit that had begun as a routine inheritance review had uncovered something far more significant, a web of deception and financial manipulation that stretched across the wizarding world. And at the center of it all, a 7-year-old boy who had inadvertently set in motion changes that would reshape magical Britain in ways no one, not even Albus Dumbledore, could have predicted. As Harry carefully placed his parents' journals and other recovered items into a bag provided by Gornick, he glanced at the parchment still lying on Ragnarok's desk, the audit findings that had exposed Dumbledore's actions. It wasn't just about the money, he realized. It was about trust, about truth, and about the right of every child to have their parents' wishes respected. "I want to see this through," Harry said suddenly, looking up at Madame Bones. "Not just for me, but for all of us, all the children whose money was taken. We deserve to know the whole truth." Madame Bones regarded him with newfound respect. "And you shall, Mr. Potter. That I promise you." Chapter 2, The Wizard's Shadow. The morning sunlight streamed through open curtains, casting warm patterns across Harry's bed. Not his cot in a cupboard under the stairs, but a real bed with fresh sheets and a plush comforter. Harry blinked awake, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings until memories of the previous day flooded back. The inheritance audit. Dumbledore's theft. The removal of his magical guardian status. And now, Harry's temporary placement in the home of Amelia Bones. He reached for his glasses on the bedside table, not the sellotaped pair he'd worn for years, but new ones Madame Bones had conjured for him last night after noticing his squinting. The world came into focus with a clarity he'd never experienced before. A soft knock sounded at the door. "Harry? Are you awake?" Came the voice of Susan Bones, Amelia's niece and another victim of Dumbledore's financial scheme. "Yes, come in," Harry called, sitting up in bed. The door opened to reveal a girl with auburn hair and a round, friendly face. At 7 years old, Susan was a few months younger than Harry, but she carried herself with the self-assured manner of someone raised in the wizarding world. "Aunt Amelia says breakfast is ready," she announced, lingering in the doorway. "Did you sleep well?" Harry nodded. "Better than ever. It's so quiet here. No Dudley stomping on the stairs above his cupboard, no Uncle Vernon bellowing for his morning tea, no Aunt Petunia rapping sharply on his door to wake him at dawn." Susan smiled. "You get used to it. Our house is protected by silencing charms. Aunt Amelia says it helps her think after dealing with ministry noise all day." She hesitated, then added, "I still can't believe what happened to our accounts." Aunt Amelia was up half the night sending owls and making flu calls. "Is she very angry?" Harry asked, climbing out of bed. "Furious," Susan confirmed, but with a hint of satisfaction. "I've never seen her this worked up, not even when the Wisengamot voted down her proposal for Auror funding last year. She keeps saying the audacity and abuse of power and other things I'm probably not supposed to repeat." Harry smiled despite the seriousness of the situation. There was something comforting about having a powerful adult genuinely outraged on his behalf. "I'll be down in a minute," he promised. Susan nodded and closed the door, leaving Harry to quickly dress in clothes that Madame Bones had transfigured for him last night. They weren't new, exactly, but they were clean and actually fit him properly, another novel experience. Downstairs, the Bones residence revealed itself to be a comfortable mix of magical and mundane. The kitchen contained an ordinary-looking stove alongside what appeared to be a cold cabinet that hummed with magical energy instead of electricity. Photographs on the walls moved and waved at Harry as he passed, and a clock on the wall had 3 hands labeled Amelia, Susan, and now Harry, all pointing to home. Amelia Bones sat at the kitchen table reviewing documents, her monocle glinting in the morning light. She looked up as Harry entered, her stern expression softening slightly. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I trust you slept well." "Yes, thank you, Madam Bones," Harry replied politely. "Excellent. Please, help yourself to breakfast. We have much to discuss this morning." The table was laden with eggs, toast, bacon, and a pitcher of orange juice that refilled itself whenever it got low. Harry served himself a modest portion, still unaccustomed to being allowed to eat his fill. "Don't be shy," Susan encouraged, already working on her second helping of eggs. "Mimsy always makes too much." "Mimsy?" Harry questioned. A soft pop answered his question as a small creature with large bat-like ears and enormous eyes appeared beside the table. She wore what looked like a neatly pressed tea towel emblazoned with the Bones family crest. "Young Master Harry is wanting more breakfast?" the house elf asked eagerly. No, thank you," Harry stammered, startled by the creature's sudden appearance. "Everything's delicious." Mimsy beamed at the compliment before disappearing with another pop. "That was a house elf," Susan explained, seeing Harry's confusion. "They're magical servants. Mimsy has been with our family for generations." Harry nodded, filing away this new piece of information about the wizarding world. Every hour seemed to bring fresh revelations. "Now then," Madam Bones said, setting aside her documents. "We have a busy day ahead. First, I've arranged for you to be seen by a healer at St. Mungo's hospital to address those magical bindings Dumbledore placed on you. The appointment is at 10 o'clock. Will it hurt?" Harry asked, unable to keep a trace of anxiety from his voice. "The healer assures me the procedure is painless, though you may experience some magical disorientation afterward as your core adjusts," Madam Bones replied. "After that, we're to meet with the goblins again. Ragnarok has requested your presence as they continue the audit. Apparently, they've discovered additional irregularities they wish to discuss with you directly." Harry nodded, simultaneously nervous and eager to learn more. "And will other children be there? Like you mentioned yesterday?" "Yes. Augusta Longbottom has agreed to bring her grandson, Neville. Like you, he lost his parents during the war, and his accounts show similar patterns of unauthorized withdrawals." Susan perked up at this news. "Neville's coming. We play together sometimes at the ministry functions. He's really nice, but awfully shy." "Indeed," Madam Bones agreed. "The poor boy has been raised to believe he has minimal magical ability. I suspect we may discover that he, too, has had bindings placed on his magic." Harry frowned at this. Why would Dumbledore do that? "Make us less magical?" Madam Bones considered her answer carefully. "That, Harry, is what troubles me most about this whole affair. Limiting a child's magical development without medical necessity is not just illegal, it's considered deeply unethical in our world. Magic is integral to a witch or wizard's development. To suppress it is." She paused, choosing her words. "Well, some would consider it a form of abuse." The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. Harry had never considered his treatment at the Dursleys as abuse, it was simply life as he knew it. But now, learning that someone had deliberately suppressed a fundamental part of who he was. That felt like violation in a way he couldn't quite articulate. "What if there's something wrong with my magic when the bindings come off?" he asked quietly. "What if I can't control it?" "That's precisely why we're going to St. Mungo's," Madam Bones assured him. "The healers specialize in childhood magical development. They'll ensure the bindings are removed safely and provide guidance on managing any surges you might experience." Harry nodded, not entirely reassured but grateful for the explanation. He finished his breakfast as Madam Bones outlined the rest of their day, the hospital visit, then Gringotts, then potentially the ministry if time permitted. "What about the Dursleys?" Harry asked suddenly. "Do they know where I am?" Something flashed in Madam Bones' eyes, a controlled anger that made Harry glad it wasn't directed at him. "I sent ministry officials to inform them of the change in your guardianship status. According to the report, they were not particularly distressed by your absence. Harry nodded, unsurprised. They never wanted me anyway. Their loss, Susan declared with unexpected fierceness. You seem brilliant to me. Harry blinked in surprise at the compliment, feeling a warm flush creep up his neck. No one had ever called him brilliant before. Right then, Madame Bones said, checking her watch. We should prepare to leave for St. Mungo's. Susan, you'll be staying with Mrs. Folly today as planned. But Auntie, Susan protested, I want to come with you and Harry. This affects me too. I understand your interest, dear, but today's matters are sensitive. Once the initial investigations are complete, I promise you'll be fully involved in any discussions regarding your own accounts. Susan looked ready to argue further but relented with a sigh. Fine. But I want to know everything when you get back. Of course, Madame Bones agreed before turning to Harry. Shall we? St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was unlike any medical facility Harry had ever imagined. Concealed behind the facade of a seemingly abandoned department store in central London, the hospital revealed itself only after Madame Bones spoke to a mannequin in the window. They stepped through the glass as if it were nothing more than mist, emerging into a bustling reception area filled with witches and wizards suffering from the most extraordinary ailments. A man with what appeared to be a kettle stuck to his hand whistled steam from his ears as he waited impatiently at the reception desk. Nearby, a witch whose skin had turned a vivid blue chatted amiably with another whose hair was growing at an alarming rate, now pooling on the floor around her feet. This way, Madame Bones directed, guiding Harry past the general waiting area to an elevator. We're heading to the Children's Magical Development Ward on the 4th floor. The elevator ascended with a series of lurches and dings, each floor announcement detailing increasingly unusual medical departments. When they reached the 4th floor, they were greeted by a cheerful witch in lime green robes with the St. Mungo's emblem, a wand crossed with a bone, on her chest. Madame Bones. Right on time. And this must be young Mr. Potter. The healer smiled warmly at Harry. I'm healer Miriam Strout. I'll be overseeing the removal of your magical bindings today. She led them down a corridor decorated with animated murals of magical creatures that gamboled across the walls. Despite the friendly atmosphere, Harry felt his anxiety mounting with each step. Here we are, Healer Strout announced, ushering them into a comfortable room that looked more like a playroom than a medical facility. I find children respond better to the procedure in relaxed environments. As Harry settled nervously onto a cushioned examination table, the healer drew her wand and began performing a series of diagnostic spells, murmuring incantations under her breath. Colorful patterns of light appeared in the air around Harry, forming complex symbols and configurations that meant nothing to him but caused Healer Strout's expression to grow increasingly troubled. Well, she said finally, lowering her wand, I've identified the binding spells, and I must say, they're extraordinarily complex. Multiple layers, interwoven with monitoring charms and what appear to be emotional dampeners. Emotional dampeners? Madame Bones repeated sharply. Those are regulated substances, used only in cases of extreme magical psychosis. Healer Strout nodded grimly. Yes, and they're certainly not approved for use on children under any circumstances. They're designed to prevent emotional extremes from triggering magical outbursts, but in a developing child. She shook her head. They can lead to significant psychological and magical developmental issues. Harry's hands clenched in his lap. Is that why I never get too angry or too happy? Why everything feels muted sometimes? The healer gave him a compassionate look. Very likely, Mr. Potter. Children's magic is naturally responsive to their emotions. These dampeners have been suppressing both. Can you remove them? Madame Bones asked. Yes, but carefully. The bindings are interconnected, removing them all at once could cause a dangerous magical backlash. Healer Strout turned to Harry. I'll need to dismantle them layer by layer, which means you'll need to return for several sessions over the next few weeks. What about today? Harry asked. Can you start removing them now? I can remove the emotional dampeners today, they're the most immediately harmful to your development. The core magic bindings will require more time. Harry nodded resolutely. Let's do it then. Healer Strout smiled at his determination. Excellent. I'll need you to lie back and try to relax. You may feel some unusual sensations, tingling, warmth, perhaps even see some lights or colors. That's perfectly normal. The important thing is to remain calm and let your magic adjust naturally. Harry lay back on the examination table, trying to steady his breathing. Madame Bones moved to stand beside him, a reassuring presence as Healer Strout raised her wand and began a complex series of movements, her incantations flowing in a melodic stream of Latin phrases. At first, Harry felt nothing unusual. Then, gradually, a warmth began to spread through his body, starting in his chest and radiating outward. It wasn't uncomfortable, exactly, but strange, as if something frozen inside him was slowly thawing. Colorful lights appeared in his field of vision, swirling patterns that reminded him of the northern lights he'd once seen in a documentary at school. The warmth intensified, becoming almost unbearably hot for a moment before suddenly dispersing with what felt like a soft mental pop. And then the emotions came. It was as if someone had suddenly turned up the volume on feelings he hadn't even realized were muted. Anger flared at the thought of Dumbledore's manipulations, sharp and bright as a newly forged blade. Joy bubbled up at the realization he was free of the Dursleys, at least temporarily. Fear, excitement, wonder, each emotion washed through him with startling intensity. Objects around the room began to vibrate slightly. A glass of water on a nearby table rippled, small waves forming on its surface. The animated creatures in the room's mural froze, then began moving in strange, synchronized patterns. "Easy, Mr. Potter," Healer Strout murmured, her wand still moving in careful patterns. "What you're experiencing is normal. Your emotions are connecting with your magic for perhaps the first time without artificial constraints. Try to breathe through it." Harry nodded, focusing on his breath as the kaleidoscope of emotions continued to swirl through him. Gradually, the intensity began to subside, not disappearing but settling into something more manageable, like a river finding its proper channel after a flood. When Healer Strout finally lowered her wand, Harry felt simultaneously exhausted and more awake than he'd ever been in his life. Colors seemed sharper, sounds clearer, as if a fog he hadn't known existed had been lifted from his senses. "How do you feel?" Madame Bones asked, studying him with concern. "Different," Harry replied after a moment's consideration. "Like I've been wearing gloves my whole life and just took them off." He flexed his fingers experimentally. "Everything feels more real." Healer Strout nodded approvingly. "An excellent description, Mr. Potter. Your magic is now responding more naturally to your emotional state. You may experience some accidental magic in the coming days as your system adjusts, but that's perfectly normal and healthy for a child your age." "What about the other bindings?" Madame Bones inquired. "The ones on his core magic? We'll address those in subsequent sessions," the healer explained. "For now, I want Mr. Potter to adjust to experiencing his emotions properly. It's a significant change, especially for someone who's had dampeners in place for most of his life." Harry sat up slowly, testing how his body felt. There was an energy humming beneath his skin, not uncomfortable but definitely noticeable, like the anticipation before a thunderstorm. "I'm scheduling your next appointment for 3 days from now," Healer Strout continued, making notes in a chart. "In the meantime, I'd recommend activities that help you become aware of the connection between your emotions and your magic, simple meditation exercises, perhaps some basic wandless focus techniques." "Wandless?" Harry repeated curiously. "Yes. Children your age often display unintentional wandless magic in emotional moments, making objects move or change color, for instance. Learning to deliberately focus those impulses can help prevent accidental outbursts." As they left St. Mungo's, Harry found himself hyper-aware of his surroundings, the patterns of sunlight through leaves, the varied cadences of passing conversations, the subtle magical currents he could now somehow sense in the air around him. It was overwhelming and exhilarating all at once. "Are you all right?" Madame Bones asked as they walked toward the public flow station that would take them to the Leaky Cauldron, and from there to Gringotts. "You seem rather intent." "Just, noticing things," Harry explained inadequately. "Everything seems more, there." Madame Bones nodded in understanding. "The emotional dampeners likely affected more than just your feelings. Magical perception is tied to our emotional centers, it's why strong emotions can trigger accidental magic in children." Harry considered this as they made their way through London's crowded streets. "Madame Bones," he said suddenly, "why would Dumbledore want to limit my magic and my emotions? What was he afraid of?" The witch slowed her pace, considering her answer carefully. "I'm not certain, Harry. It could be as he claimed, concern about your magical stability after surviving the killing curse. Or perhaps..." She hesitated. "Perhaps he feared what you might become if allowed to develop naturally." "What I might become?" "You mean, powerful?" "Precisely. Power, especially in our world, rarely goes unchallenged. A magically gifted child who survived what no one else ever had, who might one day question why he was placed with abusive relatives, who might discover financial irregularities." She left the implication hanging. "He wanted to control me," Harry concluded, the realization settling with a cold certainty. "Keep me weak and compliant." "That is one possibility," Madame Bones acknowledged. "One I find increasingly likely as we uncover more of his actions. But remember, Harry, intentions are difficult to prove. Dumbledore has always been skilled at presenting his machinations as necessary sacrifices for the greater good." The phrase, "greater good," triggered something in Harry's memory. Dumbledore had used it yesterday to justify taking money from Harry's vault. "The greater good," Harry repeated thoughtfully. "Whose good, though?" "Not mine. Not Neville's or the other children's." "An excellent question," Madame Bones replied approvingly. "One I suggest you keep firmly in mind during our meeting at Gringotts." Gringotts was even more impressive in the full light of day than it had been during Harry's first visit. The towering white marble facade gleamed in the sunlight, the burnished bronze doors guarded by goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms who nodded respectfully to Madame Bones as they passed. Inside, they were immediately greeted by Gornik, who led them past the main hall with its long counter of working goblins to a different corridor than the one Harry had visited previously. "Director Ragnarok awaits you in the high audit chamber," Gornik informed them. "The Longbottom heir has already arrived." The high audit chamber proved to be a circular room with a domed ceiling enchanted to display the Gringotts coat of arms, a stylized G, surrounded by stars that shifted and rearranged themselves in complex patterns. A large round table of polished obsidian dominated the center of the room, its surface inscribed with runes that occasionally glimmered with golden light. Two people were already seated at the table, an imposing elderly witch wearing a stuffed vulture on her hat, and a round-faced boy who appeared to be about Harry's age, looking distinctly uncomfortable in formal robes. Madame Longbottom, Amelia Bones greeted the older witch. "Thank you for agreeing to this meeting." "Humph. Given what your preliminary report suggested, I could hardly refuse," Augusta Longbottom replied briskly. Her sharp eyes fixed on Harry with undisguised interest. "So this is the Potter boy?" "Yes, I see the resemblance to James." "Has Lily's eyes, though." "You knew my parents?" Harry asked eagerly. "Of course, child. Your father and my son Frank were colleagues in the Aura department. And the four of them, your parents and Frank and Alice, were all members of Dumbledore's order." Her mouth twisted slightly on the word Dumbledore, as if it now tasted bitter. "Never thought I'd see the day when Albus would be accused of financial impropriety. Though I always said giving one man so many positions of power was asking for trouble." Neville Longbottom, who had been studying Harry with shy curiosity, finally spoke up. "Hello. I'm Neville." "I'm Harry. Nice to meet you," The two boys regarded each other with the wary interest of children who share unusual circumstances. Before they could speak further, the chamber doors opened again to admit Ragnar and several other goblins bearing stacks of ledgers and scrolls. "Thank you all for coming," Ragnar began without preamble once everyone was seated. "Our audit has continued through the night, and the findings are even more concerning than initially believed." The goblin snapped his fingers, and one of the scrolls unrolled itself on the table, revealing complex diagrams and flowing script. "The unauthorized withdrawals extend beyond the accounts we initially identified," he explained. "In total, we have documented financial irregularities affecting 27 underage heirs, with total misappropriation exceeding 50 million galleons over a period of 6 years. Augusta Longbottom's hand tightened on the handle of her handbag. "And from Neville's account specifically?" Ragnar consulted one of the ledgers. "Approximately 3.2 million galleons from the Longbottom family vaults since November 1981. Outrageous!" Madame Longbottom exclaimed, color rising in her pale cheeks. "And where has this money gone?" "That," said Ragnar, "is where our findings become most troubling. The funds were diverted through a series of proxy accounts before ultimately funding 3 main endeavors: operational expenses for the Order of the Phoenix, which apparently continued its activities well after the fall of the Dark Lord, political donations to various Wizengamot members aligned with Dumbledore's policy interests, and a secret research facility in an unplottable location, purpose unknown." Harry frowned. "So he wasn't just stealing from us, he was using our money to bribe politicians?" "Bribe is perhaps too crude a term," Madame Bones interjected. "But campaign contributions and discretionary research grants certainly seem to have flowed freely to Dumbledore's allies." "And has young Neville been checked for magical bindings?" Madame Bones asked, glancing at the boy who was listening with a troubled expression. "Not yet," Augusta admitted reluctantly. "I found the suggestion difficult to credit." "I would strongly advise it," Madame Longbottom, Ragnar suggested. "Our audit has revealed a pattern. Every heir whose accounts showed significant withdrawals also appears to have had some form of magical suppression placed upon them." Augusta's expression hardened. "Are you suggesting that Dumbledore deliberately suppressed my grandson's magic? The boy who has struggled for years to show any magical ability at all?" Harry glanced at Neville, who was staring at his hands, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I had bindings," Harry said quietly. "I just had some removed this morning at St. Mungo's. They made everything feel muted. Like I couldn't feel things properly or do magic properly." Neville looked up, surprise and hope flashing across his face. "Really? You're not just saying that to make me feel better?" "Really," Harry confirmed. "The healer said they were emotional dampeners and magic bindings. She took off the emotional ones today, and everything feels more. Colors, sounds, feelings, everything." Augusta Longbottom studied Harry intently before turning to her grandson. "Neville, have you ever felt as though your magic was there but somehow, blocked? As though you could almost reach it but not quite?" Neville nodded hesitantly. "Sometimes. Especially when I'm in the greenhouses. The plants, they almost seem to respond to me, but then it's like hitting a wall." The elderly witch's expression softened marginally. "Perhaps we have been too quick to accept your apparent magical limitations. We shall visit St. Mungo's directly after this meeting." Ragnar cleared his throat. "If I may continue with the audit findings. There is another matter of significant concern." All eyes returned to the Goblin Director. "Our investigation has revealed that certain parties at the Ministry are already attempting to suppress this matter. Just this morning, the Department of Magical Inheritance received an urgent directive from the Minister's office to resolve any administrative irregularities discreetly and without public notification." Madame Bones' eyebrows rose sharply. "That's highly irregular. The DMLE should have jurisdiction over any potential financial crimes." "Indeed," Ragnar agreed. "Yet the directive specifically instructs that the matter be handled internally, without DMLE involvement. Fudge, Augusta Longbottom snorted derisively. Never met a scandal he didn't try to sweep under the rug. Especially if it involves anyone with political influence. Who signed the directive? Madam Bones asked, her tone professionally neutral but her eyes hard. Ragnock consulted the scroll again. Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge, acting with the minister's authority. Madam Bones' expression darkened. Umbridge. Of course. She's been Dumbledore's most vocal critic in the ministry for years, yet somehow always manages to align with his policy positions in final votes. I've often wondered about their true relationship. Harry, who had been following this exchange with intense concentration, spoke up. So even though we've caught Dumbledore stealing, some people at the ministry want to cover it up. Politics, Mr. Potter, Augusta Longbottom said dryly. The appearance of stability often matters more to those in power than actual justice. But we're not going to let them, right? Harry looked from Madam Bones to Ragnock, determination clear in his eyes. Gringotts, Ragnock stated firmly, does not answer to the ministry in matters of account security and client protection. We will continue our audit regardless of any suggestions to the contrary. And the DMLE, added Madam Bones, has independent investigative authority. However, we must proceed carefully. If Umbridge is involved, she'll use any procedural misstep as reason to invalidate our findings. What can we do? Neville asked unexpectedly, his voice quiet but steady. It was the first time he had voluntarily entered the conversation. I mean, we're just kids, but it's our money they took. Harry nodded in agreement, feeling an immediate kinship with the other boy. There must be something we can do to help. The adults exchanged glances, seemingly reassessing the two young heirs before them. Actually, Ragnock said thoughtfully, there is a rather ancient provision in goblin banking law that might be applicable here. The right of heirs inquiry. I'm not familiar with that provision, Madam Bones admitted. Ragnock's expression was one of grim satisfaction. Few wizards are. It dates back to the Treaty of 1612 and is rarely invoked. Essentially, it allows an heir to personally investigate misuse of family assets, with full goblin support and certain protections against external interference. Including ministry interference? Augusta Longbottom asked shrewdly. Indeed. The treaty predates the establishment of the Ministry of Magic itself and grants certain sovereign rights to both goblins and affected heirs that cannot be abrogated by later legislation. Harry and Neville exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. We want to invoke it, Harry declared firmly. Don't we, Neville? After a moment's hesitation, Neville nodded. Yes. I want to know what happened to my parents' money. And why someone would want to bind my magic. Augusta looked at her grandson with something like surprise, perhaps noticing for the first time a hint of the determination that had characterized his parents. The process requires blood verification, Ragnock warned. And once invoked, the inquiry cannot be halted until it reaches a formal conclusion, even by the heirs themselves. Blood? Neville asked nervously. Just a drop, Harry assured him, remembering his own experience from the previous day. It doesn't even hurt. They have a special bowl that heals you right after. Madam Bones held up a hand. Before we proceed with something so irrevocable, I think the boys should fully understand what they're undertaking. Ragnock, what exactly would this right of inquiry entail? The goblin steepled his long fingers. The heirs would be granted access to all records relating to their family accounts, including transaction histories, authorization documents, and destination information for all transfers. Gringotts would provide escort and investigative support, including our own cursebreakers to examine any magical concealments. Most importantly, the inquiry would be protected from external interference. No ministry official, regardless of rank, could lawfully obstruct their investigation. And the boys themselves? Would they be required to participate directly? Augusta asked, concern evident in her voice. Their presence would be necessary at certain key junctures, yes. The magic of the treaty requires the heir's direct involvement. Harry sat up straighter. I want to do it. I want to know everything, where the money went, what it was used for, and why Dumbledore tried to make me less magical. Neville looked less certain, glancing anxiously at his grandmother before speaking. If I might have bindings on my magic like Harry did, and if someone took money that was supposed to be mine, then I want to know too. Augusta Longbottom studied her grandson for a long moment before nodding once, decisively. Very well. The House of Longbottom stands with the House of Potter in this inquiry. Ragnarok nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. We shall prepare the ritual immediately. In the meantime, I suggest the heirs review these preliminary findings. He pushed two identical folders across the table to Harry and Neville. These contain summaries of what we've discovered thus far regarding your specific accounts. As the adults discussed procedural details, Harry opened his folder and began reading, Neville doing the same beside him. The documents were complex, filled with financial terminology Harry didn't fully understand, but certain patterns were clear enough. Regular withdrawals, steadily increasing in size. Money flowing through a series of intermediary accounts before disappearing into untraceable expenditures. Occasional direct transfers to accounts held by members of the Wisengamot who had consistently supported Dumbledore's educational policies. But what caught Harry's attention most was a notation about a particular large withdrawal that had occurred on Halloween night, 1981, the very night his parents had been killed. Neville, he whispered, pointing to the entry. Look at this. Dumbledore took a huge amount from my vault the same night Voldemort attacked my parents. Neville flinched slightly at the name but leaned over to examine the document. That's strange. There's a similar withdrawal from my vault on the same date. But that's not when, my parents were attacked. Harry frowned, mentally filing away the question about what exactly had happened to Neville's parents. So Dumbledore knew he had to move quickly after Voldemort's attack. But why? What was so urgent that he needed that much money immediately? Before Neville could respond, Madame Bones called their attention back to the main discussion. Boys, Ragnarok is ready to explain the ritual for invoking the right of inquiry. The Goblin director had cleared the table of documents, replacing them with a shallow stone basin similar to the one Harry had seen during his identity verification, but larger and inscribed with more elaborate runes. This is the Bowl of Covenant, Ragnarok explained solemnly. It dates from the signing of the 1612 treaty and contains magic recognized by both Goblin and Wizard law. To invoke the right of inquiry, each heir must contribute 3 drops of blood while stating their full name and intent. From within his robes, Ragnarok produced an ornate silver dagger with a blade that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The ritual words are simple but must be spoken with clear intent, he continued. After I ask, who seeks the ancient right, you will respond, I, your full name, heir of the house of, family name, invoke the right of inquiry into the disposition of my inheritance. Harry and Neville nodded their understanding, exchanging determined glances. Who shall go first? Ragnarok asked. I will, Harry volunteered, stepping forward to stand before the bowl. The chamber seemed to grow quieter, the air thickening with anticipatory magic. Ragnarok held out the silver dagger, handle first, and Harry accepted it with steady hands. Who seeks the ancient right? Ragnarok intoned, his voice deepening with formal power. Harry drew the blade across his palm, feeling only the slightest sting as 3 drops of his blood fell into the bowl. I, Harry James Potter, heir of the House of Potter, invoke the right of inquiry into the disposition of my inheritance. The moment the 3rd drop hit the surface of the bowl, it began to glow with a deep red light that gradually shifted to gold. The runes around its rim illuminated one by one, as if some ancient power were awakening. Ragnarok nodded in approval before turning to Neville. Step forward, heir of Longbottom. Neville approached the bowl, his nervousness evident but his determination just as clear. He accepted the dagger, which Harry noted had somehow cleaned itself, the blade now gleaming pristine in the chamber's light. Who seeks the ancient right? Ragnarok repeated. Neville's hand trembled slightly as he made a small cut on his palm. I, Neville Frank Longbottom, heir of the House of Longbottom, invoke the right of inquiry into the disposition of my inheritance. As Neville's blood joined Harry's in the bowl, the golden light intensified, shooting upward in a column that reached the domed ceiling before spreading outward like a canopy of light. Runes and symbols swirled within the light, rearranging themselves into patterns that seemed just on the edge of comprehensibility. Harry felt a strange sensation, a warm pulsing that seemed to originate somewhere in his chest and extend outward, connecting him somehow to both the bowl and, unexpectedly, to Neville. Glancing at the other boy, he could see by Neville's wide-eyed expression that he felt it too. "The Covenant accepts your claim," Ragnarok declared formally. "By blood and by magic, the right of inquiry is granted to the heirs of Potter and Longbottom. Let all who would obstruct their search for truth be warned, the ancient powers of this covenant shall not be denied." The golden light pulsed once more before gradually fading, though the runes on the bowl continued to glow softly. Harry noticed that the cut on his palm had healed completely, leaving only a faint golden mark that slowly faded from view. "It is done," Ragnarok announced. "The inquiry is now active and protected by the treaty magic. No force, magical or mundane, may lawfully interfere with your investigation." "What happens next?" Harry asked, still feeling a residual warmth from the ritual. "The magic of the Covenant will begin uncovering concealed connections related to your inheritances," Ragnarok explained. "Documents that were hidden will reveal themselves. Magical concealments will weaken. Most importantly, those who handled your assets will find themselves unable to refuse truthful answers to your direct questions about those assets." "Like Veritaserum?" Madame Bones asked, sounding professionally intrigued. "Similar in effect, though more specific in scope," Ragnarok confirmed. "The compulsion applies only to questions directly related to the heir's inheritances and affects only those who personally handled the assets in question." "Dumbledore," Harry said immediately. "It would affect him?" "Most certainly," Ragnarok confirmed with evident satisfaction. "As the primary signatory on most of the unauthorized withdrawals, he would be most strongly affected by the Covenant magic." Augusta Longbottom sniffed. "I'd like to see Albus try to twinkle his way out of direct questions under this kind of magical compulsion." "We should proceed cautiously, nonetheless," Madame Bones warned. "Dumbledore is not without resources. While he cannot directly interfere with the inquiry, he may attempt to mitigate its effects or control the narrative in other ways." "And Umbridge?" Harry asked, remembering the ministry official mentioned earlier. "Can she stop us?" "Not legally," Ragnarok assured him. "The Covenant predates and supersedes ministry authority. However, that doesn't mean she won't try through other means." "Like what?" Neville asked nervously. "Bureaucratic obstruction. Public relations manipulation. Perhaps even attempts to discredit the inquiry or those conducting it," Madame Bones suggested grimly. "Dolores Umbridge is not known for her subtlety, but she is remarkably persistent when protecting what she perceives as the Ministry's interests." Harry considered this. "So we need to be careful, but we can still investigate. And people like Dumbledore and this Umbridge person can't stop us or lie to us about what they did with our money." "Precisely," Ragnarok agreed. "Now, I suggest we begin by examining the physical evidence we've already gathered. Gornick has prepared a secure workroom where we can review the transaction records in detail." As they followed Ragnarok from the chamber, Harry found himself walking beside Neville, who still seemed somewhat dazed by the ritual. "Are you all right?" Harry asked quietly. Neville nodded. "Just, overwhelmed. Yesterday I thought I was nearly a squib. Today I might have magical bindings, my inheritance has been stolen, and I've just participated in an ancient goblin ritual." He gave a shaky laugh. "Gran never lets me do anything interesting, and now this." Harry smiled, feeling an immediate kinship with the other boy. "I know what you mean. 2 days ago I was living in a cupboard under the stairs, and now I'm investigating magical financial fraud." "A cupboard?" Neville repeated, horrified. You lived in a cupboard. My aunt and uncle aren't fond of magic, Harry explained briefly. Or me, for that matter. Neville shook his head in disbelief. That's awful. I thought having Gran constantly compare me to my dad was bad. Their conversation was cut short as they entered a large workroom where several goblins were already sorting through stacks of documents. A massive chalkboard covered one wall, with what appeared to be a complex financial diagram taking shape upon it. Another wall held a large map of Britain with glowing points of light in various locations. This will be our base of operations, Ragnarok explained. The map shows all properties purchased or leased using funds from the affected accounts. The diagram tracks the flow of assets through various intermediaries. Harry approached the map, studying it with intense curiosity. What's this large cluster of lights in Scotland? Hogwarts and its environs, Gornick explained, joining them at the map. Significant funds were diverted to school-related expenses, though not through official channels. And this one? Neville asked, pointing to an isolated light in what appeared to be rural Wales. That, said Ragnarok, is particularly interesting. It's an unplottable location that shouldn't appear on any map, yet the Covenant magic has revealed it. Approximately 30% of the diverted funds eventually made their way to this facility. What's there? Harry asked. We don't yet know, Ragnarok admitted. But given the amount of funding and the efforts to conceal it, it must be significant to Dumbledore's plans. Madame Bones studied the map thoughtfully. This appears to be near the old Flamel property. Nicholas Flamel was an alchemist who worked with Dumbledore in the past. Flamel? Augusta Longbottom repeated sharply. The creator of the Philosopher's Stone. I thought he lived in Devon. His primary residence is in Devon, Madame Bones confirmed. But he maintained a research facility in Wales for experiments too dangerous to conduct near populated areas. Harry, who was still adjusting to the flood of new information about the wizarding world, raised his hand tentatively. What's a Philosopher's Stone? A legendary alchemical creation, Ragnarok explained, seeming slightly surprised that Harry didn't know. It can transform base metals into gold and produce the elixir of life, which grants extended longevity to the drinker. Nicholas Flamel is the only known wizard to have successfully created one. Harry's eyes widened. So this stone can make gold and make people live longer. And Dumbledore might be using our money to, what? Make one of these stones. Flamel already has a stone, Augusta pointed out. He's over 600 years old because of it. Why would Dumbledore need to create another? Perhaps he doesn't trust Flamel to share, Madame Bones suggested. Or perhaps their research involves some other application of the stone's properties. Neville, who had been studying the financial diagram on the chalkboard, spoke up unexpectedly. These dates don't make sense. Look, the biggest withdrawals happened right after you-know-who disappeared, then steadily through 1985, then spiked again last year. Why the pattern? The adults turned to the chalkboard with renewed interest. An excellent observation, Mr. Longbottom, Ragnarok commended, causing Neville to flush with unaccustomed praise. The timing does suggest specific project phases rather than continuous operations. Research milestones, perhaps, Madame Bones suggested. Initial setup after Voldemort's fall, ongoing operations, and then a major breakthrough or expansion last year. Harry's mind was racing, trying to connect the scattered pieces of information. So Dumbledore's been using our money to fund some secret research project related to the Philosopher's Stone or something similar. But why steal from orphans? Why not just, I don't know, raise the money properly? Accountability, Augusta Longbottom said bluntly. Proper fundraising requires disclosure of how the money will be used. Stealing from orphans' vaults that no one was monitoring allowed him to operate without oversight. There's more to it than that, Madame Bones added thoughtfully. The pattern of affected accounts is telling. Every child whose inheritance was tapped had lost parents who were members of the Order of the Phoenix or who fought directly against Voldemort. So it's personal somehow, Harry concluded. Connected to the war against Voldemort. And potentially to his expected return, Madame Bones added quietly. Dumbledore has maintained for years that Voldemort was not truly defeated, merely disembodied and weakened. Harry unconsciously touched his scar, remembering Dumbledore's words from the previous day about preparing for challenges that still lie ahead. He thinks Voldemort is coming back, Harry said slowly. And he's been using our money to prepare for that. At our expense, Neville added with unexpected bitterness. Without asking. Without telling anyone. The Covenant will compel him to explain his actions when questioned directly by the heirs, Ragnarok reminded them. But first, I suggest we gather more concrete evidence about where the money went and how it was used. Harry nodded decisively. I want to see that place in Wales. The research facility. That would be extremely dangerous, Augusta Longbottom objected immediately. If Dumbledore has gone to such lengths to keep this facility secret, it's likely well protected. Which is why, Ragnarok countered smoothly, any expedition would include Gringotts' finest cursebreakers. The Covenant grants us authority to investigate any property purchased with the heir's assets. Even so, Madame Bones interjected, I cannot in good conscience allow 2 7-year-old boys to venture into potentially dangerous magical territory. Harry and Neville exchanged frustrated glances, recognizing the logic of the adults' concerns but eager to be actively involved in the investigation. What if, Harry suggested carefully, we start with something safer? Like interviewing people who received some of the money? The map shows most of it stayed in Britain, right? Ragnarok considered this suggestion. There are several individuals in Diagon Alley who received regular payments from the diverted funds. Questioning them would be relatively low risk and could provide valuable insights. Madame Bones still looked hesitant. Even Diagon Alley has its risks, particularly if word of this investigation reaches Dumbledore's allies. The boys will need to participate directly at some point, Augusta pointed out pragmatically. The magic of the Covenant requires it. Better a controlled excursion with proper security than waiting until circumstances force their involvement. After further discussion, a compromise was reached. Harry and Neville would accompany Gornick and a team of Goblin security to question several Diagon Alley merchants who had received suspicious payments, while Madame Bones and Augusta Longbottom would use their respective positions to begin formal inquiries at the Ministry about the directive to suppress the investigation. We'll reconvene here in 3 hours, Ragnarok decided. Gornick will ensure the heirs' safety and assist with questioning. The Covenant magic will flow through the heirs themselves, compelling truthful answers when they directly inquire about their assets. As they prepared to leave the workroom, Harry noticed Neville seemed both nervous and excited about their impending investigation. Have you been to Diagon Alley much? Harry asked conversationally. Neville shook his head. Only a few times with Gran. She doesn't like crowds. What about you? Just yesterday, when I first came to Gringotts, Harry admitted. It's all new to me. I didn't even know I was a wizard until Gornick showed up at my aunt and uncle's house. Neville's eyes widened in disbelief. You didn't know. But you're Harry Potter. Everyone knows who you are. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. Not me. The Dursleys told me my parents died in a car crash. I didn't know anything about magic or Voldemort or being famous until yesterday. Neville stared at him for a long moment before saying quietly, that's messed up. Really messed up. Yeah, Harry agreed simply. It is. Their shared understanding of injustice created a bond between them that transcended their short acquaintance. As they followed Gornick toward the bank's main entrance, both boys stood a little straighter, united in their determination to uncover the truth. Diagon Alley bustled with midday activity as Harry, Neville, Gornick, and 2 goblin guards who introduced themselves as Axeclaw and Ripjaw emerged from Gringotts. Shoppers moved from store to store, merchants called out their wares, and overhead, owls swooped between buildings delivering packages and messages. We'll begin with obscurest books, Gornick decided, consulting a small notepad. According to our records, they received monthly payments of 500 galleons for special acquisitions authorized by Dumbledore but funded from the pooled accounts. As they made their way through the crowded alley, Harry noticed several witches and wizards doing double takes as he passed. Some pointed, others whispered behind their hands. His scar, usually hidden beneath his unruly hair, felt suddenly conspicuous. "Is it always like this for you?" Neville asked quietly, noticing Harry's discomfort. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "Yesterday was my first time in the wizarding world, and I was mostly inside Gringotts." "Stay close," Gornick instructed as the whispers increased. "The Covenant provides certain protections, but it's best not to take chances in public." Obscurus Books turned out to be a dimly lit shop with towering shelves containing some of the most unusual books Harry had ever seen. Some were bound in materials that didn't look like ordinary leather, others had locks on their covers, and a few appeared to be moving slightly on their own. The proprietor, a thin wizard with spectacles that magnified his eyes to owlish proportions, looked up as they entered, his expression changing from welcoming to wary at the sight of the goblin contingent. "Gornick," he acknowledged stiffly. "To what do I owe the pleasure of a Gringotts delegation?" "I assure you, my account is in good standing." "We're not here about your account, Mr. Obscurus," Gornick replied. "These young wizards wish to make inquiries regarding certain special acquisitions you've been handling." The bookseller's gaze shifted to Harry and Neville, widening further as he recognized Harry. "Merlin's beard. You're Harry Potter." "Yes, sir," Harry confirmed, stepping forward with more confidence than he felt. "We're conducting an inheritance inquiry under the Right of Heirs Covenant, and we have questions about payments you've received." The word seemed to have an immediate effect on the bookseller, whose face went slack with surprise before he replied, as if compelled, "The Covenant? But that hasn't been invoked in over a century." "Nevertheless," Gornick pressed, "it has been properly invoked today. Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom wish to know about the monthly payments of 500 galleons you've received for special acquisitions." Mr. Obscurus glanced nervously around his shop before gesturing toward a back room. "Perhaps we should speak privately." In the small office behind the shop, cluttered with invoices and rare book catalogs, the bookseller seemed to struggle internally before finally speaking. "The payments were for locating and acquiring certain rare texts," he admitted, his voice taking on the slightly distant quality of someone speaking under magical compulsion. "Albus Dumbledore provided a list of titles related to ancient soul magic, immortality rituals, and something called Horcruxes. Most were extremely rare or officially banned by the Ministry." "Soul magic?" Neville repeated uncertainly. "Is that dark arts?" "The darkest," Mr. Obscurus confirmed, looking increasingly uncomfortable. "The kind of texts that aren't even kept in the Hogwarts restricted section. Books the Ministry would destroy if they knew they existed." "And where did these books go after you acquired them?" Harry asked directly. "To a research facility in Wales," came the immediate response. "I was given a special port key for deliveries. The location is unplottable, I couldn't tell you where exactly even if I wanted to." "And who paid for these books?" Harry pressed, feeling the subtle warmth of the Covenant magic flowing through his question. "The invoices were processed through Hogwarts administrative accounts, but Dumbledore specifically told me the funding came from a special endowment for security research that he controlled independently of the school governors." Harry and Neville exchanged significant glances. This matched exactly what the Gringotts audit had uncovered, their stolen inheritance being disguised as legitimate educational expenses. "Did Dumbledore tell you why he needed these books?" Neville asked, finding his voice strengthened by Harry's example. The bookseller shook his head. "He only said they were vital to preventing a future catastrophe. Something about being prepared for the darkness that would inevitably return." Their questioning of Mr. Obscurus continued for another 15 minutes, yielding additional details about specific titles acquired and the timeline of purchases, which corresponded with the spikes in withdrawals from the orphans' accounts. As they prepared to leave, the bookseller seemed to shake off some of the magical compulsion, his expression changing to one of concern. "You should be careful, he warned quietly. Some of the other merchants Dumbledore involved in his project are less reputable than myself. Particularly Borgin, over in Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley is not on today's itinerary, Gornick stated firmly. Far too dangerous for the young heirs. Their next stop was Wiseacre's wizarding equipment, where they discovered that substantial sums had been spent on specialized astronomical instruments and rare materials including dragon's blood and phoenix tears, ingredients associated with the most advanced forms of alchemy. The pattern continued at Slug and Jigger's apothecary, where the nervous proprietor admitted to supplying rare and regulated potions ingredients for educational research that was actually funded by the misappropriated inheritance funds. At each establishment, the Covenant magic worked as Ragnarok had described, compelling truthful answers when Harry or Neville asked direct questions about how their inheritance had been used. The picture that emerged was increasingly troubling. Dumbledore had established an extensive research operation focused on immortality, soul magic, and alchemical transformations, all funded by money stolen from orphan children. I think we've gathered sufficient evidence for today, Gornick decided after they left the apothecary. We should return to Gringotts and share our findings with Director Ragnarok and your guardians. As they made their way back through the crowded alley, Harry became aware of a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The curious glances had become more focused, and several wizards appeared to be following their progress with unusual interest. Gornick, Harry said quietly, I think we're being watched. The goblin nodded almost imperceptibly. I've noticed. 3 wizards have been trailing us since we left Wiseacres. Ripjaw, alert positioning. The goblin guards moved closer to Harry and Neville, hands shifting to the hilts of short swords partially concealed beneath their uniforms. Keep walking normally, Gornick instructed the boys. Gringotts is just ahead. Once on goblin territory, we'll be safer. They had just passed quality Quidditch supplies when a tall wizard in ministry robes stepped directly into their path, flanked by 2 others in similar attire. Excuse me, the wizard said with artificial politeness, I'll need to speak with these children. Ministry business. Gornick stepped forward, placing himself between the ministry officials and the boys. These heirs are under Gringotts' protection, conducting a covenant-sanctioned inquiry. Ministry interference is prohibited under the Treaty of 1612. The lead wizard's smile tightened. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with any such prohibition. I have orders directly from Senior Under-Secretary Umbridge to escort Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom to the Ministry for their own protection. Your unfamiliarity with treaty law does not negate its validity, Gornick replied coldly. Step aside, or you will be in violation of agreements that predate your ministry's existence. The standoff was drawing attention. Shoppers slowed to watch, and some shop owners appeared in their doorways, sensing trouble. Now see here, Goblin, the ministry wizard began, his hand moving toward his wand. I have my orders, and I have mine, interrupted a new voice. A tall black wizard in the distinctive red robes of an Auror approached from behind the ministry officials. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Auror Office. What seems to be the problem here? The lead ministry official turned, clearly annoyed at the interruption. This is a Department of Magical Inheritance matter, Auror Shacklebolt. The DMLE has no jurisdiction. Interesting, Shacklebolt replied mildly. Because I have direct orders from Madame Bones to ensure the safety of Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom during their inheritance inquiry. Orders which, I might add, carry the full authority of the head of magical law enforcement. The ministry wizard's expression darkened. Under-Secretary Umbridge will hear about this interference. I'm certain she will, Shacklebolt agreed pleasantly. Just as I'm certain the appropriate paperwork for your intervention here today exists and has been properly filed. I'd be happy to review it. The ministry official glared but made no move to produce any documentation. After a tense moment, he gestured to his companions. This matter isn't concluded. We'll be watching. As the ministry officials retreated, Auror Shacklebolt turned to Gornick with a respectful nod. Madame Bones anticipated possible interference and dispatched me to provide additional security. Shall we proceed to Gringotts? With Shacklebolt accompanying them, they continued toward the bank without further incident, though Harry remained acutely aware of eyes following their progress, some merely curious, others distinctly hostile. "That was brilliant timing," Harry said to Shacklebolt as they climbed the steps to Gringotts. "How did you know we'd need help?" The Auror's expression remained professionally neutral, but his eyes crinkled slightly at the corners. "Let's just say Madame Bones is very good at anticipating Dolores Umbridge's moves. The Undersecretary is not known for her subtlety." Inside Gringotts, they found Madame Bones and Augusta Longbottom already waiting in the high audit chamber, engaged in intense discussion with Ragnarok. "Ah, Kingsley. I see you found them," Madame Bones noted with approval. "Any complications?" "Ministry officials attempted to intercept them outside Quality Quidditch Supplies," Shacklebolt reported crisply. "I intervened as instructed. They retreated but made it clear the matter wasn't settled." Madame Bones nodded grimly. "As expected. Umbridge is already moving to contain what she sees as a potential embarrassment to the Ministry. We've just come from a rather heated exchange with the Minister himself." Fudge was practically apoplectic when Amelia invoked treaty law, Augusta added with a certain grim satisfaction. "Kept sputtering about proper channels and internal reviews." "What did Umbridge want with us?" Neville asked nervously. "To silence you, most likely," Madame Bones replied bluntly. "Not permanently, of course, but to ensure this investigation remains tightly controlled and ultimately buried in bureaucracy." "But she can't stop us because of the Covenant, right?" Harry pressed. "Legally, no," Ragnarok confirmed. "But legal protections don't prevent other forms of interference. The Covenant ensures truthful answers to your direct questions about your inheritance, but it doesn't shield you from political maneuvering or public relations tactics." Harry considered this. "So they can't stop us from investigating, but they might try to make people not believe what we find." "Precisely," Madame Bones agreed. "Which is why documentation and multiple witnesses are essential. Now, tell us what you discovered in Diagon Alley." Harry and Neville took turns explaining what they had learned from the various merchants, with Gornick occasionally interjecting to add details the boys had missed. As they spoke, Ragnarok updated the financial diagram on the chalkboard, adding new connections and notations. "Soul magic and immortality research," Augusta Longbottom repeated when they had finished, her expression troubled. "Connected to Flamel's work but apparently diverging in some significant way. And all focused on Dumbledore's belief that the Dark Lord will return. It fits with what we uncovered at the Ministry," Madame Bones added. "According to financial records we were able to access, Dumbledore established a research foundation immediately after Voldemort's disappearance, the Phoenix Initiative for Magical Security. Its stated purpose was preparation for ongoing magical threats, but its actual activities were classified at the highest level. And funded with our money," Harry concluded bitterly. "Without asking. Without telling anyone why. The question remains," Ragnarok observed, "why these specific children? Why target the inheritances of Order members' orphans in particular?" A heavy silence fell over the chamber as everyone considered this question. It was Neville who finally spoke, his voice quiet but steady. "Because our parents fought against you-know-who directly. They sacrificed everything to oppose him." He glanced at Harry. "Especially Harry's parents. If you-know-who really is coming back someday, maybe Dumbledore thought using our money was, I don't know, appropriate somehow. Like we owed it to the cause." Harry felt a surge of anger at this suggestion, not at Neville but at the twisted logic it represented. That's horrible. Our parents already gave their lives. They left that money for us, not for Dumbledore to use however he wanted." "Indeed," Augusta agreed sharply. "The arrogance is staggering. To decide unilaterally that these children's inheritances should fund his personal crusade, without oversight or accountability. We need to speak with Dumbledore directly," Harry decided suddenly. "The Covenant will make him tell us the truth about what he's done and why." "A confrontation with Albus Dumbledore is inevitable," Ragnar agreed. But perhaps not advisable until we've gathered more evidence about his operations, particularly this research facility in Wales. I still maintain that investigating the facility directly is too dangerous for the boys, Madam Bones insisted. My Aurors cannot enter without violating the covenant, Ragnar interrupted smoothly. The investigation must be led by the heirs themselves, with Gringotts support as specified in the treaty. Then we find a compromise, Augusta suggested practically. Gringotts cursebreakers can map the facility's defenses and create a safe entry plan before the heirs are brought in for a controlled examination of the site. As the adults continued to debate the logistics of investigating the Welsh facility, Harry found his attention drawn to Neville, who had gone very quiet, his expression troubled. "Are you all right?" Harry asked softly. Neville shook his head slightly. "Just thinking about why Dumbledore would do all this. He's supposed to be the greatest wizard alive, the leader of the light. Everyone trusts him. Maybe that's why he could get away with it," Harry suggested. "No one questioned him because of who he was. But if he really believes you know who is coming back, and he's trying to prepare." Neville hesitated. What if he's right? What if all this was necessary somehow? Harry considered this possibility. The question had been lurking at the edges of his own thoughts: what if Dumbledore's actions, however wrong they seemed, were somehow justified by some greater threat? "Even if Voldemort is coming back," Harry said finally, "that doesn't make stealing right. Dumbledore could have asked for help, explained why it was needed. Instead, he just took what wasn't his and kept everyone in the dark." Neville nodded slowly. "You're right. And he bound our magic too. That can't have been necessary." "That's what I want to understand most," Harry agreed. "Why make us less magical? What was he afraid we might become?" The question lingered between them, unanswerable for now. But Harry was determined to find the truth, no matter how complicated or troubling it might be. Something told him that the answers lay in that hidden facility in Wales, the place where so much of their stolen inheritance had disappeared. And despite the adults' concerns, Harry knew with growing certainty that he and Neville would need to see it for themselves to truly understand what Dumbledore had done with their parents' legacy. That night, in the comfortable guest room at Bones Manor, Harry dreamed. He stood in a cottage he somehow knew was in Godric's Hollow, though he had never seen it before. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting warm light across a cozy living room where a dark-haired man who looked remarkably like an adult version of Harry sat reading a newspaper. Nearby, a beautiful woman with vibrant red hair and Harry's own green eyes was writing in a journal, occasionally glancing up to smile at the man. "James," she said suddenly, her voice clear and real in a way that made Harry's heart ache, "do you really think we can trust Peter with this? Sirius seems so sure, but I can't help worrying." The man, Harry's father, lowered his newspaper with a sigh. "I trust Sirius with my life, Lily. If he thinks switching to Peter will throw Voldemort off our trail, then I believe him. It's not that I don't trust Sirius," Lily Potter continued, setting aside her journal. "But something about this whole situation feels wrong. Dumbledore's insistence on the Fidelius charm, moving us here to Godric's Hollow, it's as if he knows something he's not telling us." "Dumbledore always knows things he's not telling us," James replied with a wry smile. "It's his way. But he's never steered us wrong before." Lily didn't look convinced. "Maybe. But I've been researching alternatives. Blood wards, ancient protections. If something happens to us, I want to make sure Harry is safe." James's expression softened as he looked at his wife. "Nothing's going to happen to us, Lils. We can't know that," she insisted. "This prophecy, whatever it says exactly. Voldemort believes it. He's hunting our son, James. I need to be prepared for every possibility." The scene shifted, and Harry found himself in what appeared to be a nursery. Lily Potter stood over a crib, her wand moving in complex patterns as she chanted in a language Harry didn't recognize. Tears streamed down her face, but her voice remained steady, her magic palpable even in the dream. Blood of my blood, she whispered, pressing her wand to her palm and then to the forehead of the sleeping baby in the crib, baby Harry. Should darkness find us, my love will be your shield. My sacrifice, your protection. My magic, your birthright. A soft golden glow surrounded the infant, sinking into his skin before fading from view. Lily slumped slightly, the ritual clearly having drained her, but her expression was one of fierce determination. He'll never touch you, she promised the sleeping child. And if he tries, my love will destroy him. The scene changed again. Now Harry stood in the same nursery, but the peaceful atmosphere had been shattered. James Potter lay unmoving at the foot of the stairs, visible through the open door. Lily stood before the crib, arms outstretched, facing a tall figure in a black cloak whose face remained in shadow. "Stand aside, you foolish girl," the figure hissed, his voice unnaturally high and cold. "You need not die." "Not Harry, please not Harry," Lily pleaded, though she made no move to step aside. "Take me, kill me instead, this is my last warning, not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy. Not Harry. Not Harry. Please, I'll do anything," the hooded figure raised a bone-white wand. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light filled the room, and Lily Potter crumpled to the floor. The hooded figure stepped over her body and approached the crib where baby Harry now stood, clutching the bars, green eyes wide with incomprehension. "So you are the one destined to destroy me," the cold voice mused. "Such a small thing to cause so much trouble. Avada Kedavra." Another flash of green light, but this time something extraordinary happened. As the killing curse struck baby Harry's forehead, a blinding golden light erupted from where Lily had touched her wand earlier. The green light of the killing curse rebounded, striking the hooded figure, whose scream of rage and disbelief filled the nursery. The hooded figure seemed to disintegrate, his body turning to ash while something dark and shadowy tore itself free and fled through the window. Baby Harry collapsed in his crib, a lightning-shaped cut bleeding on his forehead. Moments later, a new figure appeared in the doorway, Albus Dumbledore, looking younger than Harry had seen him but instantly recognizable. He surveyed the scene, his expression unreadable as he checked James and then Lily, confirming they were beyond help. When he approached the crib, his eyes widened at the sight of the still-breathing child. "Extraordinary," he murmured, examining the cut on baby Harry's forehead with intense interest. "Lily's protection, combined with the prophecy. You survived the unsurvivable, Harry Potter." Dumbledore drew his wand and began casting diagnostic spells over the infant. With each spell, his expression grew more troubled. "Such power," he whispered. "Raw, untamed, and marked by both Lily's sacrifice and Voldemort's curse. This cannot be left unchecked." He cast another spell, more complex than before, and Harry felt a strange pressure even through the dream, as if something were being contained, compressed, sealed away. "For the greater good," Dumbledore murmured as he worked. "Until you're ready. Until I can prepare you properly." The scene began to fade, but not before Harry witnessed Dumbledore opening a small pouch and removing several items from the ruined nursery, a wand that had fallen from Lily's hand, the journal she had been writing in earlier, and a small golden key that had hung on a chain around her neck. "These will be safer with me," Dumbledore said to himself. "Especially the key to the Potter vaults. Arrangements will need to be made." Harry woke with a gasp, his scar burning as if it had just been cut afresh. The dream had been so vivid, so real, not like a normal dream at all, but like a memory. He sat up in bed, pressing his hand to his forehead. The pain was already fading, but the images remained crystal clear in his mind. His parents, their last moments, Voldemort's attack, and Dumbledore. Dumbledore arriving afterward and binding Harry's magic before taking the key to the Potter vaults. It couldn't be coincidence that he was having this dream now, just as the inheritance audit had uncovered Dumbledore's financial scheme and the magical bindings. Somehow, the removal of the emotional dampeners had unlocked these memories, memories he shouldn't possibly have from when he was barely a year old. Unless they weren't just memories. Unless there were something more, something connected to whatever his mother had done to protect him that night. Harry slipped out of bed and padded to the window, looking out at the moonlit garden of Bones Manor. The dream felt important, vital, even, to understanding what had happened to him and why Dumbledore had made the choices he had. Tomorrow, Harry decided, he would tell Neville and the others about the dream. And then, regardless of the adults' concerns, he would find a way to see that research facility in Wales. Because somehow, he knew with absolute certainty that the answers he sought, about his parents, about Dumbledore's actions, about his own destiny, were waiting there to be discovered. In the moonlight, Harry made himself a promise, he would uncover the full truth, no matter the cost. He owed it to his parents. He owed it to Neville and the other children whose inheritances had been stolen. And he owed it to himself, the boy who lived in a cupboard for 6 years, never knowing who he really was or what had been taken from him. The wizard's shadow had loomed over his life long enough. It was time to step into the light. Chapter 3, The Hidden Allies. The next morning dawned clear and bright, but Harry had been awake for hours. The dream, memory of his parents' final moments had left him restless, his mind racing with questions. He had tried writing down every detail he could remember, filling several pages of parchment Madame Bones had provided for his use. A soft knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. "Harry? Are you awake?" Susan's voice called. "Come in," Harry replied, hastily gathering the scattered parchment. Susan entered, already dressed for the day in simple robes of deep blue. Her eyes widened at the sight of Harry's notes. "You've been busy. Couldn't sleep?" Harry hesitated. He hadn't planned on sharing his dream with Susan, but something in her expression, open, genuinely concerned, made him reconsider. "I had a dream about my parents," he admitted. "About the night they died." Susan's eyebrows rose. "A nightmare?" "No. More like, a memory. But I was only a baby when it happened. I shouldn't be able to remember it so clearly." Harry passed her one of the parchment sheets. "I wrote everything down." Susan scanned the page, her expression growing increasingly troubled. "Harry, this is incredible. And you say Dumbledore was there? Right after it happened?" Harry nodded. "He put some kind of spell on me. Said something about for the greater good and took things from our house, including the key to my family's vault." Susan handed the parchment back, her face solemn. "You need to tell Aunt Amelia. Right away." They found Madame Bones in her study, already dressed in her official ministry robes and reviewing documents over a cup of steaming tea. She looked up as they entered, her expression shifting from preoccupation to concern as she noted Harry's serious demeanor. "Something's happened," she said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded, passing her the notes he'd made. "I had a dream last night about my parents and Voldemort. And Dumbledore." As Madame Bones read, her eyebrows gradually climbed toward her hairline. When she finished, she set the parchment down deliberately and removed her monocle, polishing it slowly, a gesture Harry was beginning to recognize as a habit when she needed time to process troubling information. "Harry," she said finally, "these details are extraordinarily specific. Some match what little is known about that night, but others." She replaced her monocle. "Others have never been made public. The timing of Dumbledore's arrival, for instance. Or the specific protective magic your mother used. So you think it really was a memory?" Harry asked, both hopeful and disturbed by the possibility. "I think," Madame Bones said carefully, "that the removal of those emotional dampeners may have unlocked something, perhaps actual memories, perhaps something more complex. Magical children sometimes develop connections to significant events in their past, particularly traumatic ones." "But I was just a baby," Harry protested. "How could I remember specific conversations?" "The human mind is mysterious enough," Madame Bones replied. "The magical mind even more so. What's clear is that these images came to you for a reason, and their timing is unlikely to be coincidental. It's because of the inquiry, isn't it? Susan suggested. The covenant magic is helping Harry remember things that were hidden from him. Madame Bones looked at her niece with approval. A perceptive observation, Susan. The covenant is ancient magic designed to uncover truth related to inheritance. If Dumbledore began his financial scheme that very night, as these memories suggest, then the covenant might indeed be revealing related events. Harry's mind was racing. In the dream, my mother performed some kind of protective ritual before Voldemort arrived. She put her blood on my forehead and said something about her love being my shield, her sacrifice my protection. Blood magic, Madame Bones murmured. Old magic. Powerful. Dumbledore has claimed for years that your mother's sacrifice created a protection that allowed you to survive the killing curse, but he's never explained exactly how it worked. But that's not all, Harry insisted. After Voldemort was gone, Dumbledore came and did something to me, some spell that felt like it was, containing something inside me. And he took things from our house, including the key to the Potter vaults. Madame Bones's expression darkened. If accurate, that would explain how he gained access to your vaults so quickly. The goblins would have required either the physical key or formal magical verification of guardianship, which would have taken time to establish. He stole the key, Harry said flatly. Just like he stole my money. Just like he stole my magic. We should tell the goblins, Susan suggested. They might be able to use this information in their audit. Madame Bones nodded in agreement. Indeed. And I believe it's time we expanded our circle of allies. This investigation has grown beyond what any one of us can manage alone. What do you mean? Harry asked. I mean, she said, rising from her desk, that it's time to contact the other affected families. If Dumbledore has stolen from 27 children and potentially bound their magic as well, then we need to form a united front. There is strength in numbers, Harry, particularly in the wizarding world. Susan's eyes lit up. Are we having a meeting? Here. Yes, though arranging it discreetly will be challenging. Madame Bones paced slowly, thinking aloud. We'll need to contact families without alerting Dumbledore's allies or the ministry officials working to suppress this matter. We could use the inheritance inquiry as cover, Harry suggested. The covenant protects us from interference, right? So we could invite everyone to Gringotts for an official inheritance briefing or something. Madame Bones smiled approvingly. Excellent thinking, Harry. The goblins would almost certainly cooperate, given their commitment to the audit. And meeting on neutral ground has additional advantages. Who will come? Susan asked eagerly. Augusta and Neville Longbottom, certainly. Andromeda Tonks, who's been managing her orphan nephew's estate. Xenophilius Lovegood and his daughter Luna, her mother was an order member who died in a spell accident. Several others who may be more hesitant but have significant influence. Madame Bones began making notes on a fresh piece of parchment. We'll need to move quickly. Word of yesterday's confrontation in Diagon Alley will have reached Dumbledore by now. What about me? Susan asked. My parents were in the order, and our accounts were affected too. Yes, dear, you'll certainly participate, Madame Bones assured her. In fact, I think it's time you and Harry began some basic magical education. All the affected children should start training as soon as possible, especially if some of you have had your magic artificially suppressed. Harry straightened at this. You mean we can learn magic? Before Hogwarts? Controlled, supervised magic, yes. Nothing requiring wands, which are restricted until age 11, but there are many fundamental magical skills that don't require wands at all. Skills that build a strong foundation for later magical education. Susan was practically bouncing with excitement. Like meditation and visualization. And basic potions. Can we start today? Madame Bones smiled at her niece's enthusiasm. Let's arrange our meeting first. Then we'll discuss appropriate training. In the meantime, Harry, I'd like you to continue documenting any other dreams or unusual memories that surface. They could prove invaluable to our investigation. Gringotts proved more than willing to host what Ragnarok formally termed an Inheritance Coalition Assembly under the protection of the Covenant. The bank's largest meeting chamber was prepared for the gathering, its circular table expanded to accommodate up to 30 people. Goblin security was doubled, and special privacy wards were established to prevent eavesdropping or magical surveillance. By mid-afternoon, families began arriving in small groups, each escorted directly to the secure chamber to avoid notice in the main hall. Harry, seated between Neville and Susan near the head of the table, watched with growing anticipation as the chairs gradually filled. Augusta Longbottom arrived first, nodding approvingly at the security arrangements. She was followed by a striking witch with aristocratic features and brown hair streaked with grey, who introduced herself as Andromeda Tonks. With her was a teenage girl with spiky pink hair who immediately tripped over the threshold, caught herself with surprising grace, and grinned sheepishly at the assembled company. "Watcher," the girl greeted them cheerfully. "I'm Tonks. Just Tonks. None of that Nymphadora business." Her hair suddenly shifted from pink to purple, causing Harry to blink in surprise. "She's a metamorphmagus," Andromeda explained, noticing Harry's reaction. "A natural shapeshifter. Quite rare. And dead useful for sneaking out after curfew," Tonks added with a wink that earned her a stern look from her mother. More families arrived. Xenophilius Lovegood, a slightly distracted-looking wizard with flowing silver hair, accompanied by a dreamy-eyed girl about Harry's age who introduced herself as Luna and immediately asked if he'd ever seen a crumplehorn snorkack. Amos Diggory and his son Cedric, a handsome boy several years older than Harry, the Abbott family with their daughter Hannah, and others whose names and faces began to blur together in Harry's mind. When nearly all the seats were filled, Ragnarok entered with Gornik and several other goblins Harry didn't recognize. The room quieted immediately as Ragnarok took his place at the head of the table. "Honored clients," the goblin director began formally, "I welcome you to this unprecedented gathering. Each of you represents a family affected by the financial irregularities uncovered in our recent audit. Some of you have already been informed of the preliminary findings. Others are hearing of this for the first time." His sharp gaze swept the table. "What unites you is that each family here includes a child whose inheritance has been unlawfully accessed and whose magical development may have been tampered with." A murmur of shock and anger rippled through those who hadn't yet been briefed. Amos Diggory half rose from his seat, his face flushed. "Tampered with? What exactly are you suggesting, Director Ragnarok?" "I am suggesting," Ragnarok replied evenly, "that Albus Dumbledore has systematically diverted funds from the accounts of orphaned magical children to finance his own secret projects, and that in several confirmed cases, he has also placed magical bindings on those same children to suppress their natural abilities." The murmur became a cacophony of outraged voices. Parents demanded details, questioned the evidence, expressed disbelief that Dumbledore could be involved in such schemes. Through it all, Harry noticed the children themselves were mostly quiet, watching the adults with varying expressions of confusion, concern, and, in some cases, dawning comprehension, as if pieces of a puzzle were finally falling into place. "Order, please," Madame Bones called, rising from her seat. When the room had quieted, she continued, "The evidence is substantial and growing. Financial records don't lie, and the covenant magic invoked by heirs Potter and Longbottom has already revealed significant wrongdoing." "Potter?" several voices echoed, heads turning to locate Harry among the gathered children. Harry felt a sudden discomfort at being the center of attention, but he forced himself to sit straighter. "Yes," he confirmed, his young voice steady despite his nerves. "I discovered the discrepancies during my inheritance audit." Neville's accounts showed the same pattern. Xenophilius Lovegood leaned forward, his protuberant eyes fixed on Harry. "And the bindings? These magical suppressions?" "I had them," Harry said simply. "Emotional dampeners and core magic bindings. The healers at St. Mungo's have started removing them. They said they were illegal, that no one should use them on children. This revelation seemed to strike the gathered parents like a physical blow. Andromeda Tonks paled visibly. "Dora," she said to her daughter, "have you ever felt as though your magic wasn't responding properly? As if something were holding you back?" The pink-haired teenager frowned thoughtfully. "My metamorphmagus abilities were always fine, but regular spellcasting, yeah, sometimes it feels like pushing through molasses. McGonagall says I lack focus, but..." She shrugged, seemingly unconcerned, though her mother's expression had grown thunderous. "I think we all need to have our children examined for bindings," Augusta Longbottom declared firmly. "Neville will be seen at St. Mungo's tomorrow." Agreement spread around the table as parents exchanged troubled glances and children began whispering amongst themselves, comparing experiences with their magic. Ragnarok allowed the conversations to continue for a moment before raising a hand for silence. "The financial and magical aspects of this situation are deeply concerning. However, there is more you should know. The diverted funds, totaling over 50 million galleons, appear to have funded 3 primary endeavors: ongoing operations for the Order of the Phoenix, political donations to Dumbledore's allies, and a secret research facility in Wales focused on soul magic and immortality research." This revelation stunned even those who had seemed skeptical. Soul magic was widely regarded as dangerous territory, bordering on the darkest of arts. "What exactly is Dumbledore researching?" Andromeda Tonks asked sharply. "And why would he need to steal from children to fund it?" "That," said Madame Bones, "is what our investigation seeks to determine. The evidence suggests Dumbledore believes the Dark Lord will return and is preparing countermeasures. However, his methods, theft, illegal magical bindings, secrecy, raise profound concerns about his judgment and ethics." "I had a dream," Harry said suddenly, drawing all eyes back to him. "About the night my parents died. I saw Dumbledore come to our house afterward. He put some kind of binding spell on me and took things, including the key to my family's vault." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the children who had been whispering among themselves fell quiet, sensing the gravity of Harry's statement. "A dream?" Xenophilius Lovegood repeated softly. "Or a memory?" "I think it was a memory," Harry replied. "It had details I couldn't have known otherwise. And it only came after they removed the emotional dampeners at St. Mungo's." Andromeda Tonks exchanged a significant look with Madame Bones. "Memory suppression is a known side effect of emotional dampening charms," she said, her professional tone suggesting medical knowledge. "If those charms were removed recently, it's possible genuine memories are surfacing." Luna Lovegood, who had been silent until now, spoke in a dreamy voice that nevertheless carried clearly. "I dream about my mother sometimes. About the day she died. I see things happening before the accident, people talking when they thought I wasn't listening." Her wide silver eyes fixed on Harry. "They're not just dreams, are they? They're trying to tell us something." Her father placed a protective arm around her shoulders, but Luna seemed untroubled, merely curious. Harry felt a strange kinship with the unusual girl, another child haunted by memories of loss that seemed both impossibly distant and painfully immediate. "The question," Augusta Longbottom said firmly, bringing the discussion back on track, "is what we intend to do about this situation. Individually, each family here might be dismissed or silenced. Together, we represent a significant political and social force." "Precisely why I suggested this assembly," Madame Bones agreed. "We need a coordinated approach, legal action through the Wisengamot, medical examination and treatment for the affected children, and continued investigation into Dumbledore's activities. And magical training," Susan added unexpectedly, her voice clear despite her obvious nervousness at speaking before such a large group. "If our magic has been bound, we need to learn how to use it properly once the bindings are removed." The adults exchanged thoughtful glances, while several of the children straightened with interest. "An excellent point, Miss Bones," Ragnarok acknowledged. "Magical bindings, once removed, often result in periods of instability as the core adjusts. Structured training would help manage that transition. But who would teach them? Amos Diggory asked. Most qualified instructors are affiliated with Hogwarts or the Ministry, institutions Dumbledore influences directly or indirectly. I might have a solution, Andromeda Tonks offered. Before marrying Ted, I completed mastery training in both healing and charms. I'm qualified to teach foundation magic, and I have no ties to Dumbledore or the Ministry. I too have qualifications, Xenophilius Lovegood added dreamily. Mastery in theoretical magic with a focus on ancient practices. Luna and I have been working with pre-wand techniques for years. To Harry's surprise, other parents began offering similar credentials or suggesting contacts who might help. Within minutes, a tentative educational coalition was forming, with various adults volunteering specific expertise or resources. We could use Longbottom Manor for practical sessions, Augusta suggested. The grounds are extensive and warded against surveillance. And my family's townhouse in London has a fully equipped potions laboratory, offered a which Harry didn't recognize, mother to a quiet, dark-haired girl who looked about his age. As the planning continued, Harry found himself drawn into a whispered conversation with the children seated nearest him, Neville, Susan, Luna, and a boy named Ernie Macmillan. "This is brilliant," Ernie said enthusiastically. "My parents never let me try any magic at home. Too worried about the Ministry's underage restrictions. Those don't actually apply until you have a wand and attend Hogwarts," Susan explained knowingly. "Before that, accidental magic is expected, and intentional wandless practice falls into a gray area." "Do you think we'll learn combat spells?" Neville asked with uncharacteristic eagerness. "If you know who really is coming back." "Defense is certainly a priority," Susan agreed, "but foundational skills come first. Meditation, visualization, understanding magical theory. And connecting with our magical cores," Luna added dreamily. "Daddy says most wizards never truly listen to their own magic. They just point wands and say words without feeling the currents underneath." Harry considered this, remembering the strange sensations he'd experienced since having the emotional dampeners removed, the awareness of magical energies around him, the feeling of something powerful but controlled humming beneath his skin. "I think I know what she means," he said slowly. "Since the healers removed the dampeners, I can sort of feel magic. Not just when I'm doing it accidentally, but all the time, like background music." The other children looked at him with varying degrees of surprise and curiosity. "Really?" Ernie asked skeptically. "All the time?" Harry nodded. "It's strongest around magical things or people. Like here in Gringotts, it's heavier somehow. And each of you feels a bit different." He hesitated, realizing how odd this must sound. "Is that not normal?" "Magical sensitivity," Luna said with a knowing smile. "Daddy says it's common in powerful witches and wizards, but most are taught to ignore it because it's not proper magic. Or because Dumbledore bound it away," Susan added darkly. "I wonder how many of us have abilities we don't even know about because they've been suppressed." This sobering thought silenced their small group momentarily. Harry looked around at the other children scattered among the adults at the large table. How many of them had been magically hampered, their potential deliberately limited by someone they were taught to trust? The idea kindled a slow-burning anger in his chest. "We should form our own group," he said suddenly. "Not just taking lessons from adults, but working together, helping each other. Like a children's version of the Order of the Phoenix?" Ernie suggested with a touch of excitement. "No," Harry said firmly. "Not like that at all. The Order followed Dumbledore without question. We need to think for ourselves, make our own decisions." "The Heirs Alliance," Neville suggested quietly. "Since we're all heirs to families that fought against you-know-who." Susan nodded approvingly. "And since we've invoked the heirs' inquiry through the Covenant, it fits perfectly. Plus," Luna added with a serene smile, "it sounds much more dignified than the Dumbledore was mean to us club, which was my first thought." Harry couldn't help laughing, drawing curious glances from nearby adults. The moment of levity felt good, a reminder that despite the serious circumstances, they were still children with a capacity for joy that not even magical bindings could fully suppress. Their attention was drawn back to the main discussion as Madame Bones began outlining specific next steps for the coalition. First, medical examinations for all the children, to identify and remove any bindings. St. Mungo's has a specialized team already working with Harry and soon Neville. They can accommodate others quickly but discreetly. Second, legal action through the Wizengamot. As Chief Warlock, Dumbledore normally presides over the chamber, but in cases where he has a conflict of interest, the most senior member takes his place. That would be Tiberius Ogden, who has no known ties to either Dumbledore or the Ministry's current leadership. Third, continued investigation through the heirs inquiry. The Goblin team has already traced much of the money, but we need to understand exactly what Dumbledore was funding and why. And fourth, she concluded, educational support for the children. I propose we establish a rotating schedule, with qualified instructors teaching small groups fundamental magical skills. This will help them manage any instability following the removal of bindings and prepare them for formal education at Hogwarts, or elsewhere, should families choose alternatives in light of Dumbledore's position there. The coalition members discussed and refined these proposals, with occasional input from Ragnarok regarding financial and legal matters. By the time the meeting concluded 3 hours later, they had established a formal organization, the Inheritance Protection Alliance, with Madame Bones serving as interim chairperson and various parents taking responsibility for specific aspects of their agenda. As families began to depart, Harry found himself approached by children he hadn't spoken to earlier, all expressing interest in the Heirs Alliance that Ernie had apparently been enthusiastically promoting during a break in the adult discussions. "Is it true you're organizing special training?" asked a girl with blonde pigtails who had been introduced earlier as Hannah Abbott. "Sort of," Harry admitted, somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. "We just thought we should work together, help each other with our magic once the bindings are removed." "I want in," declared a confident boy named Zacharias Smith. "My parents always said I had strange magical blocks. Now we know why." By the time Madame Bones gathered Harry and Susan to leave, nearly a dozen children had exchanged promises to communicate about their informal alliance, with plans to meet during the adult-organized training sessions. "Well," Susan said as they prepared to depart through Gringotts' private Floo connection, "that went better than I expected. I thought at least some parents wouldn't believe us about Dumbledore." "Many still have reservations," Madame Bones noted, overhearing her niece's comment. "But the evidence is compelling, and Ragnarok's reputation for exactitude is well established. The real test will come when Dumbledore responds publicly, as he inevitably must." Harry considered this as they stepped through the green flames and emerged in the sitting room of Bones Manor. "How do you think he'll respond? Will he admit what he did?" Madame Bones removed her traveling cloak with a weary sigh. "Unlikely. Albus Dumbledore has spent decades crafting his image as the wise, benevolent leader of the light. He won't abandon that narrative easily, even when confronted with evidence of wrongdoing. So he'll lie? Even with the Covenant compelling truthful answers?" Harry pressed. "He'll reframe the truth," Madame Bones corrected. "Present his actions in the most favorable light possible. The Covenant prevents outright lies about your inheritance, but it doesn't stop him from justifying his decisions or appealing to higher principles." "Like the greater good," Harry said bitterly, recalling the phrase from his dream. "Precisely. It's been his defense for controversial decisions since his defeat of Grindelwald in 1945. Few have dared to question whose definition of good he's using or whether the end truly justifies the means. Until now," Susan added with fierce pride. "Until Harry and Neville invoked the Covenant." Madame Bones smiled at her niece's loyalty. "Yes, until now. Speaking of which, Harry, I've arranged for your next appointment at St. Mungo's tomorrow morning. Healer Strout believes she can begin removing the core magic bindings now that your system has adjusted to the absence of emotional dampeners." Harry's heart leapt with excitement and trepidation. "Will it feel different than before?" Possibly more intense, Madame Bones acknowledged. Core magic is, as the name suggests, central to your magical identity. Its liberation may trigger significant physical and emotional responses. Will I be able to do more magic afterward? Harry asked eagerly. Almost certainly, though it will require control and practice. Which brings me to another matter. She withdrew a small book from her robes. This is a beginner's guide to magical meditation. I'd like you to review the first chapter tonight. It describes techniques for centering yourself and becoming aware of your magical core, skills that will help you manage any surges following tomorrow's procedure. Harry accepted the book, examining its worn leather cover with interest. Is this how all magical children learn? Those in traditional wizarding families, yes, Susan explained. Mom and Dad started teaching me when I was 5. It's why purebloods sometimes have an advantage at Hogwarts, not because our magic is stronger, but because we've spent years learning to feel and direct it before ever picking up a wand. Which is why, Madame Bones added meaningfully, magical binding of children is considered so abhorrent in traditional circles. These formative years of magical awareness are crucial for healthy development. Harry's fingers tightened on the book, anger flaring briefly at the thought of what had been taken from him. He took a deep breath, remembering what he'd read earlier about emotional control. I'll start practicing tonight. Excellent. Madame Bones checked her watch. I need to return to the ministry briefly to file some reports. Susan, perhaps you could show Harry the meditation garden. It's designed specifically for the exercises in that book. After Madame Bones departed, Susan led Harry through the manor to a small walled garden accessible through the library. Unlike the formal gardens at the front of the property, this space had a wild, organic feel, flowering plants growing in seemingly random patterns, a small stream bubbling over rocks, patches of moss and clover creating natural sitting areas. Aunt Amelia had this designed based on ancient druidic principles, Susan explained. The plants and water features help channel and clarify magical energies. Makes meditation easier, especially for beginners. Harry could feel the difference immediately upon entering the space, a subtle vibration in the air, a sense of the magic flowing more smoothly here than in the rest of the house. It feels alive, he commented, unable to find a better description. Susan nodded in understanding. That's a good sign. It means your sensitivity is developing. Some people never feel it this distinctly. They settled on a flat stone beside the stream, and Susan patiently guided Harry through the basic meditation described in the first chapter of the book. At first, he felt foolish simply sitting with his eyes closed, focusing on his breathing, but gradually he became aware of something beyond the physical sensations, a warm current within him that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat but somehow separate from it. That's it, Susan encouraged when he described the sensation. That's your magical core. Just observe it for now, its color, its movement, how it responds when you direct your attention to different parts of it. Harry found that his core, as he perceived it, was primarily emerald green with occasional flashes of gold, particularly when he thought about his parents or felt strong emotions. It swirled and eddied like a liquid, but with structure beneath the movement, as if it were flowing through invisible channels. Mine's mostly blue, Susan offered when he described his own. With silver edges when I'm excited. Everyone's is different, like a magical fingerprint. They practiced for nearly an hour, Harry becoming increasingly aware of not just his own core but the magical currents around him, flowing from the plants, the water, the earth beneath them, even from Susan herself, whose blue-silver magic occasionally harmonized with his green-gold and patterns he found fascinating but couldn't quite explain. By the time they finished, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the garden. Harry felt simultaneously energized and deeply relaxed, as if he had discovered a part of himself that had always been present but just beyond his conscious awareness. That was brilliant, he told Susan sincerely. Thank you for showing me. She smiled, clearly pleased with his progress. You're a natural, actually. Most people take weeks to visualize their core that clearly. I think those bindings were holding back a lot more than Dumbledore realized. The mention of bindings reminded Harry of his appointment the next day. Do you think the core magic bindings will come off as easily as the emotional ones? Susan considered this, her expression turning serious. Honestly? No. Core bindings are more complex and deeply integrated. But Healer Strout is supposed to be the best in her field. And you're Harry Potter, the boy who lived. If anyone can handle it, you can. Her simple confidence bolstered his own, and Harry found himself looking forward to the appointment with more anticipation than apprehension. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether magical instability or Dumbledore's inevitable countermoves, he felt more prepared to face them now that he had begun to understand his own magic and had allies who believed in him. St. Mungo's was quieter the following morning than during their previous visit. Madame Bones led Harry directly to the children's magical development ward, where Healer Strout was waiting with 2 additional healers she introduced as specialists in core magic restoration. Mr. Potter, Healer Strout greeted him warmly. How have you been feeling since our last session? Any unusual magical occurrences? Some, Harry admitted. Objects moving when I'm emotional. Lights turning on or off. And I can sort of feel magic now. Around me and inside me. The healers exchanged significant glances. Magical sensitivity, observed one of the specialists, an elderly wizard with a short white beard. That's promising. It suggests your core is already adapting to the removal of the emotional dampeners. I've been practicing meditation too, Harry added. I can see my core, it's green with gold flashes. Healer Strout smiled approvingly. Excellent initiative, Mr. Potter. That awareness will help significantly with today's procedure. Core magic bindings are more complex than emotional dampeners, requiring a more gradual approach to remove safely. She directed Harry to a different examination room than before, larger, with complex runic patterns inscribed on the floor in what appeared to be silver. In the center stood a padded table surrounded by crystal pillars that hummed faintly with magical energy. This is our core restoration chamber, Healer Strout explained. The runes and crystals help stabilize magical energy during the unbinding process, preventing dangerous surges or feedback loops. As Harry settled onto the examination table, the second specialist, a witch with steel-gray hair and piercing blue eyes, positioned herself at his head. I'll be monitoring your magical pathways during the procedure, she explained. If you feel any sharp pain or sudden pressure, tell me immediately. Madame Bones took a position near the door, observing with professional interest but staying clear of the ritual space. Harry was grateful for her presence, a now familiar face in what was becoming an increasingly unfamiliar process. We'll proceed in 3 phases, Healer Strout explained as the healers took positions around the table. First, we'll map the binding structure, essentially creating a magical diagram of the constraints on your core. Second, we'll begin dissolving the outermost bindings, those affecting your conscious control of magic. And third, if your system remains stable, we'll address the deeper bindings affecting your magical potential. Harry nodded his understanding, trying to remain calm despite the nervous excitement building within him. Will I feel different afterward? Almost certainly, the elderly wizard confirmed. Core bindings affect not just magical ability but magical perception and intuition. Many patients report that colors seem brighter, sounds clearer, and magical theory suddenly makes more intuitive sense. Like when the emotional dampeners came off, but more so, Harry concluded. Precisely. Now, please lie back and try to maintain the meditative state you've been practicing. Focus on your core visualization and allow us to guide the process. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on his breathing and gradually bringing his awareness to the green-gold swirl of energy he now recognized as his magical core. As the healers began chanting in Latin, he felt a gentle probing sensation, as if invisible fingers were carefully examining the structure of his magic. Remarkable complexity, murmured the elderly wizard. These aren't standard bindings. Multiple layers, interwoven with, wait. There's something else here. The probing sensation intensified, focusing on a particular area that Harry perceived as darker than the surrounding energy, almost black, with a strange, pulsing rhythm distinct from his own magic. Healer Strout, the gray-haired witch said sharply, "There's a foreign magical signature integrated with the binding network. It's not part of the original suppression spell." The chanting paused as the healers conferred in hushed, urgent tones. Harry kept his eyes closed, maintaining his concentration on his core while straining to hear their conversation. Never seen anything like it. Almost parasitic in nature. Connected to the scar, perhaps. Should we proceed or consult? Finally, Healer Strout addressed him directly. "Mr. Potter, we've encountered an unexpected complication. There appears to be a secondary magical influence embedded within the binding structure, something that wasn't part of the original suppression spell." Harry opened his eyes, finding all three healers looking at him with expressions ranging from concern to fascination. "What kind of influence?" The elderly wizard spoke carefully. "It's difficult to characterize precisely. It appears dark in nature, not necessarily dark arts, but discordant with your own magical signature. Almost as if someone else's magic became entangled with yours," the gray-haired witch finished when he hesitated. Harry immediately thought of his dream, the moment when Voldemort's killing curse had rebounded, when something dark had torn itself free from the disintegrating body and fled. Could it be from Voldemort? He asked, causing the healers to flinch at the name. "From when he tried to kill me?" The healers exchanged troubled glances before Healer Strout nodded slowly. "It's possible. The magical signature is certainly foreign and unpleasant. If some fragment of the Dark Lord's power was transferred during the attack, it might explain both this anomaly and why such complex bindings were deemed necessary." "So Dumbledore wasn't just binding my magic," Harry concluded, "he was binding whatever this is too. Which presents us with a dilemma," the elderly wizard added. "Removing the bindings on your core may inadvertently affect this foreign element as well. Without knowing exactly what it is or how it's connected to your magic, the consequences are difficult to predict." Harry processed this information, instinctively reaching up to touch his lightning scar. "Is it dangerous? This foreign magic?" "It doesn't appear to be actively harmful," Healer Strout said cautiously. "It's contained and seemingly dormant. But its mere presence is concerning, especially given its probable origin." From her position by the door, Madame Bones spoke for the first time. "What options do we have? Can the bindings be partially removed, those affecting Harry's natural magic but not this foreign element?" "Theoretically, yes," the gray-haired witch replied. "But it would require exceptional precision and likely multiple sessions. The bindings are interwoven in complex patterns." Harry considered this, remembering his meditation practice and the sensation of his own magic flowing through channels, seeking expression. He thought of the years he had spent not knowing who he truly was, of the power that had been suppressed, of the birthright that had been stolen. "I want to proceed," he decided firmly. "At least with the outer bindings. I'm tired of having my magic locked away from me." Healer Strout studied him carefully. "You understand this carries some risk. We would be working around an unknown magical element." "I understand," Harry confirmed. "But I trust you to be careful. And I need to start taking back what's mine." Something in his tone, a determination beyond his years, seemed to resonate with the healers. After a brief consultation with Madame Bones, they agreed to proceed with removing the outermost binding layer while carefully monitoring the foreign element for any changes. The procedure resumed, the healers chanting taking on a different rhythm as they focused on specific areas of Harry's magical network. This time, instead of just observing, Harry could feel the bindings beginning to dissolve, like tight bands loosening, allowing energy to flow more naturally through previously constricted channels. The sensation was simultaneously liberating and disorienting. Colors behind his closed eyelids intensified, his core's green becoming more vibrant, the gold flashes more frequent and brilliant. He could feel the room's magic more distinctly now, the silver runes pulsing with ordered energy, the crystals singing in harmonic patterns, even the healer's own magical signatures as they worked. As the outermost bindings dissolved completely, Harry experienced a sudden rush of awareness, not just of magic but of connections between things he had never consciously perceived before. The relationship between the healer's chanted words and the resulting energy patterns. The way magical intent shaped outcome. The subtle differences between types of magic, healing versus transformative, protective versus offensive. It was as if a complex language he had always heard but never understood suddenly became comprehensible. When the healers finally concluded the first phase, Harry opened his eyes to a world that seemed simultaneously familiar and utterly transformed. Colors were sharper, magical energies visible as subtle auras around people and objects, connections between things apparent in ways he couldn't quite articulate. "Remarkable," the elderly wizard murmured, observing Harry closely. "His magical pathways are reconfiguring spontaneously. I've never seen such rapid adaptation." "How do you feel, Mr. Potter?" Healer Strout asked, her professional demeanor tinged with genuine curiosity. Harry considered the question carefully. Like I've been watching a fuzzy television through a dirty window, and someone just cleared everything and turned up the volume." He flexed his fingers, feeling magic responding to his intention in a way it never had before. "Everything's clearer. More connected." The gray-haired witch was performing diagnostic spells, her expression shifting from concern to cautious optimism. "The foreign element remains dormant and contained, though it's shifted position slightly within the overall network. His core magic is stabilizing beautifully around the removed bindings, already establishing new, healthier pathways." "Can we continue with the deeper bindings?" Harry asked eagerly. Healer Strout shook her head. "Not today. Your system needs time to adapt to these changes first. We've removed approximately 30% of the total binding structure, the portion affecting conscious control and perception. The deeper bindings affecting raw power and specialized abilities will require separate sessions, with at least 3 days between each." Though disappointed, Harry understood the caution. Even this partial unbinding had produced effects more profound than he had anticipated. He could feel his magic responding to his thoughts in new ways, subtle but significant shifts in the environment around him when he focused his attention. "The meditation techniques will be even more important now," the elderly wizard advised as Harry sat up carefully. "Your magic will be more responsive to your emotions and intentions. Maintaining mental discipline will prevent accidental discharges." After a few more diagnostic spells and recommendations for magical exercises, Harry was cleared to leave with Madame Bones, who had observed the entire procedure with keen interest. "Well," she said as they made their way through St. Mungo's corridors, "that was certainly informative. How are you truly feeling, Harry? Beyond the clinical description you gave the healers?" Harry considered this, searching for words to express the profound shift in his perception. "Like I'm finally becoming who I was supposed to be all along," he said finally. "Like pieces of me that were missing are coming back, one by one." Madame Bones nodded thoughtfully. "A poetic but apt description. Magic is not merely something witches and wizards do, it's integral to who we are. Having yours suppressed was a profound violation, one whose full effects we're only beginning to understand." As they reached the hospital's exit, Harry was struck by a sudden thought. "Madame Bones, if this foreign magic in my scar really is from Voldemort, does that mean there's a piece of him inside me?" The witch paused, regarding him with a mixture of compassion and concern. "I'm not qualified to make such assessments, Harry. But I will say this, we are not defined by what happens to us, but by how we respond to it. If some echo of Voldemort's power was transferred to you that night, it doesn't change who you are at your core." Her words were comforting, but Harry couldn't shake the unsettling implication. Had Dumbledore bound his magic not just to control him but to contain something dangerous within him? Was that what the old wizard had meant by, "for the greater good," in Harry's dream memory? These questions lingered as they returned to Bones Manor, where Susan was eagerly waiting to hear about the procedure. Her excitement helped distract Harry from his darker thoughts as he attempted to describe the new awareness he was experiencing. "It's like suddenly having an extra sense," he explained as they walked through the garden, Harry marveling at the intricate magical patterns he could now perceive in the plants and water features. "I can see how things connect magically, how energy flows between them." "That's extraordinary," Susan said, clearly impressed. "Most witches and wizards never develop that level of sensitivity, even without bindings. My mother had something similar, she could see magical auras and connections. Aunt Amelia says that's why she was such a gifted healer." Harry practiced the exercises the healers had recommended, finding that he could now deliberately direct small currents of his magic, making leaves flutter without wind, causing water droplets to form patterns in the air, even generating tiny sparks of light between his fingertips when he concentrated particularly hard. "This is just from removing the outer bindings," he noted with amazement. "What happens when they take off the rest?" Susan's expression was a mixture of excitement and caution. "Based on what Aunt Amelia has said, your power could increase significantly. That's why the control exercises are so important. Raw magical strength without proper discipline can be dangerous." They spent the afternoon practicing together, Susan sharing techniques she had learned over years of traditional magical education while Harry explored his newly accessible abilities. By evening, he had progressed from generating light sparks to maintaining a small, steady globe of emerald light that hovered above his palm, a feat that would normally require a wand and formal training. "You're progressing incredibly fast," Susan observed as Harry manipulated the light, changing its color and intensity with focused thought. "Most children can't manage this level of wandless control until they're at least 9 or 10, even with training from birth." "Making up for lost time, I guess," Harry replied, though he suspected there was more to it than that. The healers had seemed surprised by his rate of adaptation, suggesting it was unusual even considering his circumstances. Their practice was interrupted by Madame Bones, who entered the garden with a serious expression that immediately put Harry on alert. "What's happened?" he asked, automatically extinguishing his light globe. "Dumbledore has made his first public move," she informed them, holding up a copy of the Evening Prophet. The headline blazed across the front page: "Dumbledore addresses administrative irregularities in Orphans Accounts. Chief Warlock cites wartime emergency measures, denies wrongdoing. He's giving a full press conference tomorrow morning," Madame Bones continued, skimming the article. "According to this, he plans to clarify misunderstandings and provide comprehensive documentation of how the funds were used for vital security measures protecting the very children now raising concerns. He's going to try to justify stealing from us," Harry concluded, anger flaring so intensely that nearby flowers briefly blazed with magical light before he brought his emotions under control. "Precisely what we anticipated," Madame Bones agreed. "However, this creates an opportunity. Under the covenant, if you directly question him about your inheritance during this public appearance, he will be magically compelled to answer truthfully." Harry's eyes widened at the implication. "You want me to confront him? In public?" "Not alone," Madame Bones clarified. "I propose that representatives from our coalition attend this press conference, with you, Neville, and perhaps 1 or 2 other affected heirs prepared to ask specific questions protected by the covenant magic." Susan straightened eagerly. "I want to go too. He took from my accounts as well." Madame Bones considered this briefly before nodding. "Very well. I've already contacted Augusta, she agrees this is an opportunity we can't afford to miss. Dumbledore clearly believes he can control the narrative with prepared statements and carefully selected documentation. The Covenant's truth compulsion will disrupt that strategy. But he's the most powerful wizard alive," Harry pointed out. "Even with the Covenant, won't he find some way around direct questions?" "He'll certainly try," Madame Bones acknowledged. "Which is why we must prepare very precise questions that leave no room for evasion or reframing. Questions that force him to address his actions directly rather than his intentions or justifications." They spent the evening drafting and refining such questions, consulting by Flo with Augusta Longbottom and other coalition members to ensure a coordinated approach. By the time Harry went to bed, they had developed a strategy that would allow the children to ask progressively more targeted questions, building on each other's inquiries to construct a complete picture of Dumbledore's actions. Despite the mental and magical exertion of the day, Harry found sleep elusive. His newly enhanced perceptions made him acutely aware of the magical currents flowing through Bones Manor, the protective wards humming at its boundaries, the enchanted objects quietly maintaining their functions, even the residual magic from centuries of wizarding habitation that had seeped into the very walls. When he finally did drift off, his dreams were vivid and strange, fragments of memories not his own, glimpses of places he had never seen. A towering castle perched on a cliff above a dark lake. A chamber deep underground, its walls lined with serpentine statues. A forest clearing where cloaked figures gathered around a bubbling cauldron. He woke shortly before dawn, his scar tingling uncomfortably. Without fully understanding why, Harry knew these weren't ordinary dreams. They were connected somehow to that foreign magical presence the healers had detected, the possible fragment of Voldemort embedded within his binding structure. As disturbing as this realization was, Harry found he wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt a growing determination to understand exactly what had been done to him and why. And the first step toward that understanding would be confronting the man who had bound his magic and stolen his inheritance, Albus Dumbledore. The press conference was scheduled for 10 o'clock in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Harry, who had never visited the ministry before, was awed by the scale and grandeur of the space, a vast hall with a polished dark wood floor and peacock blue ceiling inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that moved and changed like an elaborate astronomical display. At the far end of the atrium stood a fountain featuring golden statues of a witch, wizard, centaur, goblin, and house elf, all spouting water from various points. Harry noted with interest that while the human figures stood tall and noble, the magical creatures were depicted in poses of adoration, gazing up at the witch and wizard with what struck him as unrealistic admiration. "The Fountain of Magical Brethren," Madame Bones explained, following his gaze. "A rather idealized depiction of interspecies relations, as you might have guessed." Nearby, Augusta Longbottom was giving Neville last-minute instructions, her voice low but intense. The boy looked nervous but determined, clutching a small piece of parchment containing the questions he had been assigned to ask. Susan stood with them, similarly prepared, while Andromeda Tonks and several other coalition members positioned themselves strategically around the growing crowd of reporters and ministry officials. A platform had been erected near the fountain, with a podium bearing the ministry seal. Ministry security personnel, identifiable by their navy blue robes with silver insignia, maintained a perimeter around this area, checking credentials of those who approached. "Remember," Madame Bones instructed as they took positions near the front of the gathered crowd, "wait for the appropriate moment to ask your questions. Too early, and security might remove you before Dumbledore has fully committed to his narrative. Too late, and he may have already established enough context to blunt the impact of his compelled answers." Harry nodded, mentally reviewing the questions they had prepared. His newly enhanced magical perception made him acutely aware of the various energies flowing through the atrium, the ambient magic of the building itself, the diverse magical signatures of the assembled witches and wizards, and something else, a subtle current of power that seemed to be building as the appointed hour approached. At precisely 10 o'clock, a side door opened, and several figures emerged onto the platform. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, a portly man in a pinstriped cloak and lime-green bowler hat, took position at the podium. Behind him stood Dumbledore, resplendent in robes of deep purple embroidered with silver stars, his long white beard and hair gleaming in the atrium's magical light. With his enhanced perception, Harry could see something he had missed during their previous encounter, a complex network of magical energies surrounding Dumbledore, layers of protective and enhancing spells woven so skillfully they were nearly invisible even to his new sensitivity. "Ladies and gentlemen," Fudge began, his voice magically amplified to reach the entire atrium, "thank you for attending this morning's press conference. As you know, certain allegations have recently emerged regarding the management of orphan children's inheritances during and after the Wizarding War. To address these concerns directly, I've invited Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore to provide a comprehensive explanation of the administrative procedures in question. Fudge stepped aside, yielding the podium to Dumbledore, who approached with the serene confidence of someone accustomed to public adoration. His blue eyes twinkled as they swept over the assembled crowd, briefly pausing as they found Harry, Neville, and Susan among the front-row observers. If he was surprised or concerned by their presence, he gave no sign of it. Instead, he smiled benevolently at the gathering before speaking in a gentle voice that nevertheless carried clearly throughout the atrium. "My friends," he began, "recent days have brought to light questions about financial decisions made during one of the darkest periods in our history. I understand and respect these questions. Indeed, I have always maintained that scrutiny of authority is essential in any just society." He paused, his expression growing more serious. The allegations center around emergency measures implemented in the aftermath of Lord Voldemort's reign of terror, a time when many of our institutions were compromised, when Death Eaters remained at large, and when numerous children had lost their parents to violence. Harry noted how skillfully Dumbledore was establishing context, framing the discussion around the dangers of the post-war period rather than his specific actions regarding the children's accounts. As Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump, I was entrusted with extraordinary emergency powers by the Wizengamot to address these urgent security concerns. These powers included the authority to allocate resources for protective measures, measures designed specifically to secure the futures of those orphaned by the conflict. Another calculated pause, another sweep of those twinkling blue eyes across the attentive faces before him. The funds in question were never stolen, as some reports have regrettably suggested. They were temporarily allocated to critical security initiatives directly benefiting their rightful owners, initiatives that continue to protect these children from dark forces that, sadly, still threaten our world. Dumbledore withdrew several official-looking scrolls from his robes. "I have here complete documentation of these allocations, approved by the appropriate ministry departments and overseen by qualified financial experts. Every galleon can be accounted for, every expenditure justified by legitimate security concerns." As Dumbledore continued outlining his defense, Harry felt a growing frustration. The old wizard was masterfully reframing the narrative, presenting himself as the responsible guardian, the protector acting in a time of crisis, rather than someone who had systematically diverted children's inheritances for his own purposes. Beside him, Susan was practically vibrating with indignation, while Neville's expression had hardened into uncharacteristic resolve. Around the atrium, Harry noticed coalition members exchanging meaningful glances, recognizing that Dumbledore was attempting to preemptively neutralize their allegations. Finally, after nearly 15 minutes of carefully constructed justification, Dumbledore opened the floor to questions. "I understand concerns remain, and I am prepared to address them directly and transparently." Several reporters' hands shot up, but to Harry's surprise, Dumbledore's gaze fixed on him immediately. "Mr. Potter, I believe you may have questions about your family's accounts. Please, speak freely." The direct acknowledgement caught Harry momentarily off guard. He had expected to struggle for recognition among the professional journalists. Recovering quickly, he stepped forward, aware of all eyes turning toward him. "Professor Dumbledore," he began, his young voice steady despite the pressure of the moment, "under the authority of the Heirs Covenant, I ask you directly, did you take the key to the Potter vaults from my parents' house the night they were killed, before you had been legally appointed as my magical guardian?" The effect was immediate and visible. Dumbledore's serene expression flickered, the twinkle in his eyes momentarily extinguished as the Covenant magic took hold. Around him, the complex magical network Harry had perceived earlier seemed to constrict slightly, as if some external force were pressing against it. "Yes," Dumbledore answered, his voice still gentle but now carrying an undercurrent of compulsion. "I retrieved the key from your mother's personal effects before leaving Godric's Hollow that night." Murmurs spread through the crowd. Taking personal property before any legal authority had been established was, at minimum, ethically questionable. Encouraged, Harry continued. "And did you begin withdrawing money from my trust vault that same night, hours before the Wizengamot granted you emergency powers?" Again, That momentary flicker in Dumbledore's composure. Yes. The initial withdrawal of 50,000 galleons was made at approximately 3 o'clock in the morning on November 1, 1981. The emergency powers were not officially ratified until the Gringotts afternoon session that day. The murmurs grew louder. Even Minister Fudge was looking at Dumbledore with surprise, clearly not having been briefed on this particular detail. Harry pressed his advantage. Where did that money go? To a newly established account for the Order of the Phoenix's continued operations, held under the name Phoenix Initiative for Magical Security. Neville stepped forward now, his voice quieter than Harry's but equally clear. Professor Dumbledore, under the authority of the Heirs Covenant, I ask, did you also withdraw funds from the Longbottom family vaults on November 1, 1981, before my parents were attacked and incapacitated on November 3? Dumbledore's magical aura pulsed visibly to Harry's enhanced perception, resistance against the Covenant's compulsion that ultimately proved futile. Yes, Mr. Longbottom. A withdrawal of 100,000 galleons was made on the morning of November 1, using the authorization codes provided to me as Chief Warlock. Augusta Longbottom's gasp was audible even from several feet away. This revelation was evidently new to her, that Dumbledore had accessed the Longbottom vaults while Frank and Alice were still active Aurors, before they had been tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange. Susan stepped forward next, her voice wavering slightly but gaining strength as she spoke. Professor Dumbledore, under the authority of the Heirs Covenant, I ask, how many orphan children's accounts did you access without the knowledge or consent of their legal guardians? For the first time, Dumbledore showed visible strain as he fought against the compulsion before finally answering. 27 children's accounts were accessed under the emergency powers granted to my office. In 21 cases, this was done without specific notification to the children's appointed guardians. The atrium erupted in shocked exclamations. Reporters were scribbling frantically, magical cameras flashing as they captured Dumbledore's increasingly uncomfortable expression. Minister Fudge stepped closer to Dumbledore, whispering something urgently, but the old wizard shook his head slightly and returned his attention to the children. I understand these facts, presented without context, may appear concerning, he said, attempting to regain control of the narrative. However, I assure you that every action was taken with the sole purpose of protecting the wizarding world, especially its most vulnerable members, during an unprecedented crisis. Harry had been prepared for this pivot, the appeal to higher purpose, the greater good defense. His next question had been carefully crafted to cut through such justifications. Professor Dumbledore, under the authority of the Heirs Covenant, I ask, did you place magical bindings on my core powers and emotions the night my parents died, and if so, why? The question struck like a physical blow. Dumbledore actually swayed slightly, his magical aura flickering as the Covenant forced truth through his considerable mental defenses. Yes, he admitted, his voice now carrying a distinct note of strain. I placed graduated binding enchantments on your magical core and emotional responses. As for why? He paused, struggling visibly before continuing, your magical core had been destabilized by Voldemort's attack and the activation of your mother's protective enchantments. The bindings were necessary to prevent potentially catastrophic magical discharges. The emotional components were added to prevent extreme emotional states from overwhelming the core bindings. It was a carefully constructed answer, technically truthful under the Covenant's compulsion but still framing his actions as protective rather than controlling. Harry had anticipated this and was prepared with his follow-up. Did you place similar bindings on other orphan children whose accounts you accessed? Yes. 17 of the 27 children received various forms of magical suppression, calibrated to their individual circumstances and potential. This admission sent another shock wave through the audience. Magical binding of children without medical necessity or guardian consent was not just ethically questionable but explicitly illegal under wizarding law. Andromeda Tonks stepped forward from the crowd, her aristocratic features set in cold fury. Chief Warlock, are you admitting to the mass implementation of illegal binding magics on war orphans? Dumbledore turned toward her, seeming almost relieved to face an adult opponent rather than the children whose direct questions carried covenant compulsion. Andromeda, you of all people understand the chaos of that period. These children had experienced profound trauma, their magic often manifesting in unpredictable and potentially harmful ways. The bindings were temporary stabilization measures, intended to dissolve gradually as the children matured. Yet they didn't dissolve, did they? Neville interjected, his voice stronger now. Under the authority of the Heirs Covenant, I ask, did you ever check on the bindings you placed on us to see if they were dissolving properly? Dumbledore turned back to Neville, compelled to answer. No. After the initial placement, I did not personally verify the dissolution process for each child. And did you inform St. Mungo's healers or our guardians about these bindings so they could monitor them? Susan added. No. I determined that broader knowledge of the bindings would create unnecessary concern and potentially undermine the children's integration into normal wizarding society. Harry seized on this opening. Professor Dumbledore, under the Covenant, I ask, what is the true purpose of the research facility in Wales that you've been funding with our stolen inheritance? This question seemed to hit Dumbledore with particular force. His magical aura contracted sharply, and for a brief moment, Harry thought he might actually resist the Covenant's compulsion entirely. When he finally spoke, his voice was strained almost beyond recognition. The facility studies the magic of soul fragmentation and reconstitution. Specifically, the creation and destruction of Horcruxes. Horcruxes, repeated several voices in the crowd, most sounding confused rather than enlightened. What are Horcruxes? Harry pressed, not recognizing the term himself but sensing its significance from Dumbledore's extreme reluctance to discuss it. For the first time, Dumbledore actively fought the compulsion, his magical aura visibly constricting around him as he struggled against the Covenant's power. I cannot, should not, this knowledge is too dangerous for public disclosure. Minister Fudge, clearly alarmed by Dumbledore's distress and the direction of questioning, stepped forward hastily. I think we've heard enough for today. The Ministry will conduct a full investigation into these administrative irregularities, not administrative irregularities, Augusta Longbottom interrupted sharply, stepping forward to stand beside the children. Theft. Illegal magical binding. Unauthorized experimentation funded by stolen inheritances. Let's call these actions what they truly are, Minister. Fudge sputtered, his face reddening. Now see here, Augusta. No, Minister, you see here, she retorted, drawing herself up to her full imposing height. 27 children have had their birthright stolen and their magic suppressed by a man who appointed himself their protector. The Wisengamot will hear of this, not in closed session, not in administrative review, but in open court where the full scope of these violations can be properly examined. Reporters were now shouting questions, magical cameras flashing continuously as the confrontation escalated. Security wizards moved closer to the platform, uncertain whether to intervene as the carefully orchestrated press conference dissolved into chaos. Through it all, Harry kept his focus on Dumbledore, who had recovered some of his composure but was regarding the boy with an expression Harry had never seen on the old wizard's face before, genuine concern, perhaps even fear. Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice pitched to carry only to the boy despite the surrounding commotion, there are things you don't understand, things you can't understand yet. What I've done may seem wrong from your perspective, but I assure you, the alternative would have been far worse. Then you should have explained, Harry replied, loud enough for nearby reporters to hear. You should have asked. You should have trusted the people you claim to be protecting. Instead, you decided you knew better than everyone else and took what wasn't yours to take. Something flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes, regret, perhaps, or simply recognition that his carefully constructed narrative had crumbled beyond repair. Before he could respond further, Ministry security began clearing the platform, ushering Dumbledore and Fudge toward the side exit while other officials attempted to restore order among the clamoring press. As they were escorted from the atrium, Harry, Neville, and Susan found themselves surrounded by coalition members forming a protective barrier against the surging reporters. Augusta Longbottom took charge, her commanding presence creating a path through the crowd toward the exit. "Well done, all of you," Madam Bones murmured as they made their escape. The covenant worked perfectly. Dumbledore was forced to acknowledge his actions publicly, something no amount of conventional questioning could have achieved. "But what are Horcruxes?" Harry asked, the unfamiliar term still nagging at him. Why was that question so different from the others? "I don't know," Madam Bones admitted, her expression troubled. "But the term itself rings faintly familiar from my Auror training, something dark, forbidden. We'll need to research it carefully." As they reached the atrium's main exit, Harry glanced back at the Fountain of Magical Brethren with its idealized statues. The scene before him, ministry officials in disarray, reporters clamoring for statements, Dumbledore's hasty retreat, stood in stark contrast to the fountain's depiction of harmonious magical cooperation. The wizard's shadow, he realized, extended far beyond what they had uncovered thus far. Dumbledore's admission about the research facility and these mysterious Horcruxes was just the beginning, a glimpse into deeper secrets the old wizard had been keeping for decades. But whatever those secrets might be, Harry was no longer alone in his search for truth. Looking at the determined faces around him, Neville's newfound confidence, Susan's fierce loyalty, the adults who had chosen to believe and support them, he felt a surge of something that had been rare in his young life, hope. The path ahead would be challenging, certainly. Dumbledore still held considerable power and influence. The Ministry would likely try to contain the scandal. And the mystery of Voldemort's possible return remained unresolved. But for perhaps the first time since that fateful Halloween night, Harry Potter was surrounded by allies who saw him not as a symbol or a pawn but as a person deserving of truth and justice. Together, they would continue unraveling the wizard's shadow, no matter how dark or far-reaching it might prove to be. Chapter 4, The Gathering Storm. The day after the press conference, Britain's wizarding world erupted in chaos. Harry awoke to find a stack of newspapers on the breakfast table at Bones Manor, each headline more sensational than the last. Dumbledore confesses, War Orphans' fortunes stolen for secret research, the Daily Prophet magical binding of children, Chief Warlock admits illegal spell use, the Wizarding Times boy who lived confronts Dumbledore, you took what wasn't yours, magical herald Horcruxes, what is Dumbledore hiding? Experts baffled by mysterious dark magic. The quibbler Madam Bones was already seated at the table, nursing a cup of strong tea while systematically working through correspondence that arrived by owl every few minutes. She looked up when Harry entered, offering a tired smile. "I didn't expect you up so early. Sleep well?" Harry shook his head as he settled into a chair. "Not really. Too much happening." He gestured toward the newspapers. "Is it bad?" "Bad for Dumbledore, certainly," Madam Bones replied, setting aside a letter bearing the official Wizengamot seal. "For us? Complicated. The story has captured public attention in ways I hadn't fully anticipated." Susan burst into the room, her hair still damp from the morning shower, clutching yet another newspaper. "Have you seen the editorial in Which Weekly? They're calling us the Children's Crusade and demanding a full Wizengamot inquiry." Madam Bones raised an eyebrow. "Which Weekly has taken an interest in wizarding politics? That's unprecedented." "It's not just politics anymore," Susan explained, spreading the magazine open to reveal photos of Harry, Neville, and Susan themselves standing before Dumbledore. "They're framing it as a human interest story. Brave orphans confront the man who betrayed them." Harry winced at the melodramatic headline but couldn't deny its effectiveness. "Will this help or hurt our investigation?" "Both," Madam Bones said, conjuring a third cup for tea. "Public sympathy creates political pressure for a thorough investigation. However, it also alerts Dumbledore's allies to the threat we represent. They'll move quickly to contain the situation." "They already are," came a new voice. Augusta Longbottom stepped from the fireplace, having arrived via Fleur network without announcement. Behind her, Neville emerged looking slightly dazed from the spinning journey. "Dolores Umbridge has called an emergency meeting of the department heads, excluding me of course. And Lucius Malfoy was seen entering the minister's private office at dawn. Malfoy? Harry questioned. I thought he was a Death Eater. Why would he be helping Dumbledore? He's not, Augusta said grimly, brushing soot from her vulture-topped hat. He's helping himself. Chaos in the ministry creates opportunities for those with gold and influence. Madame Bones gestured for them to join the table. Augusta is right. We've triggered a political earthquake, and now various factions are repositioning themselves. Dumbledore's supporters are closing ranks, but his critics sense weakness and are moving to capitalize on it. Harry was struck by the complexity of adult politics. In his mind, the situation had been straightforward. Dumbledore had stolen their money and bound their magic, and now he would face consequences. The reality, it seemed, was far messier. What about our plans? He asked. The training for the children and the investigation. Proceeding, but with adjustments, Madame Bones replied. Given the publicity, we need to accelerate our timetable. Augusta and I have arranged for the first coalition training session this afternoon at Longbottom Manor. Regarding the investigation, Ragnarok has increased security around the audit records, and, she was interrupted by a magnificent eagle owl swooping through the open window, dropping a letter sealed with gold wax directly in front of Harry before departing without waiting for a reply. Harry stared at the envelope, which bore his name in elegant script but no indication of the sender. Should I open it? Allow me to check it first, Madame Bones said, drawing her wand and performing several detection charms. No harmful magic, though there is a privacy enchantment. She handed the letter back to Harry. Your choice, but I advise caution. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. As he did, a subtle shimmer of magic ensured that only he could read its contents. Mr. Potter, your actions yesterday demonstrated courage beyond your years. You have opened doors that many have worked decades to keep closed. Be aware, however, that you have also awakened forces far more dangerous than Albus Dumbledore. Not all who oppose him do so for noble reasons. The term you uncovered, Horcrux, is one I have encountered in my research. It is among the darkest of magical artifacts, a vessel containing a fragment of a soul, torn through murder and bound through unspeakable rituals. It anchors its creator to this world even when the body is destroyed. Consider carefully why Dumbledore might study such magic in relation to the Dark Lord's fall, and why he would bind the magic of the child who supposedly vanquished him. Not all allies announce themselves openly. Some must remain in shadow until the proper time. A friend Harry read the letter twice before passing it to Madame Bones, the privacy charm having dissipated after his reading. Her expression grew increasingly grave as she absorbed its contents. A soul fragment, she murmured. That explains so much. Augusta, who had been reading over her shoulder, paled visibly. You don't think? I do, Madame Bones confirmed grimly. It would explain Harry's dream memories, the foreign magic the healers detected during the binding removal, and Dumbledore's extreme reluctance to discuss Horcruxes publicly. Harry looked between the two witches, a cold dread settling in his stomach. Are you saying Voldemort put a piece of his soul in me? The adults exchanged troubled glances before Madame Bones answered carefully. It's a possibility we must consider. The night he tried to kill you, when his curse rebounded, if he had created Horcruxes as this letter suggests, the destruction of his body might have left his soul unstable. A fragment could have attached to the only living thing in the room. To me, Harry whispered, unconsciously touching his lightning scar. It would explain why Dumbledore bound your magic so thoroughly, Augusta added. He may have feared that as your natural magic developed, it might strengthen whatever fragment lodged within you. Neville, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. But if that's true, then removing Harry's bindings could be dangerous. Or it could be exactly what we need to do, Susan countered. If Harry's own magic has been containing this fragment all along, making it stronger might help him fight it off completely. The theory made a strange kind of sense to Harry. Since the emotional dampeners had been removed, he'd experienced dream visions that seemed connected to Voldemort. Since the outer binding removal, those connections had become simultaneously more frequent and more controlled, as if his own magic was better able to manage the foreign presence. "We need more information before proceeding further," Madame Bones decided. "I'll contact the unspeakables, carefully, through trusted channels. Augusta, perhaps you could consult those ancient texts in the Longbottom Library? And we should accelerate Harry's training. If there is a foreign magical influence at work, he needs to develop the skills to recognize and counter it." Harry appreciated that they were discussing this with him present rather than hiding it as Dumbledore had done. "What about my next appointment at St. Mungo's? Should we cancel it?" "No," Madame Bones said after consideration. "But we'll brief Healer Stroud on our suspicions, under magical oath of confidentiality. She needs to know what she's working with to safely remove the remaining bindings." As they continued breakfast, discussing preparations for the afternoon's training session, Harry found his thoughts returning to the anonymous letter. Who had sent it? Someone with extensive knowledge of dark magic, certainly, but also someone who opposed Dumbledore while simultaneously warning Harry about others who did the same. A friend, the writer had called themselves. Harry wasn't so sure. In his experience, true friends didn't lurk in shadows, sending cryptic warnings. But then again, until recently, he hadn't had many friends at all. Longbottom Manor stood on a rolling hillside in the West Country, its stone walls weathered by centuries of magical occupation. Unlike the stately Georgian architecture of Bones Manor, the Longbottom estate had a more ancient, almost fortress-like appearance, with thick walls, narrow windows, and sprawling magical gardens that served both defensive and botanical purposes. By early afternoon, the manor's grand ballroom had been transformed into a training space. Cushions lined the floor in a large circle, ancient tapestries had been rolled back to reveal smooth stone walls ideal for magical practice, and various magical instruments, crystal balls of different sizes, enchanted pendulums, simple potions equipment, were arranged on tables around the perimeter. Children began arriving with their families shortly before 2 o'clock. Harry, who had come early with Madame Bones and Susan to help with preparations, watched with growing anticipation as the room filled. Neville stood beside him, nervousness and excitement battling on his round face. "This is brilliant," Neville whispered as Luna Lovegood entered with her father, the girl immediately stopping to examine an arrangement of crystals with dreamy fascination. "Gran's never allowed this many people in the manor at once. Says it disrupts the ancestral wards." "Special circumstances," Harry replied, scanning the arriving families. He recognized several from the Gringotts meeting, the Abbotts with their daughter Hannah, the Macmillans and their son Ernie, the Diggories whose son Cedric was significantly older than most of the children. New faces too, a dark-skinned boy introduced as Dean Thomas, accompanied by a witch who appeared to be a ministry employee rather than his mother, a solemn girl named Suli, and several others whose names Harry struggled to remember. Augusta Longbottom called for attention when all had arrived, her commanding presence immediately silencing the murmured conversations. "Welcome to Longbottom Manor. For many of you, this is the first time you've gathered with other young witches and wizards affected by Albus Dumbledore's illegal binding spells. Today marks the beginning of your proper magical education that should have begun years ago." She gestured towards several adults standing at the edges of the room. "These volunteers have agreed to instruct you in various magical disciplines, focusing on the wandless fundamentals that will serve as foundation for your later education. Andromeda Tonks will oversee magical theory and core awareness. Xenophilius Lovegood will guide meditation and perception exercises. Amelia Bones will teach basic defensive magic. And I," she added with unexpected humor, "will ensure none of you blow up my ancestral home in the process." Nervous laughter rippled through the group, breaking some of the tension. Augusta continued more seriously, "Before we begin, it's important you understand what to expect as your bindings are removed. Most of you have appointments scheduled at St. Mungo's over the coming days. The process can be disorienting, even frightening, as magic that has been suppressed suddenly becomes accessible." Andromeda Tonks stepped forward, her aristocratic features softened by a healer's compassion. You may experience magical surges, involuntary bursts of power triggered by strong emotions. Ordinary objects around you might respond to your magic without conscious intent. You may develop new magical sensitivities, perceiving energies others cannot. Like seeing rackspurts. Luna interjected brightly. They're invisible to most people, but I've always seen them floating around people's ears. Rather than dismissing the odd comment, Andromeda nodded thoughtfully. Precisely, Luna. What some might dismiss as imagination may actually be magical perception that was strong enough to break through your bindings. As these constraints are fully removed, all of you may discover unique sensitivities and talents. Harry caught Neville's eye, remembering their conversation about his apparent affinity for plants. How many of these children had been made to believe they were nearly squibs, when in reality their magic had been deliberately suppressed? We'll divide you into small groups for today's sessions, Madam Bones explained, stepping into the circle. You'll rotate between instructors, spending approximately 40 minutes with each. Those who have already had bindings removed will assist those still waiting for their appointments. The division proceeded quickly, with Harry finding himself in a group with Susan, a quiet girl named Megan Jones, and to his surprise, the older boy Cedric Diggory. "Hope you don't mind me joining the younger group," Cedric said with an easy smile as they moved toward the area designated for Andromeda's instruction. "Mum thought I should start from basics, since we don't know how the bindings might have affected my magical development." Harry shook his head. "Not at all. I'm starting from scratch myself." Andromeda's session focused on magical core awareness, building on the meditation techniques Harry had already begun practicing. She guided them through exercises to visualize their magical centers, to feel the flow of energy through their bodies, and to begin directing that flow intentionally. Magic responds to will and intent more than specific movements or words, she explained as they practiced generating small pulses of magical energy between their palms. Wands and incantations simply help focus that intent, providing structure for more complex magic. But the foundation, the ability to sense and direct your own magical core, is entirely wandless. Harry found these exercises came naturally to him now that his outer bindings had been removed. He could not only visualize his core but perceive it directly, a swirling emerald energy with golden threads, pulsing in harmony with his heartbeat. More surprisingly, he could also sense the cores of others nearby, Susan's blue-silver light, Cedric's amber glow, Megan's soft purple radiance. "Very good, Harry," Andromeda commented, observing the steady globe of light he'd manifested between his hands. "Try adjusting its intensity with your breath, brighter as you inhale, dimmer as you exhale." Harry complied, finding the control easier than expected. The light responded instantly to his intent, pulsing in perfect rhythm with his breathing. "Brilliant," Cedric murmured, struggling to maintain his own much smaller light. "How are you doing that so easily?" "I'm not sure," Harry admitted. "It just feels natural." Andromeda studied him thoughtfully. "Your magical development was suppressed for years, Harry. Now that the constraints are being removed, your magic is responding with unusual strength, like a spring uncoiling after being compressed too long." By the time they rotated to Xenophilius Lovegood Station, Harry was generating and manipulating magical energy with a facility that clearly surprised the adults. Xenophilius, far more focused and articulate when discussing magical theory than his dreamy demeanor suggested, immediately recognized Harry's emerging talents. Exceptional spatial awareness, he noted as Harry intuitively mapped the magical currents flowing through the room. "You're perceiving the interaction between different magical fields, not just individual signatures. That's typically a skill that takes years to develop. Is that unusual?" Harry asked, genuinely curious rather than seeking praise. "In someone your age, with your history?" "Extremely," Xenophilius confirmed. "Though perhaps not surprising, given what you've endured. Magic often compensates for trauma in unexpected ways, developing alternative pathways when natural development is blocked." The observation gave Harry pause. Was his rapidly expanding magical awareness truly his own development, or was it somehow influenced by the suspected Horcrux fragment? The thought was disturbing, but he pushed it aside to focus on the training. The session with Madame Bones focused on protective magic, shielding one's mind and magical core from external influence. These techniques, she explained carefully, are simplified versions of what Aurors learn to defend against mental and magical intrusion. Given what you've all experienced with binding spells, developing these protections is essential. She taught them to visualize protective barriers around their magical cores, to recognize foreign magical influences, and to mentally repel unwanted intrusions. Without explicitly mentioning Harry's unique situation, she spent extra time helping him refine these techniques, showing him how to isolate and contain unfamiliar energy signatures within his own magical field. By the end of the afternoon, all the children were showing signs of magical fatigue, a pleasant exhaustion not unlike physical exercise, accompanied by a deeper awareness of their own capabilities. As families began gathering to depart, Harry noticed several children huddled in earnest conversation, occasionally glancing his way. Susan nudged him. "They're talking about the Heirs Alliance." Word spread that we're organizing something separate from the adult coalition. "We are?" Harry asked, somewhat surprised by how quickly the vague idea had apparently solidified. "Of course we are," came Luna's dreamy voice as she joined them. "We decided it at Gringotts, remember? Though I still think Dumbledore was mean to us club has a certain charm." Ernie Macmillan approached with Hannah Abbott and Neville in tow. "We've been discussing logistics," he announced with characteristic self-importance. "If we're going to train together beyond these official sessions, we need a secure location and a communication system. And a proper organizational structure," Hannah added practically. "Who leads, how decisions are made, that sort of thing." Harry hadn't considered any of these details. "I thought we'd just help each other learn magic." "We will," Neville assured him. "But Ernie's right, we need some organization, especially if we're going to include children across different family situations. Not everyone has access to magical spaces outside Hogwarts." The conversation expanded as more children joined their circle, contributing ideas and raising questions. Harry was struck by how quickly they were bonding, united by shared experiences of having their magic bound and their inheritances stolen, but also by the excitement of discovering their true capabilities. "What about Harry's connection to you-know-who?" asked a small, solemn-faced boy Harry vaguely recalled being introduced as Wayne Hopkins. "Everyone's talking about it after what Dumbledore said at the press conference. About Horcruxes and soul fragments." An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. Harry felt a flash of resentment at being discussed behind his back, but it was quickly replaced by understanding. Of course they'd be curious, and concerned. "I don't know exactly what's happening," he admitted honestly. "The healers found something strange during my binding removal, foreign magic somehow attached to me from when Voldemort tried to kill me." He ignored the collective flinch at the name. "We're trying to understand it, but it doesn't seem to be dangerous. At least, not to any of you." "Are you sure?" pressed Wayne. "My dad says dark magic always has a price." Before Harry could respond, Luna spoke with unexpected firmness. "Harry isn't dark. He's actually quite bright, mostly green and gold, with little sunbursts when he gets excited." She turned to Harry. "I can see magical auras. Yours is beautiful, even with that smoky bit trying to hide in your scar." Her matter-of-fact description, delivered without fear or judgment, diffused the tension. Several children nodded as if Luna's assessment was perfectly logical and sufficient. Besides, Susan added practically, if Harry's magic was corrupted, would he be helping expose Dumbledore's crimes? Would he be teaching us all to break free of our bindings? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. Neville stepped forward, his usual shyness replaced by quiet conviction. "I trust Harry. He could have kept his discovery at Gringotts to himself, demanded his own money back, and left the rest of us in the dark. Instead, he made sure we all learned the truth." The simple vote of confidence touched Harry deeply. He had spent so much of his life being mistrusted, blamed, or ignored that Neville's straightforward loyalty felt like a precious gift. "Thank you," he said, meaning it for all of them. I don't want to lead anything. But I do want us to work together, to help each other become who we were supposed to be before Dumbledore interfered. That's exactly what the Heirs Alliance should be, Hannah declared. Not about following one person, but supporting each other. As the impromptu meeting continued, Harry noticed Cedric Diggory watching thoughtfully from the edge of the group. The older boy caught Harry's eye and gave an approving nod before turning away to join his parents. By the time the gathering dispersed, they had established tentative plans, communication through enchanted journals that Andromeda Tonks offered to create, additional practice sessions rotating between homes with suitable magical spaces, and a mutual support system for children undergoing binding removals at St. Mungo's. It's a good beginning, Madame Bones commented as she, Harry, and Susan prepared to depart. Though I suspect this Heirs Alliance may develop in ways none of us fully anticipate. Harry's next appointment at St. Mungo's was scheduled for the following morning. This time, Healer Strout had been fully briefed on their suspicions regarding the foreign magical presence in Harry's scar, and additional security measures had been implemented. The core restoration chamber now featured enhanced containment wards, and 2 unspeakables, their faces obscured by their hooded cloaks, stood ready to assist if necessary. These precautions are primarily reassurance, Healer Strout explained, noting Harry's apprehension. Based on our preliminary scans, the foreign element remains isolated and contained, despite the removal of your outer bindings. Could it be a Horcrux? Harry asked directly. A soul fragment like the anonymous letter suggested? The healer hesitated, glancing at the unspeakables before answering carefully. The magical signature shares certain characteristics with documented cases of soul magic. However, its behavior is atypical. It doesn't appear to be expanding or attempting to influence your consciousness as we would expect from such magic. Because my mother's protection is containing it? Harry guessed, recalling his dream memory of Lily Potter's blood magic ritual. That's our leading theory, confirmed one of the unspeakables, voice magically distorted to preserve anonymity. The protections she cast, combined with your own magical resistance, have effectively quarantined the fragment. It exists within your magical field but cannot integrate with or corrupt it. This explanation aligned with Harry's own experience. In his core visualization, he could perceive the foreign element as a dark spot at the edge of his magical field, present but separate, like oil floating on water. Will removing more bindings make it stronger or weaker? He asked. Based on our observations since your outer binding removal, we believe strengthening your natural magic will further isolate the fragment, Healer Strout replied. Your magic appears to be actively rejecting the foreign element, pushing it toward the periphery of your core. The bindings were actually interfering with this natural defense mechanism. With these reassurances, Harry agreed to proceed with the removal of the intermediate binding layer, the constraints affecting his magical learning and skill development. As before, he lay on the examination table surrounded by the crystal pillars, focusing on his core visualization while the healers worked. The process was more intense than the previous session. As the bindings dissolved, Harry experienced a rush of magical awareness that transcended mere perception. Magical theory that had seemed abstract suddenly made intuitive sense. The relationship between different types of magic, transfiguration, charms, potions, revealed itself as variations on fundamental principles rather than discrete disciplines. More startling was the emergence of magical memories he hadn't realized he possessed, watching his father transform into a stag in the living room of their cottage, his mother brewing potions, explaining ingredients to baby Harry as if he could understand, Sirius Black conjuring colorful smoke rings from his wand for Harry's amusement. When the procedure finished, Harry opened his eyes to a world transformed once again. The magical signatures of everyone in the room were now distinct patterns rather than simple colored auras, complex, shifting tapestries of energy that revealed aspects of their personalities, magical strengths, and even emotional states. Extraordinary, murmured one of the unspeakables, casting diagnostic charms that Harry could now perceive as intricate constructs of intention magic. His magical integration rate is unprecedented. The neural pathways for advanced magical theory are activating spontaneously. In English, please, Harry requested, sitting up carefully. Healer Strout smiled. Your brain is processing magic like someone with decades of study and practice, not a 7-year-old with recently removed bindings. It's as if your magic is making up for lost time, accelerating your development to match your potential. And the foreign element, he asked, automatically reaching toward his scar, which tingled but didn't hurt. More isolated than before, the second unspeakable confirmed. Your magic is creating stronger boundaries around it. However, there's an interesting development. It appears the fragment is reactive to your strengthening magic. Not aggressive, but responsive, like a magical echo. Harry considered this. I've been having dreams, memories that don't seem to be mine. Seeing places I've never been, people I've never met. Could that be connected? The unspeakables exchanged glances before the first one answered. Very likely. Soul fragments retain memories and knowledge from their source. As your magic interacts with it, you may experience bleed-through, accessing information contained within the fragment without being influenced by its nature. The implication was both disturbing and potentially useful. If the fragment contained Voldemort's memories, Harry might gain valuable insights into the Dark Lord's plans, history, and weaknesses, information that could be crucial if Dumbledore's fears about his return proved justified. After additional tests and recommendations for managing his rapidly expanding magical awareness, Harry was released to Madame Bones, who had waited anxiously throughout the procedure. The healer seemed pleased, she observed as they departed the hospital. And you look different, somehow. More centered. I feel different, Harry acknowledged. Like I can finally see the whole picture instead of just fragments. Magic makes sense now, not just what it does, but why and how. Madame Bones studied him with professional interest. That level of magical intuition typically develops during advanced education, usually around Newt level or beyond. For it to emerge spontaneously at your age is remarkable. The unspeakable said something similar, that my magic is accelerating to make up for lost time. Harry hesitated before adding, I'm also remembering things from when I was a baby. Real memories, not just impressions. My parents doing magic, serious black visiting. Memory enhancement is a documented side effect of binding removal, Madame Bones confirmed. Though usually not to that degree. Your case continues to break new ground, Harry. As they traveled to the ministry, where Madame Bones needed to attend an emergency Wizengamot session regarding Dumbledore's revelations, Harry reflected on the rapid changes in his life and himself. Just over a week ago, he had been living in a cupboard, unaware of his magical heritage, his family's legacy, or his own potential. Now he was at the center of a political storm, developing magical abilities that surprised even experts, and leading other children towards similar discoveries. It was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. The Wizengamot chamber was a circular amphitheater deep within the Ministry of Magic, its tiered stone seating arranged to focus attention on the central floor where witnesses and petitioners presented their cases. Members wore plum-colored robes with elaborate silver W emblems, a tradition dating back centuries to when the Wizengamot had been the sole governing body of magical Britain. Harry, seated in the visitors' gallery with Andromeda Tonks as his escort while Madame Bones took her place among the members, watched with fascination as the ancient legislative body assembled. The public galleries were packed, news of the emergency session had drawn unprecedented attendance from the wizarding public. Normally, Dumbledore would preside as Chief Warlock, Andromeda whispered, gesturing toward the elevated seat at the head of the chamber. Given the circumstances, Tiberius Ogden will serve as acting chief. An elderly wizard with a shock of white hair assumed the central position, bringing the session to order with a resonant bang of a ceremonial gavel. This emergency session of the Wizengamot is called to address allegations concerning Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore and the management of orphan children's inheritances following the Wizarding War. Harry noted that Dumbledore himself was present, seated among the regular members rather than in his usual place of authority. The old wizard appeared composed despite the circumstances, his half-moon spectacles gleaming in the torchlight as he surveyed the chamber. What followed was a complex parliamentary procedure as various factions maneuvered to control the investigation's scope and direction. Augusta Longbottom, speaking for what she termed the interests of magical children, presented a comprehensive motion calling for a full judicial inquiry with the power to compel testimony under veritaserum. Opposing her was Lucius Malfoy, his long blonde hair and imperious manner drawing instinctive dislike from Harry. Malfoy argued for a limited administrative review, framing Dumbledore's actions as procedural irregularities during a time of national emergency, rather than criminal misconduct. Most interesting to Harry was watching how different Wizengamot members aligned themselves. Some he recognized from newspapers or conversations, Minister Fudge looking uncomfortable but ultimately supporting Malfoy's position, Bartemius Crouch maintaining rigid neutrality while asking penetrating questions of both sides, Elphias Doge, an elderly wizard known to be Dumbledore's longtime friend, making impassioned defenses of the Chief Warlock's character. Throughout the debate, Dumbledore himself remained largely silent, speaking only when directly addressed by Acting Chief Ogden. His responses were measured, acknowledging the understandable concerns, while maintaining that his actions had been necessary protective measures during extraordinary times. "He's being careful not to trigger the Covenant magic," Andromeda whispered when Harry noted this restraint. "Direct questions about your inheritance from you would compel truthful answers. Here in the Wizengamot, without that compulsion, he can frame his responses more diplomatically." After nearly 2 hours of procedural maneuvering, a compromise resolution emerged. A formal investigation committee would be established, with representatives from multiple Wizengamot factions and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Dumbledore would temporarily recuse himself from Chief Warlock duties but retain his Wizengamot seat pending the investigation's outcome. A partial victory, Augusta Longbottom declared when she joined Harry and Andromeda after the session adjourned. "The investigation has official standing, but Lucius managed to dilute its authority. No veritaserum, no mandatory testimony from ministry officials who processed the paperwork. Still, it keeps the matter in the public eye," Andromeda observed. "And creates an official record that can't be easily buried or dismissed." As they made their way from the chamber, navigating the crowded corridors of the ministry, Harry noticed they were being followed. A squat, toad-like woman in a pink cardigan, her expression a strained attempt at sweetness that failed to mask the calculation in her eyes. "Dolores," Augusta acknowledged coldly when the woman finally maneuvered to intercept them. "I'm surprised you're not with the minister. Isn't there a crisis to manage?" "Augusta, dear," the woman replied in a girlish voice that immediately set Harry's teeth on edge. "I simply wanted to introduce myself to young Mr. Potter." Such a brave boy, speaking up about his concerns, however misguided they might be. She turned her attention to Harry, extending a pudgy hand adorned with several gaudy rings. "Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. So pleased to meet you at last." Harry shook her hand briefly, suppressing a shudder at the clammy touch. "Pleased to meet you, Madam Umbridge." "Such lovely manners," she simpered. "A credit to your guardians." The slight hesitation carried unmistakable meaning, a reminder that Harry's guardianship situation remained legally ambiguous. "I do hope, Mr. Potter, that you understand the complexity of what's happening. Professor Dumbledore has devoted his life to protecting children like yourself. These unfortunate misunderstandings, they're not misunderstandings," Harry interrupted politely but firmly. "He took money that wasn't his and bound magic that wasn't his to bind. He admitted it under the Covenant's compulsion." Umbridge's smile tightened. "The Covenant is an antiquated magical agreement that lacks context for modern governance. The Ministry is concerned about its use to compel public figures into potentially misleading admissions." "Misleading?" Augusta repeated sharply. "The Covenant compels truth, Dolores. If the truth is inconvenient for the Ministry's preferred narrative, that hardly makes it misleading. Truth without context can be the most dangerous form of deception," Umbridge countered, her girlish voice hardening slightly. "War creates necessary compromises. Children cannot be expected to understand the difficult choices adults must make to preserve their safety." Harry felt a flare of anger at being so dismissively categorized. "I understand when someone takes what isn't theirs. I understand when someone hurts children and calls it protection. Something ugly flashed in Umbridge's eyes before her simper reasserted itself. Such passion. Admirable, if misdirected. She turned back to Augusta. I do hope you're considering the long-term implications of involving children in political disputes, Augusta. Not everyone will be as understanding as the ministry has been thus far. The veiled threat hung in the air as Umbridge departed, her pink cardigan visible through the crowd as she made her way toward the minister's offices. Charming woman, Andromeda commented dryly. And now firmly on our list of concerns. Dolores Umbridge has been accumulating power within the ministry for years, Augusta explained to Harry as they continued toward the atrium. She positions herself as indispensable to whoever holds the minister's office, while quietly advancing her own agenda. Which is? Harry asked. Order, control, and the supremacy of pure wizarding tradition, Andromeda replied. She masks bigotry behind bureaucracy, pushing regulations that gradually restrict rights for those she considers undesirable, werewolves, half-breeds, muggle-borns who don't conform to her standards of proper magical society. Harry considered this new adversary. Unlike Dumbledore, whose motivations remained complex and possibly even well-intentioned despite his methods, Umbridge struck him as straightforwardly malevolent beneath her saccharine facade. Will she try to stop our investigation? He asked. Not directly, Augusta predicted. That would acknowledge its legitimacy. She'll work to undermine it procedurally, creating competing inquiries that drain resources, implementing new regulations that restrict our access to records, perhaps even targeting individual coalition members with administrative harassment. Speaking of which, Andromeda interjected, we should join the others at Gringotts. Ragnarok has completed the preliminary assessment of the Welsh research facility, and they're waiting for us to review the findings. The high audit chamber at Gringotts had transformed since Harry's last visit. The large circular table now supported a miniature three-dimensional projection of a sprawling stone compound nestled in a Welsh valley, a perfect magical replica showing every building, pathway, and defensive feature of Dumbledore's secret research facility. Our curse breakers completed their reconnaissance yesterday, Ragnarok explained to the assembled coalition members. The facility is extensively warded but not impenetrable, particularly given our authority under the Covenant to investigate properties purchased with the heir's assets. Gornick, who had led the reconnaissance team, pointed to various features of the model. The main laboratory occupies the central building, formerly a Muggle monastery converted for magical use. Surrounding structures house living quarters, a library, potion brewing facilities, and what appears to be a containment area for magical experiments. How many personnel? Madame Bones inquired, studying the model with professional interest. Approximately 20 regular staff, based on living quarters and daily consumption records, Gornick replied. Plus occasional visitors, most notably Nicholas Flamel, whose magical signature appears regularly in the arrival logs. Flamel's involvement confirms our suspicions about alchemical research, Augusta noted. The question remains, what exactly are they studying, and how does it relate to Horcruxes? Harry, who had been examining the model with his enhanced magical perception, noticed something the others apparently couldn't see, faint dark tendrils emanating from the containment building, a magical signature disturbingly similar to the foreign presence in his scar. There's something dark being held there, he said, pointing to the building. Something that feels like what's in my scar. All eyes turned to him in surprise. Ragnarok studied Harry with newfound interest. You can perceive the magical signatures in the model. Our curse breakers recorded them, but they shouldn't be visible to normal observation. Harry's magical perception has been expanding rapidly since his binding removals, Madame Bones explained. He's developing sensitivities well beyond typical abilities for his age. The Goblin director nodded thoughtfully. Then perhaps Mr. Potter's insights will be valuable for planning our approach. If he can detect similarities between the dark presence in the facility and his own unique situation, that information could help focus our investigation. Andromeda, who had been reviewing the curse breakers' written reports, looked up with concern. According to this, the facility's research appears focused on containing and analyzing soul fragments. There are references to extraction methodologies and vessel transference protocols. They're studying how to move Horcruxes from one container to another, translated the second unspeakable who had attended Harry's binding removal, now present as a coalition consultant. And how to destroy them without conventional methods. A disturbing thought occurred to Harry. If Voldemort made Horcruxes, and one of them somehow attached to me when he tried to kill me, could there be others? The question landed like a stone in still water, rippling through the assembled adults with implications none had fully considered. Multiple Horcruxes, Madame Bones breathed, horror dawning on her face. It would explain why Dumbledore has been so certain the Dark Lord will return, despite his apparent destruction that night. It would also explain the scale of this research facility, Augusta added. One doesn't need 50 million galleons and a permanent staff of 20 to study a single magical artifact, however dark. The question, said the unspeakable carefully, is how many Horcruxes we might be dealing with, and where they might be located. Traditional magical theory suggests creating even one Horcrux would be pushing the boundaries of natural law. Multiple Horcruxes would represent an unprecedented violation of magical principles. Since when has Voldemort respected magical principles? Andromeda asked grimly. If anyone would push beyond established limits, it would be him. As the discussion continued, Harry found himself drawn back to the model, specifically to the containment building where he had sensed the dark presence. What exactly were Dumbledore and his researchers doing there? Studying Horcruxes was one thing, but the intensity of the magical signatures suggested active experimentation, not just theoretical research. We need to see this facility firsthand, he decided, interrupting the adults' increasingly technical discussion. Not just reports or models. If there's something there connected to what's in my scar, I might be able to sense it more clearly in person. Absolutely not, Augusta declared immediately. The danger is far too great. Even our cursebreakers operated under maximum protection, and they're trained professionals. I understand your concern, Harry acknowledged, choosing his words carefully. But the Covenant requires heir participation, and my magical sensitivity might reveal things your cursebreakers missed. Besides, he added with simple logic, if there's a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head that hasn't hurt me so far, how dangerous could it be to observe others from a safe distance? The argument was persuasive enough to shift the discussion from outright refusal to consideration of safety parameters. Ultimately, a compromise emerged. Harry, Neville, and Susan, as representatives of the three families most significantly affected by Dumbledore's financial scheme, would accompany a heavily protected expedition to the facility's perimeter. They would not enter the buildings but would attempt to use their newly enhanced magical perceptions to gather information about the activities inside. The expedition will proceed this weekend, Ragnarok decided. After the additional binding removals scheduled for Mr. Longbottom and Miss Bones, but before the Wisengamot Committee begins its formal investigation. Timing is crucial, we must gather evidence before Dumbledore's allies can sanitize the facility. As the meeting concluded and the coalition members dispersed to prepare for various aspects of the plan, Harry found himself walking alongside Neville and Susan through Gringotts' marble corridors. Are you nervous? Neville asked quietly. About visiting the facility? Harry considered the question honestly. Not about what we might find there. More about what it means for the future. If Voldemort really did create multiple Horcruxes, if he can come back. Then we'll face him together, Susan said with simple conviction. All of us, the Heirs Alliance, the adults, everyone who's been fighting Dumbledore's secrets and lies. We'll be prepared in ways we wouldn't have been if you hadn't discovered the truth at Gringotts. Her confidence bolstered Harry's own. Whatever awaited them at the Welsh facility, whatever dark secrets Dumbledore had been hiding while claiming to protect them, they would confront it together, with clear eyes and unbound magic. The days leading up to the expedition passed in a whirlwind of preparation. Neville and Susan underwent their first binding removal procedures at St. Mungo's, both experiencing dramatic increases in magical awareness and ability, though neither developed the extraordinary perceptions Harry had manifested. Everyone's magic responds differently, Healer Strout explained when Harry asked about the variation. Your particular circumstances, the combination of unusually strong native magic, years of suppression, and a foreign magical element, created unique conditions for accelerated development once the bindings were removed. The Heirs Alliance continued to evolve, with regular training sessions now rotating between Longbottom Manor, Bones Manor, and the Abbot's country home. The children made remarkable progress, their natural abilities flourishing as bindings were removed and proper instruction began. Even those still awaiting their St. Mungo's appointments showed improvement, inspired by their peers' successes and benefiting from the supportive environment. Most surprising to Harry was the emergence of distinct magical talents among the group. Luna's ability to perceive magical auras proved to be just the beginning of her unusual sensitivity to magical creatures and phenomena invisible to others. Neville's connection to plants manifested as a form of botanical empathy, an ability to sense their needs and communicate with them through his magic. Susan demonstrated extraordinary aptitude for protective enchantments, creating wards that even adult wizards found impressive. These discoveries reinforced Harry's growing conviction that Dumbledore's binding of their magic had been about more than mere control, it had been about suppressing unique abilities that might have made the children too powerful, too independent to fit into the role he had envisioned for them. The political situation continued to develop rapidly. Dumbledore's supporters launched a coordinated media campaign emphasizing his decades of service and framing the financial irregularities as administrative oversights rather than deliberate theft. Simultaneously, Lucius Malfoy and his allies in the Wizengamot pushed for broader investigations into Order of the Phoenix activities, clearly hoping to use Dumbledore's vulnerability to advance their own agendas. Most concerning was Dolores Umbridge's quiet but systematic targeting of coalition members. Augusta Longbottom found herself suddenly subject to an extensive audit of her family's business holdings. Andromeda Tonks received notice that her healing license required administrative review before renewal. Even Madame Bones faced unusual scrutiny of her department's budget allocations. Classic Umbridge tactics, Madame Bones explained when Harry expressed concern about these developments. Administrative harassment designed to drain our resources and divert our attention from the primary investigation. Fortunately, we anticipated this and have contingency plans in place. Those contingency plans, Harry learned, included securing international attention for their cause. Representatives from the International Confederation of Wizards had been quietly briefed on the situation, creating diplomatic pressure that limited how far the ministry could go in obstructing their investigation. By the time the weekend arrived, bringing with it the planned expedition to the Welsh facility, Harry felt simultaneously more prepared and more apprehensive than he had anticipated. The stakes had grown clearer with each new discovery. This was not merely about stolen inheritances or illegal binding spells, but about a hidden war against a Dark Lord who had apparently found ways to anchor himself to the world even after death. And somehow, Harry himself was connected to it all, through the lightning scar on his forehead and the foreign presence the healers had detected within his magical core. Dawn broke misty and cool over the Welsh countryside as the expedition assembled at a designated meeting point several miles from the research facility. Goblin security personnel in battle gear established a perimeter while cursebreakers reviewed maps and detection equipment. Madame Bones, Augusta Longbottom, and Andromeda Tonks conferred with Ragnak and Gornak, making final adjustments to the approach plan. Harry, Neville, and Susan stood slightly apart, each having undergone additional magical training in preparation for this moment. All three had received specialized protective amulets from the goblins, enchanted silver discs that would shield them from most common magical attacks and alert the security team to any threats. Remember, Madame Bones instructed as they prepared to depart, you are observers only. Your role is to use your magical perception to identify energy signatures and patterns that might elude our conventional detection methods. Under no circumstances are you to attempt direct interaction with anything in or around the facility. The journey to the facility's outer boundaries took nearly an hour, traversing increasingly rugged terrain that eventually opened into a sheltered valley. From their vantage point on a forested ridge, Harry could see the compound spread below, a cluster of stone buildings surrounding a central structure that had indeed once been a monastery, its ancient chapel now converted into what the Cursebreakers had identified as the main laboratory. Even from this distance, Harry's enhanced perception detected the magical protection surrounding the compound, layers of wards, alarms, and defensive enchantments woven into a complex security system. More disturbing was the dark energy he had sensed in the model at Gringotts, now clearly emanating from both the containment building and, more faintly, from several smaller structures. "I can feel it," he murmured to Neville and Susan. "The same type of magic that's in my scar. But it's in multiple locations, not just one." Neville, whose magical sensitivity had developed differently than Harry's but was still impressive following his binding removal, nodded slowly. "I can't see the energy like you can, but there's something wrong down there. The plants around those buildings are stressed, growing strangely, as if responding to something unnatural." The goblin curse breakers established a forward position, deploying magical sensors and recording devices to document the facility's activities without triggering its defenses. Harry, Neville, and Susan were brought forward under disillusionment charms to a concealed observation point approximately 500 yards from the compound's outer boundary. "Focus on the magical signatures," Gornick instructed, handing each child a crystal designed to amplify their perceptions. "Note any patterns, concentrations, or anomalies." Harry held the crystal between his palms, channeling his awareness through it as he had been taught. Immediately, his perception expanded dramatically, allowing him to see not just the current magical energies surrounding the facility but traces of past activities, like magical footprints left in the compound's energetic field. What he perceived disturbed him deeply. The containment building housed something profoundly wrong, a concentration of the same dark energy he felt in his scar, but much stronger, more active. The main laboratory pulsed with complex experimental magic, while smaller signatures suggesting the same type of dark energy appeared in at least 3 other locations within the compound. "They're studying multiple Horcruxes," he whispered, the realization crystallizing with horrible clarity. "Not just theories or single artifacts. They have several here, being actively researched." Beside him, Susan gasped softly. "I can see movement patterns, researchers going between buildings, always in specific sequences. Like a ritual or protocol." Her magical sensitivity had developed with particular strength for detecting human magical signatures and activities. Neville's attention had fixed on something different, a greenhouse attached to the main laboratory. "They're growing plants I've never seen before," he murmured. "Or, no, not growing. Exposing normal plants to the dark energy, studying how they react. Some are dying, others are mutating." The goblin curse breakers recorded their observations, triangulating the information with their own sensors' data. As the morning progressed, they built an increasingly detailed picture of the facility's operations, far more comprehensive than would have been possible without the children's unique perceptions. It was approaching midday when something changed. Harry, who had been methodically scanning different sections of the compound, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his scar, not debilitating but certainly attention-grabbing. Simultaneously, a surge of magical energy erupted from the main laboratory. "Something's happening," he warned, wincing as the pain intensified. "Some kind of experiment or procedure." The Cursebreaker's instruments confirmed his assessment, detecting a massive power fluctuation within the laboratory. Through his crystal, Harry could see researchers moving with urgency between buildings, magical signatures flaring with purpose and, in some cases, alarm. "They're responding to an emergency," Susan interpreted, tracking the movement patterns. "Something unexpected." The situation deteriorated rapidly. Alarms became visible within the magical field surrounding the compound, and security personnel appeared at key points, wands drawn as they established defensive positions. "They've detected something," Gornick concluded grimly. "Not us specifically, but something has triggered their security protocols." Before they could begin a strategic withdrawal, Harry's scar exploded with pain, not like the dull throb from before but sharp, blinding agony that drove him to his knees. Through the haze of pain, he perceived something impossible. The dark energy in the containment building was responding, resonating somehow with both the experiment in the laboratory and the fragment in Harry's own scar. "Harry!" Neville grabbed his arm, steadying him as he swayed. "What's happening?" The Horcruxes, Harry gasped, fighting through the pain to maintain his awareness. They're connected, calling to each other. Whatever experiment they're running is affecting all of them, including. He pressed his hand to his scar. The Goblin security team immediately initiated emergency extraction procedures, creating a protective formation around the children as they began to withdraw. But before they could retreat more than a few yards, a new threat materialized. Ministry officials in the distinctive robes of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, operating onto the ridge approximately 100 yards from their position. Detection team, Madame Bones identified them, her expression grim. They monitor for unusual magical activity throughout Britain. Whatever's happening in that laboratory must have triggered their sensors. The situation had become exponentially more complex. They were now caught between the facility's awakened security forces and ministry officials who would certainly report their presence if discovered. Meanwhile, Harry's scar continued to burn, the pain fluctuating in rhythm with the magical surges from the laboratory. We need to split up, Augusta decided quickly. Amelia, take the children and the main security team back to the rendezvous point. Andromeda and I will intercept the ministry team, claim we're investigating unusual plant specimens for my greenhouses. The Cursebreakers can continue gathering data under disillusionment until the situation stabilizes. The plan was implemented with military precision, the Goblin security team creating magical camouflage as they escorted Harry, Neville, and Susan away from both the facility and the ministry team. Harry struggled to maintain his composure through the increasing pain, focusing on placing one foot before the other as they navigated the difficult terrain. Something's trying to get out, he muttered, half to himself, as visions flickered at the edges of his consciousness, dark, fragmented images of rituals, murders, a young man with handsome features transforming objects into vessels for soul fragments. Not just resonating, actively trying to escape containment. Harry, stay with us, Madame Bones urged, supporting him as they hurried through the forest. Whatever you're sensing, don't engage with it. Focus on our physical surroundings, on returning safely. He tried to follow her instructions, but the connection was becoming stronger with each passing minute. Through it, he could sense not just the dark energy's nature but its intent, rage, frustration, and a cold, calculating intelligence seeking freedom from its confinement. Voldemort knows, Harry gasped as they finally reached the extraction point where a portkey waited to return them to Gringotts. Not fully conscious, but aware enough. The experiments, they're waking the fragments, and they can sense each other. Sense me. As the portkey activated, pulling them away from Wales and back to London in a swirl of magical transportation, Harry's last impression was of something reaching for him across the magical connection, something ancient, malevolent, and terrifyingly familiar. The aftermath of the expedition unfolded in controlled chaos. At Gringotts, healers immediately attended to Harry, whose scar had actually begun bleeding during the magical resonance event. Diagnostic spells confirmed what he already sensed, the foreign fragment in his scar had become more active, stirred by proximity to other Horcruxes and whatever experiment had been conducted in the laboratory. The good news, reported the senior healer, a specialist in curse damage summoned from St. Mungo's, is that your own magic has responded appropriately, strengthening the containment around the fragment. The bad news is that the fragment itself appears to have gained a measure of awareness, for lack of a better term. It knows I exist now, Harry translated grimly. Before it was dormant, but now it's conscious of me as its host. Not precisely conscious, the healer corrected. More like a magical system that has been activated and is now running its programmed functions. One of which appears to be attempting connection with other fragments of itself. Augusta and Andromeda returned several hours later, having successfully diverted the ministry team with their botanical research cover story. The Cursebreakers had managed to maintain observation until the facility's crisis response concluded, gathering valuable data about both the security protocols and the nature of the experiments being conducted. They're attempting controlled destruction of a Horcrux, explained the lead Cursebreaker, reviewing the magical recordings they'd captured. Based on the energy signatures, they've been trying different methods, some alchemical, some more conventional magical approaches, some involving substances we can't readily identify. And today's experiment? Madame Bones pressed. Appears to have triggered an unexpected resonance effect between multiple Horcruxes. Our sensors detected at least 4 distinct dark magical signatures responding simultaneously, 3 within the facility and 1. He glanced at Harry. 1 in my scar, Harry finished for him. Plus however many others might exist elsewhere, beyond your detection range. The implications were staggering. Not only had Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes, an unprecedented violation of natural magical law, but they maintained some form of connection to each other, a network of soul fragments that could potentially become active under certain conditions. This explains Dumbledore's obsession, Augusta concluded grimly. If he discovered the existence of these Horcruxes after Voldemort's fall, realized one had attached to Harry, and suspected others remained hidden throughout Britain, he would need extensive resources to locate and study them. Andromeda continued the thought. Resources beyond what Hogwarts or his personal fortune could provide. So he stole from us, Susan said, her usual cheerfulness replaced by cold anger. Used our inheritances to fund research into destroying these things, while simultaneously binding our magic to prevent us from developing the power to challenge him. Or to prevent Harry's fragment from influencing him as he grew stronger, Neville suggested. If Dumbledore feared the Horcrux might corrupt Harry's developing magic. Harry had considered this possibility himself, but it didn't fully explain the pattern of bindings placed on multiple children. Then why bind all of us? Why suppress Neville's plant magic or Susan's protective abilities or Luna's perceptions? None of you have Horcruxes. Control, Madame Bones said simply. Albus has always believed in controlling dangerous knowledge and power. Children with unusual magical talents, developing independently of his influence, would represent unknown variables in his carefully managed approach to defeating Voldemort. The discussion continued late into the evening as cursebreakers, healers, and coalition leaders analyzed the expedition's findings and developed plans for next steps. Throughout, Harry found himself increasingly distant from the conversation, his awareness pulled between the physical meeting and the strange new connection he could feel pulsing in his scar, a magical tether linking him to both the fragments at the research facility and, he suspected, to others scattered throughout the wizarding world. When he finally spoke, interrupting a technical debate about containment methodologies, his voice carried quiet certainty that silenced the room. We need to destroy them. All of them. It's the only way to ensure Voldemort can't return. Ragnarok studied him with newfound respect. The Covenant entitles you to reclaim misappropriated assets, Mr. Potter. That includes demanding the return of funds used to establish this research facility. But you appear to be suggesting we allow Dumbledore's work to continue? Not under his exclusive control, Harry clarified. But yes, the research needs to continue, with our oversight, our involvement, and complete transparency about methods and findings. You're proposing cooperation with Dumbledore? Augusta asked skeptically. After everything he's done? Not cooperation, Harry corrected. Supervision. We use the Covenant to establish our legal authority over the facility and its research, then ensure it actually serves its stated purpose, protecting the wizarding world from Voldemort's return, rather than advancing Dumbledore's personal agenda. Madame Bones leaned forward, intrigued. An elegant solution, Harry. We maintain the moral high ground while focusing on the greater threat. However, implementation would be challenging. Dumbledore has spent decades cultivating his image as the indispensable leader of the light. Having children dictate terms to him, even with legal justification, would be a significant blow to his pride. His pride isn't my concern, Harry replied simply. Preventing Voldemort's return is. If Dumbledore truly cares about protecting the wizarding world, he'll accept our terms. If he refuses, well, that would reveal something important about his true priorities, wouldn't it? The coalition spent the next hour refining this approach, developing specific conditions for allowing the research to continue, full financial transparency, regular progress reports to the affected heirs, removal of all remaining binding spells on the children, and establishment of an oversight committee including representatives from both the coalition and neutral third parties like the goblins. "There's one more thing," Harry added as they prepared to conclude the meeting. "I want unrestricted access to information about my parents, their work with the Order, their research, their personal effects. Everything Dumbledore has kept from me." No one objected to this addition. Indeed, several adults exchanged glances suggesting they had expected and supported such a request. "We'll formalize these terms immediately," Ragnarok decided. "A delegation will present them to Dumbledore tomorrow, invoking the Covenant's authority to compel good faith negotiation regarding assets purchased with the heirs' funds." As the meeting dispersed, Harry found himself walking with Neville and Susan toward the bank's main hall, their goblin escorts maintaining a respectful distance. "Do you really think Dumbledore will agree?" Neville asked quietly. "He doesn't have much choice," Susan pointed out. "Between the Covenant's legal power, the public relations disaster if he refuses, and the Wizengamot investigation starting next week, his options are limited." "It's not about whether he agrees willingly," Harry said, his voice reflective rather than bitter. "It's about establishing that he doesn't get to make unilateral decisions anymore. Whatever happens next, with the Horcruxes, with Voldemort, with our futures, we get a say in it. All of us." As they reached the bank's main entrance, preparing to return to their respective temporary homes, Harry paused, looking back at the imposing marble hall where his journey had begun just 2 weeks earlier. So much had changed since that first inheritance audit, his understanding of his past, his awareness of his magical capabilities, his connection to other children who shared his experiences of loss and suppression. Most significantly, he had begun to glimpse a possible future, one where Dumbledore's secrets were exposed, Voldemort's anchors to immortality were destroyed, and children like himself grew into their full magical potential without artificial constraints. It was a future worth fighting for, regardless of the challenges that still lay ahead. "Ready?" Susan asked, noting his hesitation. Harry nodded, turning away from Gringotts and toward whatever would come next. "Ready." The following morning brought news that would dramatically alter their carefully constructed plans. Harry was halfway through breakfast at Bones Manor when Madame Bones burst into the dining room, her expression more alarmed than he had ever seen it. "The research facility has been attacked," she announced without preamble. "Massive magical discharge detected around dawn. Initial reports suggest catastrophic containment failure." Harry's scar throbbed in immediate response, as if confirming the connection between himself and whatever had occurred in Wales. "The Horcruxes?" "Unknown," Madame Bones replied grimly. "Ministry response teams are on site, but communications are chaotic. Augusta is attempting to get information through her Wizengamot contacts." Susan had gone pale. Could it have been triggered by our presence yesterday? By Harry's connection to the other fragments? Unlikely, Madame Bones assured her, though Harry noted the lack of absolute certainty in her voice. "The facility has been conducting increasingly aggressive experiments for months, according to the Cursebreaker's analysis. This was probably an escalation of those tests that went catastrophically wrong. Or deliberate sabotage," Harry thought but didn't say. If word had reached Voldemort's remaining supporters that Dumbledore was researching Horcruxes, researching ways to permanently destroy their master's path to immortality, they would have powerful motivation to intervene. "What about our plans to confront Dumbledore?" Susan asked. "Do we postpone?" Madame Bones shook her head firmly. "On the contrary, this development makes our meeting more urgent. If the facility is compromised, if Horcruxes have been damaged or, worse, removed, we need full disclosure immediately." The planned delegation was hastily expanded to include additional security and magical specialists who might help assess the implications of the facility's breach. By mid-morning, they were assembled in the Gringotts conference room, reviewing the latest information before departing to meet Dumbledore at Hogwarts, the only location he had agreed to receive them. Preliminary reports confirm at least 3 fatalities among the research staff, Augusta reported grimly, having just returned from an emergency Wizengamot briefing. The facility's central laboratory was completely destroyed, and the containment building shows evidence of forced entry. The Ministry is classifying it as a terrorist attack, though they haven't specified suspects. Death Eaters, Andromeda concluded flatly. It has to be. No one else would target that specific facility with such precision. Harry's scar continued to pulse uncomfortably, though not with the sharp pain he had experienced during yesterday's resonance event. Through the strange new awareness he had developed, he sensed something had fundamentally changed in the network of Horcrux fragments, a shift in their collective energy that suggested movement, realignment. "They're being gathered," he said suddenly, drawing surprised looks from the adults. "Not destroyed, collected. I can feel it. The fragments are being brought together by someone who knows what they are." This alarming assessment accelerated their departure. The delegation, consisting of Madame Bones, Augusta, Andromeda, Ragnarok, Harry, Neville, and Susan, traveled to Hogwarts via a special long-distance portkey arranged by the goblins. They materialized at the school's main gates, where a tall, severe-looking witch in emerald green robes awaited them. Madame Bones, she greeted them formally. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The headmaster is expecting you in his office." As they followed McGonagall through the grounds and into the castle, Harry tried to focus on their mission rather than his first impressions of the magical school he would eventually attend. Still, it was difficult not to be awed by Hogwarts, the soaring stone towers, the moving staircases, the portraits that whispered as they passed, the palpable sense of ancient magic permeating every wall and corridor. "Impressive, isn't it?" Susan whispered, noticing his wide-eyed observation. "My parents told me all about it, but seeing it in person. It feels alive," Harry murmured, his enhanced perception detecting the castle's semi-sentient magical field, a complex, benevolent presence built from centuries of magical education and thousands of student experiences. Professor McGonagall led them to a stone gargoyle guarding a spiral staircase, spoke a password, Peppermint Toad, and escorted them up the moving stairs to a wooden door bearing an ornate brass knocker. She rapped once before opening the door to reveal Dumbledore's office, a circular room filled with silver instruments, portraits of previous headmasters, and towering bookshelves. Dumbledore himself stood behind his desk, looking considerably more careworn than during their previous encounters. His usual twinkle was absent, replaced by a grave intensity that suggested he already knew about the research facility attack. Madame Bones, Augusta, Director Ragnarok, he acknowledged them with a slight bow. "And young Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, and Miss Bones. Given the circumstances, I appreciate your willingness to meet here rather than insisting on neutral territory." "The circumstances being the destruction of your secret research facility?" Augusta replied pointedly. "Yes, they rather dictated expedited arrangements." Dumbledore gestured for them to be seated in chairs that materialized with a wave of his wand. "I received word of the attack shortly after midnight. By the time I arrived, the damage was extensive and the perpetrators gone. 3 researchers dead, 2 critically injured, and most concerning of all, certain objects under study removed." "Horcruxes," Harry said directly, watching Dumbledore's reaction. "Voldemort's Horcruxes that you've been studying using our stolen money." If Dumbledore was surprised by Harry's bluntness or knowledge, he concealed it well. "Yes, Mr. Potter. Though I would characterize the funding as appropriated for emergency security measures rather than stolen. A semantic distinction that doesn't change the underlying action," Ragnarok observed coldly. "Nor does it address the illegal binding of these children's magic, which the Covenant compelled you to acknowledge publicly." Dumbledore sighed heavily, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. "I do not expect you to understand or forgive my methods. I ask only that you recognize the gravity of what has occurred. 2 Horcruxes were taken from the facility, a locket once belonging to Salazar Slytherin and a cup owned by Helga Hufflepuff. Both confirmed to contain fragments of Voldemort's soul, both now in the possession of those who would use them to restore their master." The implication sent a chill through the room. Madame Bones leaned forward, her professional demeanor intensifying. You believe this was orchestrated by Voldemort's followers? With the specific intent of facilitating his return? I believe, Dumbledore replied carefully, that someone with intimate knowledge of Horcruxes and the facility's security arranged this attack. Whether they serve Voldemort directly or have their own agenda remains unclear. How many Horcruxes are there in total? Harry asked, the question that had been burning in his mind since first learning the term. Dumbledore hesitated, his gaze shifting to the adults as if questioning the wisdom of sharing such information with children. Whatever he saw in their expressions must have convinced him, for he finally answered. Our research indicates Voldemort created 6 intentional Horcruxes, plus an unintentional 7th. His eyes flickered to Harry's scar. 2 were already destroyed before the attack, a ring belonging to Voldemort's maternal grandfather and a diary from his school days. 2 were taken last night. 1 remains secure at the facility's secondary location. And 1 has yet to be located, likely Ravenclaw's lost diadem, based on historical evidence and magical traces. And the 7th? Andromeda pressed, though they all knew the answer. Residing in Mr. Potter's scar, Dumbledore confirmed quietly. An accidental creation when the killing curse rebounded, splitting Voldemort's already unstable soul once more. Unlike the others, this fragment attached to a living host, creating a connection unprecedented in magical history. Harry absorbed this confirmation of their theory with oddly detached calm. He had suspected the truth since the healers discovered the foreign magic during his binding removal, but hearing Dumbledore state it so plainly still felt momentous, the final piece of a puzzle falling into place. You bound my magic to suppress the Horcrux, he stated, not a question but a confirmation. Dumbledore nodded slowly. To prevent it from influencing your development, yes. The bindings were designed to gradually dissolve as you matured, allowing your natural magic to establish dominance over the fragment. A delicate balance. Too much suppression would prevent your magic from developing the strength to contain the fragment, too little might allow it to influence you before you developed mental defenses. And the other children? Neville asked quietly but firmly. Why bind our magic when we don't have Horcruxes? For the first time, Dumbledore appeared genuinely uncomfortable. A precautionary measure. Children with exceptional magical potential who had lost parents to Voldemort represented potential vulnerabilities, targets for remaining Death Eaters seeking leverage or vessels for dark influences. The bindings were meant to protect you until you could be properly trained to defend yourselves. Properly trained according to your schedule, under your supervision, serving your agenda, Augusta translated coldly. You appointed yourself the arbiter of their development without consultation, consent, or oversight. Rather than attempting to justify his actions further, Dumbledore redirected the conversation to more immediate concerns. Whatever you think of my methods, we now face a crisis that transcends questions of guardianship or financial propriety. If Voldemort's supporters succeed in using these Horcruxes to restore him, or worse, if they discover how to transfer the soul fragments to create new physical forms, the consequences would be catastrophic. Then we have a common interest in recovering the stolen Horcruxes and destroying them, Madame Bones acknowledged. However, our cooperation comes with non-negotiable conditions. She proceeded to outline the terms they had developed the previous evening: transparency, oversight, removal of remaining bindings, access to information about Harry's parents, and legal recognition of the heir's authority over assets purchased with their funds. To their surprise, Dumbledore agreed to these conditions with minimal resistance. Under the circumstances, these terms are reasonable. I will provide full documentation of the research program, submit to coalition oversight, and arrange for the immediate removal of all remaining binding spells. Regarding Mr. Potter's parents, I have already assembled their personal effects for his review. The easy capitulation made Harry instantly suspicious. Just like that? After spending years hiding all this from us? Dumbledore's blue eyes met his directly. The attack changes everything, Mr. Potter. I can no longer manage this crisis alone, nor do I have the luxury of keeping sensitive information compartmentalized. Voldemort's supporters have escalated the conflict, and we must respond accordingly, with united purpose and complete commitment. Ragnarok, who had been observing Dumbledore carefully throughout the exchange, spoke in his gravelly voice. The Covenant compels truthfulness regarding the heir's inheritance. Are you being entirely forthcoming about the facility attack and its implications? A flicker of magical energy, visible to Harry's enhanced perception but likely invisible to others, rippled around Dumbledore as the Covenant's compulsion activated. I believe the attack was orchestrated by someone with intimate knowledge of both Horcruxes and the facility's operations. Someone who may have been working within our research team under false pretenses. And I believe their goal is not simply Voldemort's return but something more complex, perhaps a controlled restoration that they, not Voldemort himself, would manage. An internal betrayal, Augusta interpreted sharply. One of your own researchers. That is my current theory, yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Which is why I cannot continue operating in isolation. The network I built, the security measures I implemented, they have been compromised from within. Fresh perspectives and additional oversight might identify vulnerabilities I have missed. The meeting continued for another hour as they established specific mechanisms for implementing their agreement, regular reporting structures, coalition representatives who would join the remaining research team, protocols for handling additional Horcruxes if located. Throughout, Harry observed Dumbledore carefully, noting how the old wizard seemed simultaneously relieved to share his burden and concerned about losing control of the process he had managed alone for so long. When they finally prepared to depart, Dumbledore asked Harry to remain behind for a brief private conversation. After consulting with Madame Bones, who agreed but insisted on staying within earshot, Harry faced the headmaster across his desk, the boy who lived and the wizard who had shaped his life from the shadows. I owe you an apology, Harry, Dumbledore began, his voice gentler than it had been during the formal negotiations. Not just for the financial and magical impositions, but for a more fundamental failure. I lost sight of you as a child deserving of care and consideration in my focus on you as a critical element in the struggle against Voldemort. Harry maintained a neutral expression, unwilling to easily absolve the man who had orchestrated his difficult childhood. You could have explained. You could have checked on me. You could have made sure the Dursleys weren't keeping me in a cupboard and treating me like a servant. Something like genuine pain flashed across Dumbledore's features. Yes. Those failures cannot be justified, even by the greater purpose I believed I was serving. I convinced myself that distance was necessary for your protection, that your mother's blood wards required certain sacrifices. In doing so, I betrayed the trust James and Lily placed in me. Why are you telling me this now? Harry asked directly. Because you're being forced to buy our coalition? Or because you actually regret what you did? Both, I suppose, Dumbledore admitted with surprising candor. The circumstances have compelled me to reconsider approaches I once thought necessary and infallible. And in that reconsideration, I have recognized genuine errors of judgment, moments where I allowed the abstract goal of defeating Voldemort to overshadow the immediate welfare of those affected by my decisions. Harry studied the old wizard, searching for deception or manipulation in his manner. What he found instead, through his magical perception, was a complex tangle of genuine regret, ingrained paternalism, and deeply held conviction that his broader goals remained righteous despite flawed execution. I don't trust you, Harry said finally, simple honesty seeming the only appropriate response. I don't know if I ever will. But I'm willing to work with you to destroy the Horcruxes and stop Voldemort from returning. Not because I forgive what you did, but because it's the right thing to do. Dumbledore nodded, accepting this conditional cooperation without protest. A mature and principled position, Harry. Your parents would be proud. He reached into his desk and withdrew a small wooden box. Speaking of whom, this belongs to you. Your father entrusted it to me shortly before he went into hiding, for safekeeping, he said, until you were old enough to use it responsibly. Harry accepted the box cautiously. Opening it, he found a shimmering silver cloak folded with careful precision, the invisibility cloak that had been among the items recalled to Gringotts during his initial audit. It's been in your family for generations, Dumbledore explained. An exceptionally powerful magical artifact, one of the few true invisibility cloaks that never fades or deteriorates with use. James used it extensively during his school days, often for mischief, but also for more serious purposes during the war. He wanted you to have it when the time was right. Harry ran his fingers over the fluid material, feeling the magic humming within it, ancient, powerful, and somehow familiar, as if it recognized his touch. "Thank you for returning it," he said simply, refraining from pointing out that Dumbledore had kept the cloak for years beyond what James Potter had likely intended. As he prepared to rejoin the others, Dumbledore offered one final observation. "You are building something remarkable with the other affected children, Harry. That bears alliance, I believe they're calling it. A coalition based on mutual support rather than hierarchical leadership. It represents an approach to power and organization quite different from how the wizarding world typically operates." Harry paused at the door, surprised by Dumbledore's awareness of their informal group. "We're just helping each other learn what we should have known all along." "Perhaps," Dumbledore acknowledged with a hint of his familiar twinkle returning. "But in doing so, you may be laying the groundwork for something much more significant, a generation of magical children who develop their talents collaboratively rather than competitively, who value cooperation over status, who see magic as a shared heritage rather than a tool for personal advancement." The observation gave Harry pause. He hadn't considered their alliance in such broad terms, focusing instead on the immediate goals of supporting each other through binding removals and developing their suppressed abilities. But Dumbledore's framing suggested greater possibilities, a potential reshaping of wizarding society's approach to magic and education. "We'll see," he replied noncommittally, unwilling to give Dumbledore the satisfaction of influencing their direction, even positively. "Right now, we're just trying to undo the damage you caused." As he rejoined the coalition members waiting in the antechamber, Harry found himself reflecting on the strange duality of their situation. They had achieved their immediate goals, securing Dumbledore's cooperation, establishing oversight of the Horcrux research, ensuring removal of the remaining bindings. Yet simultaneously, they had been drawn into a more dangerous conflict than they had initially anticipated, a race to prevent Voldemort's resurrection through his scattered soul fragments. The gathering storm, it seemed, was just beginning to break. What had started as an investigation into financial theft had revealed a hidden magical war, one in which Harry and his newfound allies would play increasingly central roles, whether they wished to or not. Chapter 5. The young guardian morning light streamed through the tall windows of Bones Manor, painting golden rectangles across Harry's bedroom floor. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his father's invisibility cloak pooled in his lap like liquid silver, deep in the meditation practice that had become his morning ritual. In the week since their confrontation with Dumbledore at Hogwarts, Harry had made remarkable progress in controlling his expanding magical abilities, and, more challengingly, in managing the increasingly active connection to the Horcrux fragment in his scar. The final binding removal procedure was scheduled for tomorrow at St. Mungo's. Unlike the previous sessions, this one would address the deepest, most fundamental constraints Dumbledore had placed on his magical core, the bindings that limited not just his conscious control of magic but his raw magical power itself. "Focus on your center," Harry murmured to himself, echoing Andromeda Tonk's instructions. "Visualize the boundaries between your magic and the foreign element." In his mind's eye, Harry could see his magical core, the swirling emerald energy with golden threads that had become so familiar. At its periphery, contained but not eliminated, lurked the dark fragment from Voldemort's shattered soul. Since the theft of the 2 Horcruxes from the research facility, this fragment had grown more active, occasionally sending Harry flashes of emotion or fragmentary visions that weren't his own. A soft knock at the door broke his concentration. "Harry? Are you awake?" Susan called. "Come in," he replied, carefully folding the invisibility cloak and placing it in the drawer of his bedside table. Susan entered, already dressed for the day in casual robes of deep blue. Her expression was a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "It's time. The Wizengamot session starts in an hour, and Auntie says we need to be there early to prepare." Harry nodded, taking a deep breath to center himself. Today was the formal hearing before the full Wizengamot, the culmination of their investigation into Dumbledore's financial schemes and illegal binding spells. After weeks of preliminary hearings and evidence gathering, the case would be presented in its entirety, with Harry, Neville, and several other affected children scheduled to testify. "Is everyone ready?" he asked, reaching for the formal robes Madame Bones had provided for the occasion, deep green with subtle gold embroidery that complemented his eyes and, not coincidentally, evoked the Potter family colors. "Neville and his Gran arrived a few minutes ago. The others are meeting us at the ministry." Susan hesitated, then added, "The Prophet is reporting that Dumbledore's supporters plan to pack the public galleries. They're calling it a witch hunt orchestrated by dark families." Harry shook his head in frustration but not surprise. Despite the Covenant's truth compulsion, despite the financial records recovered from Gringotts, despite the testimony of multiple healers confirming the illegal binding spells, some people simply refused to believe Albus Dumbledore could have done anything truly wrong. "Let them watch," he said with quiet determination. "The truth doesn't change because people don't want to hear it." Downstairs, they found Madame Bones reviewing final documents with Augusta Longbottom at the breakfast table. Neville sat nearby, looking uncomfortable in formal robes similar to Harry's but in Longbottom colors of burgundy and silver. He offered Harry a nervous smile. "Ready for this?" Neville asked. "As ready as I'll ever be," Harry replied honestly. "You?" Neville fingered the cuff of his formal robes. "Gran spent all morning coaching me on proper Wizengamot etiquette. Apparently, there are 17 different ways to address the Chief Warlock, depending on the context. Just speak clearly and truthfully," Augusta advised, looking up from her documents. "The Covenant will protect your testimony from challenge, and Madame Bones has prepared the legal framework for the remedies we're seeking. Those remedies have been carefully calibrated over weeks of negotiation: full financial restitution to all affected children's accounts, formal censure of Dumbledore in his capacity as Chief Warlock, removal of all remaining binding spells under professional healer supervision, and establishment of an oversight committee to monitor the ongoing Horcrux research, ensuring it served its stated purpose without exploiting children's assets." "What about the stolen Horcruxes?" Harry asked, accepting a plate of toast from Mimsy, who had appeared silently at his elbow. "Any progress on tracking them?" Madame Bones' expression tightened. "Nothing definitive. The Auror office has been investigating known Death Eater sympathizers, but without success. Dumbledore's researchers have developed a detection method based on the resonance effect you experienced, but its range is limited. The theft of Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup remained a dangerous complication in their already complex situation. Whoever had orchestrated the attack on the research facility clearly understood both the nature of Horcruxes and their potential use in restoring Voldemort to physical form. The coalition had been forced to divide its attention between pursuing justice for the affected children and preventing a catastrophic return of the Dark Lord. "We should focus on today's hearing," Augusta advised practically. "The Wizengamot's formal recognition of wrongdoing will strengthen our position in managing the Horcrux situation. Legal authority is a powerful tool, even in magical conflicts." As they finished breakfast and prepared to depart, Harry found himself reflecting on how much his perspective had expanded in the weeks since discovering the discrepancies in his Gringotts account. He had gone from thinking in terms of simple justice, returning stolen money, removing unwanted magical bindings, to considering complex political, magical, and ethical calculations that affected the entire wizarding world. One step at a time, he reminded himself quietly. First, the Wizengamot hearing. Then, his final binding removal. After that they would face whatever came next, together. The Wizengamot chamber was already filled to capacity when they arrived, the public galleries overflowing with witches and wizards eager to witness what the Daily Prophet had dubbed the trial of the century. Members in their plum-colored robes occupied the tiered seating around the central floor, their expressions ranging from solemn attention to barely concealed skepticism. Harry, Neville, and Susan were escorted to a designated waiting area adjacent to the chamber, where other members of the Heirs Alliance had already gathered. Luna Lovegood sat reading the Quibbler upside down, occasionally making notes in the margin. Hannah Abbott nervously practiced what appeared to be formal bowing protocols. Ernie Macmillan was explaining something in great detail to a glazed-looking Wayne Hopkins, complete with expansive hand gestures. Harry, several voices called as they entered, the children immediately gravitating toward him with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "Is it true Dumbledore's bringing Fawkes?" Ernie asked immediately. "My father says phoenixes can influence Wizengamot proceedings by singing truth melodies." "I haven't heard anything about that," Harry replied, exchanging a bemused glance with Neville. Ernie's tendency to present speculation as established fact had become a familiar feature of alliance meetings. "You look worried," Luna observed, setting aside her magazine to study Harry with her unervingly perceptive silver eyes. "The Raxburts are particularly thick around your scar today." Rather than dismissing her odd comment as others might, Harry nodded seriously. "The connection's been stronger since they stole the other Horcruxes. It's like they're calling to each other." This admission drew concerned looks from the other children, who had all been briefed about Harry's unique situation. Over the past weeks, as binding removal procedures had continued across the group, they had developed a remarkably matter-of-fact approach to even the most unusual magical circumstances. "Have you tried the isolation visualization Andromeda taught us?" Susan suggested. "The one where you imagine your magic as a wall of light surrounding the foreign energy?" "It helps temporarily," Harry acknowledged, "but it takes constant focus." "And during sleep?" He trailed off, not wanting to alarm the others with details of the increasingly vivid dreams he'd been experiencing, dreams where he saw through Voldemort's eyes, both past memories and what seemed like current activities, though fragmented and disjointed. Before the conversation could continue, the chamber doors opened to admit Andromeda Tonks, who would be representing the children during the formal proceedings. "They're ready for us," she announced, her aristocratic features composed but her eyes betraying excitement. "Remember your preparation, speak clearly, address the acting Chief Warlock as Honored Chief, and answer only the questions asked. The Covenant will protect your testimony from challenge, but procedural rules still apply." As they filed into the chamber, Harry was struck by the imposing formality of the space, the ancient stone walls embedded with truth-compelling runes, the elevated dais where Tiberius Ogden presided in Dumbledore's stead, the witness chair at the center of the floor crafted from wood that supposedly came from Merlin's own staff. And there, seated among the regular Wizengamot members rather than in his customary position of authority, was Albus Dumbledore himself. The old wizard's expression was serene, his half-moon spectacles gleaming in the enchanted light that illuminated the chamber. If he felt any trepidation about facing formal censure from the body he had led for decades, he showed no sign of it. "Order," called Acting Chief Ogden, bringing his ceremonial gavel down with a resonant thud that silenced the murmuring galleries. "This formal session of the Wizengamot is convened to hear evidence and render judgment in the matter of financial irregularities and prohibited magical bindings affecting orphaned magical children under the guardianship of various wizarding families." The formal proceedings began with presentation of evidence already gathered during preliminary hearings, Gringotts' financial records, healer testimonies regarding the binding spells, Dumbledore's own admissions under the Covenant's compulsion during the press conference. When it came time for the children to testify, Neville was called first, a strategic decision to establish the pattern of misconduct before Harry's more high-profile testimony. Despite his obvious nervousness, Neville spoke clearly and directly about the discovery of financial discrepancies in his family accounts and the subsequent diagnosis of magical bindings that had suppressed his natural abilities. "And how has the removal of these bindings affected your magical development, Mr. Longbottom?" asked Madame Bones, who was leading the questioning. "It's like I was seeing everything through foggy glass before," Neville explained, gaining confidence as he spoke. "Now everything's clear. I can feel my magic responding when I focus on plants especially, they react to my intentions, almost like they're listening. Professor Sprout, she's the herbology teacher at Hogwarts, she came to observe me working in Gran's greenhouses and said I have a rare gift for botanical communion." Harry noticed several Wizengamot members exchanging impressed glances at this revelation. The Longbottom family's traditional affinity for herbology was well known in wizarding circles, and the suppression of such a heritage gift would be seen as particularly egregious by traditionalists. Susan testified next, followed by Luna, Hannah, and several other affected children. Each described similar patterns: unauthorized withdrawals from family vaults coinciding with the deaths or incapacitation of their parents, followed by placement of magical bindings that limited their natural abilities, all conducted without notification to their legal guardians. Finally, Harry was called to the witness chair. As he settled into the ancient wooden seat, he felt a subtle magical current, the chamber's truth-compelling enchantments activating, supplementing the Covenant's power to ensure honest testimony. "Mr. Potter," Madam Bones began formally, "please describe in your own words how you first became aware of irregularities in your family accounts." Harry recounted his first visit to Gringotts, the inheritance audit, and the shocking discoveries that followed. He described the binding removal procedures at St. Mungo's, the foreign magical presence detected in his scar, and the connection to Dumbledore's secret research into Horcruxes. Throughout his testimony, he was acutely aware of Dumbledore watching him, not with anger or resentment, but with something more complex, almost like assessment. The old wizard's magical aura, visible to Harry's enhanced perception, swirled with conflicting emotions beneath his outwardly calm demeanor. "And based on your understanding of these events," Madam Bones continued, "what outcome do you seek from these proceedings?" Harry straightened in the chair, focusing on the carefully prepared response they had developed. "The Coalition seeks 4 specific remedies: full financial restitution to all affected accounts, formal censure of Chief Warlock Dumbledore for exceeding his authority, removal of all remaining binding spells under professional supervision, and establishment of an oversight committee for the ongoing Horcrux research." "You mentioned this research," interjected an elderly witch whom Harry recognized as Griselda Marchbanks, one of the Wisengamot's most senior members. "Given the evident danger posed by these Horcruxes, do you oppose the continuation of efforts to neutralize them?" "No, madam," Harry replied respectfully. "We recognize the importance of that work. We simply believe it should proceed with proper oversight and transparency, rather than being funded through misappropriated children's inheritances and managed in complete secrecy." This balanced response drew approving nods from several members who had appeared skeptical earlier, particularly those from traditionally neutral families who valued proper procedure over political alignment. After Harry completed his testimony, it was Dumbledore's turn to address the Wisengamot. The chamber fell completely silent as the most revered wizard of the age rose from his seat and approached the central floor. Harry, who had been permitted to remain in the chamber, watched with a mixture of wariness and genuine curiosity about how Dumbledore would defend his actions. "Honored members," Dumbledore began, his voice calm and measured, "I stand before you today not to deny the actions described by these children, but to provide the context necessary for understanding them." He proceeded to outline the desperate circumstances following Voldemort's fall, the continued threat from unapprehended Death Eaters, the discovery of Horcruxes that suggested the Dark Lord could return, and the urgent need for resources to address these dangers. "When I identified the existence of Horcruxes in late 1981, Dumbledore explained, I faced an impossible choice. Public disclosure would create panic and potentially alert Voldemort's most fanatical supporters to the possibility of restoring him. Ministry funding would require bureaucratic oversight that might compromise operational security. Private funding was insufficient for the scale of research required." He paused, his expression grave. "I made the decision to utilize resources from the accounts of children orphaned by the conflict, children who had the most to lose should Voldemort return. It was my intention to replace these funds once the immediate crisis had passed, with interest reflecting their contribution to wizarding security." A murmur ran through the chamber at this admission. Harry noticed that even some of Dumbledore's supporters appeared troubled by the straightforward acknowledgement of financial misappropriation, regardless of the stated purpose. As for the binding spells, Dumbledore continued, they were implemented as protective measures during a time when many believed Voldemort's influence might persist through cursed objects or possession. Children with significant magical potential, particularly those connected to families who had opposed him directly, represented potential targets. The bindings were designed to gradually dissolve as the children matured and developed natural magical defenses. Griselda Marchbanks interrupted again. Yet you never monitored these bindings to ensure they were dissolving properly. Nor did you inform the children's guardians or healers about their existence. How do you justify these omissions? For the first time, Dumbledore appeared genuinely uncomfortable. I believed compartmentalization of this knowledge was necessary for security. A miscalculation, as events have proven. The bindings should have been monitored and disclosed to appropriate medical personnel, at minimum. The questioning continued for nearly an hour, with various Wizengamot members pressing Dumbledore on specific aspects of his actions. Throughout, Harry observed a gradual shift in the chamber's mood, from polarized support or opposition toward a more nuanced recognition that even Dumbledore's most questionable decisions had stemmed from legitimate concerns, while still representing significant overreaches of authority. Finally, Acting Chief Ogden called for deliberations. The children were escorted back to the waiting area while the Wizengamot considered the evidence and proposed remedies. Harry found himself oddly calm as they waited, having said his piece and knowing that, regardless of the formal ruling, they had already achieved their most important objectives, exposure of the truth and recognition of their right to autonomy. Do you think they'll censure him? Neville asked quietly as they sat together, away from the more animated discussions among the other children. Harry considered the question. Probably, but in a way that acknowledges his intentions were good even if his methods were wrong. The Wizengamot needs to maintain its own authority, but most of them still respect Dumbledore too much to humiliate him completely. Neville nodded thoughtfully. It's strange, isn't it? A month ago, I would have been terrified to say anything against Professor Dumbledore. Now we're testifying against him before the entire Wizengamot, and it feels right. Necessary. Because we're not doing it out of anger or revenge, Harry observed. We just want the truth acknowledged and things put right. He hesitated, then added, and because we're not doing it alone. The deliberations lasted longer than expected, nearly 3 hours during which the children were provided lunch and attempted to distract themselves with quiet games and conversation. When they were finally summoned back to the chamber, Harry noticed immediately that the atmosphere had changed. The Wizengamot members appeared solemn but resolved, while Dumbledore sat with the serene acceptance of someone who had anticipated the outcome. This Wizengamot has reached its determinations, announced Acting Chief Ogden. Regarding the matter of financial irregularities, we find that Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore did exceed his authority in appropriating funds from the accounts of orphan children without proper notification to their guardians or establishment of formal reimbursement protocols. We order full restitution to all affected accounts, with interest calculated at the standard Gringotts rate for the period in question. A satisfied murmur ran through the coalition members seated near Harry. Financial justice had been their original objective, and it had been unequivocally granted. Regarding the matter of magical bindings, Ogden continued, we find that these were implemented without proper medical oversight or guardian consent, in violation of statutes governing juvenile magical development. We order immediate removal of all remaining bindings under supervision of qualified healers, with follow-up care provided at the expense of the office of the Chief Warlock. Another victory, though one they had effectively already secured through their earlier agreements with Dumbledore and St. Mungo's. Regarding the request for formal censure, this Wizengamot acknowledges that Albus Dumbledore acted beyond his legal authority, regardless of his intentions. We issue an official reprimand to be recorded in the proceedings of this body, while noting that the circumstances of the immediate post-war period created unprecedented challenges for all in positions of authority. A compromise, as Harry had predicted, acknowledgement of wrongdoing without permanently damaging Dumbledore's standing or legacy. Finally, regarding oversight of ongoing research into dark artifacts related to the recent conflict, we authorize establishment of a review committee comprising representatives from affected families, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and neutral magical scholars. This committee shall have full access to research facilities and findings, with authority to ensure ethical conduct and appropriate use of resources. With these pronouncements, the formal hearing concluded. The gallery erupted in a mixture of applause, protests, and animated discussion as witches and wizards debated the implications of the rulings. Harry, however, felt only quiet satisfaction, not triumph over Dumbledore, but vindication of the principle that even the greatest wizards should be held accountable for their actions. As people began to disperse, Harry noticed Dumbledore approaching their group, accompanied by Professor McGonagall. The children tensed slightly, uncertain about this unexpected contact, but Andromeda moved protectively to the front of their group to meet the Hogwarts leaders. Madame Tonks, Dumbledore greeted her with a slight bow. I wish to speak briefly with the children before departing. With your permission, of course. After a moment's consideration, Andromeda nodded. Briefly. Dumbledore addressed the group collectively, his blue eyes moving from one child to another with evident seriousness. I want to express my sincere appreciation for the measured approach you have taken in addressing my actions. You sought accountability without vengeance, transparency without humiliation. These are the choices of true leaders, not merely aggrieved parties. His gaze settled on Harry. Particularly you, Mr. Potter. You could have demanded far more severe penalties, given your unique position and the specific impact of my decisions on your life. Instead, you focused on constructive remedies that serve the broader good while addressing individual injustices. Harry wasn't entirely comfortable with this praise, especially coming from the man who had caused so much disruption in his life. We just wanted the truth acknowledged and things put right, he said, echoing his earlier words to Neville. A worthy objective, Dumbledore acknowledged with a small smile. And one I should have respected from the beginning. He turned to address all the children again. As you continue developing your considerable talents, now unbound and properly nurtured, I hope you will maintain the alliance you have formed. The wizarding world has much to gain from your collaborative approach to magic and leadership. With that somewhat cryptic encouragement, Dumbledore departed, leaving the children exchanging puzzled glances. Was that an apology? Ernie wondered aloud. Or more of his usual mysterious advice? Both, I think, Luna replied dreamily. He's genuinely sorry, but he still believes he knows best about the big picture. Old habits die hard, especially for 150-year-old wizards. As they made their way from the chamber, Harry found himself walking alongside Professor McGonagall, who had lingered after Dumbledore's departure. The stern witch studied him with an expression he couldn't quite interpret. Mr. Potter, she said finally, her Scottish accent more pronounced than when she had escorted them at Hogwarts, I wish to say something to you apart from Albus's sentiments. Harry looked up at her curiously. Yes, Professor. Your parents would be immensely proud of how you have conducted yourself through this difficult situation. Her voice softened slightly. I taught them both for 7 years and knew them well during the war. They valued justice and fairness above all, even when facing the darkest of circumstances. The simple statement affected Harry more deeply than all the formal proceedings of the day. He had heard much about his parents in recent weeks, details of their financial affairs, their roles in the Order of the Phoenix, their final confrontation with Voldemort, but personal insights into their character from someone who had known them well were precious and rare. Thank you, he managed, blinking back unexpected tears. That means a lot. McGonagall nodded briskly, her moment of sentimentality apparently concluded. I shall look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts when the time comes, Mr. Potter. I expect you will continue to surprise us all. With that, she turned and strode away, her emerald robes billowing behind her. The coalition gathered in a private chamber off the main corridor to discuss the outcomes and next steps. Despite the formal victory, the mood was subdued, partly from exhaustion after the lengthy proceedings, but also from awareness that their most dangerous challenge remained unresolved, the stolen Horcruxes and the threat of Voldemort's return. The Oversight Committee will be formed immediately, Madame Bones informed them, reviewing notes from the final deliberations. Augusta and I have been named as primary representatives, with additional members to be appointed within the week. What about the search for the stolen items? Harry asked, his hand unconsciously rising to his scar, which had been prickling intermittently throughout the day. Dumbledore has agreed to provide full disclosure of research findings that might help locate them, Augusta replied. The remaining researchers are developing more sensitive detection methods based on the resonance effect you experienced. Harry nodded, but a persistent worry nagged at him. Since the theft, his dreams had grown increasingly vivid and specific, most recently featuring an old manor house surrounded by yew trees, where robed figures gathered in what appeared to be preparation for a ritual. If these visions reflected current events rather than random fragments of Voldemort's memories, the situation might be more urgent than even Dumbledore realized. "I think they're planning something soon," he said quietly, drawing immediate attention from the adults. "The Horcrux in my scar, it's been more active, sending clearer images. I keep seeing an old house, people in dark robes preparing something. It feels imminent." Madame Bones exchanged concerned glances with Andromeda and Augusta. "Have you shared these visions with the healers?" "Some of them," Harry admitted. "They said it could be a side effect of the binding removals, the fragment becoming more perceptible as my own magic strengthens. Or it could be responding to actual events," Andromeda suggested grimly. "If someone is attempting to use the stolen Horcruxes to restore Voldemort, that activity might stimulate all his soul fragments, including the one connected to Harry." The implications hung heavily in the air. Their legal victory suddenly seemed hollow compared to the magical threat potentially gathering strength beyond their reach. "My final binding removal is tomorrow," Harry reminded them. "Once that's complete, maybe I'll be able to perceive more clearly what's happening with the other fragments." "Or it might increase your vulnerability to their influence," Andromeda cautioned. "We should consider postponing the procedure until we better understand what's occurring." Harry shook his head firmly. "No more delays. If something's coming, I need to be at full strength to face it. Besides," he added with grim determination, "if the Horcruxes really are connected, maybe I can use that connection to find the stolen ones once my magic is completely unbound." This suggestion triggered a heated debate among the adults, with legitimate concerns about Harry's safety balanced against the potential strategic advantage his unique connection might provide. Meanwhile, the other children listened with varying degrees of comprehension and concern, their recent binding removals having expanded their magical understanding but not necessarily their strategic thinking. "I have an idea," Neville said suddenly, speaking up with unusual confidence that reflected his growing comfort with his unbound magical abilities. "What if we work together? Harry's not the only one with special perception. Luna can see magical auras, I can sense magic through plants, Susan's brilliant with protective wards. If we combined our abilities." "A magical search party," Luna elaborated, her dreamy voice belying the practicality of her thinking. "Harry provides the connection to the Horcruxes, and the rest of us contribute our unique perceptions to interpret what he's sensing." "Like a specialized task force," Susan added eagerly. "The Heirs Alliance working together to locate the stolen items before they can be used." The adults appeared simultaneously impressed by the children's initiative and alarmed by the potential dangers of such an approach. Before they could respond, however, a ministry official burst into the chamber, his expression urgent. "Madame Bones," he addressed the DMLE head formally despite his evident agitation, "there's been an incident at Malfoy Manor. Magical detection equipment registered an enormous surge of dark energy approximately 20 minutes ago. Aurors were dispatched but encountered resistance at the property boundaries." Harry's scar flared with sudden pain, causing him to wince visibly. "It's happening," he said with certainty. "Whatever they're planning with the Horcruxes, it started." Madame Bones immediately shifted into her professional capacity as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "I need to coordinate the response. Augusta, Andromeda, secure the children and alert Dumbledore and the research team. This may be our worst-case scenario unfolding." As Madame Bones departed with the ministry official, the remaining adults hustled the children toward the secure Flug connection in the Wisengamot's private chambers. Harry, however, found himself increasingly overwhelmed by flashes of vision, the old manor house now clearly identifiable as Malfoy Manor, a ritual circle formed in what appeared to be a subterranean chamber, the Horcruxes placed at cardinal points around a central cauldron bubbling with silvery liquid. "Harry?" Susan's concerned voice seemed to come from a great distance. "What's wrong?" "I can see it," he gasped, struggling to maintain his connection to his physical surroundings while the visions intensified. They're using the Horcruxes in some kind of ritual. Lucius Malfoy is leading it. There's a homunculus, a temporary body. They're preparing to transfer. The pain in his scar suddenly spiked beyond anything he had previously experienced, driving him to his knees. Through the agony, Harry sensed something fundamental changing in the network of Horcrux fragments, a realignment, a consolidation of purpose directed by a newly awakened consciousness. He's aware, Harry managed through gritted teeth. Voldemort, the main soul piece, it's active, directing the other fragments. They're working together now. Augusta knelt beside him, her usual stern demeanor replaced by genuine concern. We need to get him to St. Mungo's immediately. No, Harry insisted, fighting through the pain with determined focus. I need the final binding removal. Now. Today. It's our only chance to stop what's happening. Out of the question, Andromeda stated firmly. The procedure is complex and dangerous under optimal conditions. In your current state, it's because of my current state that we need to do it, Harry interrupted, his voice steadier as he applied the mental disciplines he'd been practicing. The bindings are interfering with my ability to properly contain and control the Horcrux fragment. With them gone, I can better resist Voldemort's influence and maybe help locate the others. The adults exchanged uncertain glances, weighing medical caution against magical necessity in a rapidly escalating crisis. Before they could reach a decision, however, the chamber doors opened to admit Albus Dumbledore, accompanied by Healer Strout from St. Mungo's. Mr. Potter is correct, Dumbledore stated without preamble, having evidently overheard the latter part of their conversation. The final bindings must be removed immediately. They were designed to suppress his connection to Voldemort's soul fragment, but with the other Horcruxes now active, they're creating dangerous magical interference. Healer Strout nodded in agreement, though she looked troubled by the circumstances. We can perform an emergency removal here, with proper precautions. I've brought the essential equipment. She gestured to a shrunken case hanging from her belt. However, I must emphasize the increased risks of conducting the procedure outside a properly warded medical environment, particularly given Mr. Potter's current distress. The risk of not removing the bindings is greater, Harry insisted, managing to stand despite the continuing pain in his scar. I can feel the fragment fighting against the containment my magic has created. The bindings are preventing me from strengthening those barriers. After further hurried consultation, a compromise was reached. The binding removal would proceed immediately in a secure chamber within the Ministry, with additional magical support from both Dumbledore and members of the Heirs Alliance who had volunteered to assist. I still think this is incredibly dangerous, Augusta objected as they made their way to the designated room, a heavily warded space normally used for examining confiscated dark artifacts. But if it must be done, let us at least establish every possible safeguard. The room was hastily prepared according to Healer Strout's specifications. Silver runic circles were inscribed on the floor, specialized crystals positioned at key points to stabilize magical energies, protective wards established in layered configurations to contain any unexpected discharges. Most unusual was the arrangement of the volunteering children, Neville, Susan, Luna, Hannah, and Ernie, positioned around the outer circle, each prepared to contribute their unique magical awareness to support Harry during the procedure. This is highly unconventional, Healer Strout remarked as she finalized preparations. But these are unprecedented circumstances. The resonance between Horcrux fragments creates magical conditions we've never encountered before. Harry lay at the center of the runic circles, fighting to maintain his focus despite the increasingly intrusive visions and pain radiating from his scar. Around him, his friends sat in meditative poses they had practiced during Alliance training sessions, their unbound magic creating a protective network that even Dumbledore observed with evident interest. Their approach is intuitive rather than structured, he commented to Andromeda, who was monitoring the magical energies in the room. They're creating a distributed support system rather than channeling power hierarchically. Fascinating adaptation. Less theorizing, more preparation, Augusta snapped, her anxiety manifesting as impatience. Healer Strout, are you ready to proceed? The healer nodded, positioning herself at Harry's head while Dumbledore took a position opposite her, both preparing to channel their magic into the complex unbinding procedure. "Mr. Potter," Healer Stroud addressed him formally, "I need you to visualize your magical core as we've practiced. Focus specifically on the deepest bindings, the ones that feel most fundamental to your magical structure." Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the meditative state that allowed him to perceive his own magical core. Despite the pain and disruptive visions, he found the familiar emerald and gold energy swirling at his center. Surrounding it were the few remaining binding constraints, appearing as silvery bands encircling his core, limiting its expansion and full expression. "I see them," he confirmed, his voice steadier now that he had connected to his core. "Excellent. Now, your friends will establish a supportive field to help contain any magical discharge during the removal. Albus and I will systematically dissolve the bindings themselves. You must maintain your focus on your core throughout, particularly on the boundary between your magic and the foreign element." As the procedure began, Harry became aware of his friend's magic connecting to his own, Neville's earthy, grounding presence, Susan's protective, structuring energy, Luna's ethereal, perceptive awareness, Hannah's warm, stabilizing influence, Ernie's meticulous, organizing focus. Together, they created a remarkably balanced magical support system, unlike anything the adult practitioners had apparently encountered before. "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured as he began channeling his own considerable power into the unbinding spells. "They're instinctively forming a perfect harmonic resonance." The binding removal itself was far more intense than previous sessions. As Healer Stroud and Dumbledore worked to dissolve the deepest constraints on Harry's magic, he felt as if his very being was expanding, stretching beyond previously unrecognized limitations. Simultaneously, the foreign fragment in his scar reacted violently to the changing magical environment, sending spikes of pain and increasingly coherent visions into Harry's consciousness. "The fragment is becoming more active," he managed to communicate through gritted teeth. "It's trying to synchronize with the others. Maintain your barriers," Healer Stroud instructed calmly, though Harry could sense her concern. "Focus on containing the fragment while we complete the final unbinding." With supreme effort, Harry directed his attention to the boundary between his own magic and the Horcrux fragment, visualizing the protective barriers his training had helped him develop. To his surprise, he found his friends' magic supporting this effort as well, each contributing their unique strengths to reinforce his containment of the foreign element. As the final binding dissolved in a rush of released magical energy, Harry experienced a moment of pure clarity, his magic completely unbound for the first time since infancy, his magical senses extending far beyond the confines of the chamber. In that moment of expanded awareness, he could perceive not just the fragment in his scar but its connections to the other Horcruxes scattered throughout Britain. "I can sense them all," he gasped, the realization both exhilarating and terrifying. "Not just the stolen ones at Malfoy Manor, there's another at Hogwarts, hidden in a room of lost things. And something else, something underwater, in a cave by the sea." This unexpected revelation stunned even Dumbledore, who had believed only one Horcrux remained unaccounted for. "You can perceive their locations with such specificity?" "Yes, through the fragment's connections to the others." Harry focused more intently on the most active signatures. "The ritual at Malfoy Manor, it's nearly complete. They're using the Horcruxes to anchor a new body, drawing on their combined power to stabilize the transfer." The implications were immediately clear to everyone in the chamber. If Voldemort succeeded in regaining physical form through this ritual, the consequences would be catastrophic, not just for Harry and his friends, but for the entire wizarding world. "We must act immediately," Dumbledore declared, turning to Augusta and Andromeda. "Alert Amelia to focus all available Aurors on breaching Malfoy Manor's defenses. I will gather members of the Order who remain ready to respond." "What about us?" Harry asked, sitting up despite the lingering disorientation from the binding removal. "I have the clearest connection to what's happening." "Absolutely not," Augusta stated firmly. "You children have done remarkably well, but direct confrontation with Death Eaters conducting a dark ritual is beyond consideration." Harry exchanged glances with his friends, seeing in their expressions the same determination he felt. "We don't need to be physically present," he explained, a plan forming rapidly in his mind. "But I might be able to disrupt the ritual through the Horcrux connection. Especially with their help." He gestured to his fellow Alliance members. Dumbledore, who had been preparing to depart, paused at this suggestion. "What precisely are you proposing, Harry?" "A magical intervention," Harry explained, the concepts crystallizing as his newly unbound magic integrated with his intellectual understanding. "The Horcruxes are connected, that's how I can sense them. If we establish a focused magical opposition through the fragment in my scar, we might be able to disrupt the energy flow they're using for the ritual." The adults appeared skeptical, but Dumbledore studied Harry with renewed interest. "The principle is sound, though unprecedented. The Horcruxes do maintain a fundamental connection, being fragments of the same soul. Theoretically, one fragment could influence the others, particularly during a moment of active magical manipulation such as this ritual. We've been practicing coordinated magic in the Alliance," Susan added eagerly. "Different than conventional spellcasting, more intuitive, combining our unique perceptions and abilities. Like what we just did during Harry's binding removal," Neville explained. "Each contributing different magical qualities to a shared purpose." Healer Strout, who had observed this collaborative magic firsthand, reluctantly nodded. "Their approach is unorthodox but effective. The support matrix they created during the procedure was remarkably sophisticated for practitioners of any age, let alone children." Time was clearly of the essence, with Madame Bones and her Aurors already en route to Malfoy Manor and the ritual nearing completion according to Harry's continuing visions. After hurried deliberation, a compromise was reached. The children would attempt their magical intervention from the safety of the Ministry, under supervision of Healer Strout and Andromeda, while Dumbledore and Augusta joined the direct confrontation at Malfoy Manor. "You'll have approximately 20 minutes, Dumbledore informed them as he prepared to depart. "That's how long it will likely take the Aurors to breach the Manor's outer defenses. Whatever intervention you attempt must be completed before the ritual concludes." As the adults made their final preparations, the 6 children gathered in a tight circle, quickly refining their approach based on the practices they had developed in Alliance training sessions. "I'll maintain the primary connection through my scar," Harry explained, feeling strangely calm now that his magic was fully unbound and integrated. "Luna, you'll help interpret what I'm sensing because you can see magical patterns more clearly than any of us." "I'll stabilize your core energy," Susan volunteered. "Like strengthening the sender in a communication spell." "I can ground the connection," Neville suggested. "Keep it from overloading your system." Hannah and Ernie would focus on protective and structural aspects respectively, completing the balanced magical circuit they were creating. The approach was unlike anything taught in conventional magical education, neither the structured spellcasting of Hogwarts curriculum nor the ritualized magic practiced by older wizarding traditions. Instead, it represented something new, a collaborative, intuitive approach that leveraged their individual strengths while transcending their individual limitations. Once the adults had departed, Dumbledore and Augusta to join the confrontation, Madame Bones already coordinating the aura response, Andromeda and Healer Strout helped the children establish optimal positions within the runic circles that remained activated from the binding removal procedure. "Remember," Andromeda cautioned as they prepared to begin, "your objective is disruption of the ritual's energy flow, not direct confrontation with Voldemort or his supporters. At the first sign of dangerous backlash, you must disengage immediately." Harry nodded his understanding, though privately he was prepared to push further if necessary. The visions coming through his scar had grown increasingly alarming, the ritual at Malfoy Manor now in its final stages, the homunculus form of Voldemort about to be immersed in the silvery potion that would catalyze its transformation into a proper body. "Ready?" he asked his friends, receiving determined nods in response. "Then let's begin." Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the connection to his scar and, through it, to the network of Horcrux fragments. Instead of resisting the connection as he had been taught, he deliberately opened himself to it, though maintaining the protective boundaries his training had helped him develop. The effect was immediate and overwhelming, a rush of sensation and awareness that threatened to submerge his individual consciousness. But before he could be lost in the flood, he felt his friend's magic engaging with his own, creating structure and stability within the chaotic influx. "I see the connections," Luna murmured, her voice taking on the distant quality it assumed when she was perceiving magical energies. Golden threads linking all the fragments, pulsing with the ritual's rhythm. Through their shared magical awareness, Harry could now perceive the ritual at Malfoy Manor with extraordinary clarity, not just visual impressions but the underlying magical processes driving it. Lucius Malfoy stood at the head of a circle of robed figures, conducting complex wand movements over a large cauldron. The stolen Horcruxes, Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup, had been positioned at key points in an elaborate runic array, their dark energy feeding into the central focus of the ritual. Most disturbing was the small, misshapen form floating in the silvery liquid, a temporary vessel containing the primary fragment of Voldemort's soul, awaiting transfer into a more permanent body that was being magically constructed from the energies of the Horcruxes and other dark components Harry couldn't identify. "They're using the Horcruxes as anchors," he explained to his friends, who could sense aspects of what he was perceiving through their shared connection. "Drawing on their power to stabilize the new body while maintaining the other fragments as insurance." "The golden threads," Luna observed. "They're the channels. If we could disrupt them." Harry focused on these connections, the magical pathways linking the Horcrux fragments. Now that he could perceive them clearly, he realized they represented both a vulnerability and an opportunity. The ritual was specifically designed to draw power from the Horcruxes while maintaining their integrity as separate soul vessels, a delicate magical balance that might be susceptible to interference. "We need to create a competing resonance," he decided, the strategy forming intuitively as his unbound magic responded to the situation. "Something that disrupts the harmony they've established between the fragments." With his friend's support maintaining the stability of his core magic, Harry began generating a distinct magical frequency, a pattern of energy that deliberately contradicted the resonance being used in the ritual. He focused this counter-resonance through the fragment in his scar, using its connection to the other Horcruxes as a transmission pathway. The effect was subtle at first, a discordant note in the otherwise harmonious dark energy flow of the ritual. But as Harry refined the interference with Luna's perceptive guidance and the other supportive magic, the disruption grew stronger, beginning to visibly affect the magical processes at Malfoy Manor. Through his visionary connection, Harry could see confusion spreading among the ritual participants as their carefully calibrated magical flows began fluctuating unpredictably. Lucius Malfoy's composed expression gave way to alarm as the contents of the cauldron started bubbling erratically, the homunculus form writhing in apparent distress. "It's working," Harry murmured, maintaining intense focus despite the strain of channeling such precise magical opposition. "The ritual is destabilizing." The success was short-lived, however. As the ritual participants became aware of the interference, they began implementing countermeasures, strengthening their own magical patterns, reinforcing the connections between Horcruxes, increasing the power flow to compensate for the disruption. Most alarmingly, Harry sensed the primary soul fragment, the consciousness of Voldemort himself, becoming aware of the source of the interference. Through the network of Horcruxes, that malevolent awareness turned its attention directly toward Harry, probing the connection between them with cold, analytical precision. "He knows," Harry gasped, feeling the dark wizard's focused attention like ice spreading through his veins. "Voldemort, he's realized I'm the one disrupting the ritual. He's trying to." Before Harry could complete the warning, he felt a sudden reversal in the magical flow. Instead of merely transmitting his disruptive energy to the ritual, the connection had become bidirectional. Voldemort was now actively pushing back, attempting to use the Horcrux network to attack Harry directly. "Harry!" Susan cried in alarm as his body went rigid, his scar beginning to bleed freely. "He's trying to possess him through the Horcrux connection," Andromeda realized, moving forward to intervene. "We need to break the connection immediately." "No," Luna countered with unusual firmness. "Breaking it now would leave Harry vulnerable. We need to help him resist from within the connection." Without waiting for adult approval, the children instinctively adjusted their magical support, no longer merely stabilizing Harry's projection of counter-resonance, but actively reinforcing his mental and magical boundaries against Voldemort's invasive presence. Harry found himself in a direct battle of wills with the Dark Wizard, a conflict taking place simultaneously within his mind and across the magical network connecting the Horcruxes. Voldemort's consciousness was fragmented but powerful, driven by cold fury at being thwarted and an insatiable hunger for physical restoration. "You cannot hope to resist me, child," came a high, cold voice that seemed to originate from within Harry's own thoughts. "I have delved into magics beyond your comprehension, achieved immortality itself. Your interference is futile, a minor delay in my inevitable return." Harry might have been overwhelmed by this direct confrontation with the architect of his parents' murder, had he been facing it alone. But he wasn't alone. His friends' magic surrounded and supported him, their unique strengths complementing his own. More importantly, the past weeks had taught him that his greatest power came not from raw magical strength but from the qualities Voldemort consistently underestimated: love, friendship, and moral conviction. "You're wrong," Harry responded, not with spoken words but with focused magical intent. "Your immortality is an illusion. Your Horcruxes are being hunted. And this ritual won't succeed, not today, not ever." With renewed determination, Harry pushed back against Voldemort's invasive presence, not just defensively but offensively, following the connection back to its source and injecting his own disruptive energy directly into the primary soul fragment participating in the ritual. Through their shared magical awareness, Harry's friends joined this counterattack, each contributing their unique qualities to a combined magical force that surged along the Horcrux network toward Malfoy Manor. Luna's perceptive clarity illuminated vulnerabilities in Voldemort's fragmented consciousness, Susan's protective strength reinforced Harry's magical boundaries, Neville's grounding stability prevented magical backlash, Hannah and Ernie provided structural integrity to their combined effort. The result transcended what any of them could have accomplished individually, a concentrated blast of oppositional magic that struck the ritual at its most vulnerable moment, when Voldemort's consciousness was extended beyond its homunculus form to attack Harry. Through his visionary connection, Harry witnessed the catastrophic failure of the ritual, the cauldron's contents destabilizing completely, magical energies rebounding chaotically through the runic array, the carefully positioned Horcruxes vibrating with uncontrolled power. Lucius Malfoy and the other participants scrambled to contain the magical backlash, but it was too late. Just as this magical chaos reached its peak, new figures appeared at the edges of Harry's vision, horrors led by Madame Bones breaching the manor's defenses, accompanied by Dumbledore and what appeared to be Order of the Phoenix members responding to his summons. The combination of the failed ritual and the arrival of magical law enforcement created complete pandemonium. Harry sensed Voldemort's consciousness withdrawing from both their mental confrontation and the destabilized ritual, retreating into the fragmented survival state it had occupied before the attempt at restoration. "They've failed," Harry announced, his voice hoarse with exhaustion but triumphant. "The rituals collapsed completely. And the Aurors are there, they're securing the Horcruxes." As he spoke, the magical connection through which he had been perceiving events at Malfoy Manor began to fade, the strain of maintaining such intense magical focus finally taking its toll. Harry slumped forward, caught by Neville and Susan before he could hit the floor. "Easy," Healer Strout cautioned, moving quickly to examine him. That was an extraordinary magical expenditure for someone who just underwent complete binding removal. "All of you need immediate rest and stabilization." Indeed, all 6 children showed signs of magical exhaustion, their normal energy depleted by the unprecedented collaborative working they had just performed. Yet despite their fatigue, there was also an unmistakable sense of accomplishment. They had directly confronted Voldemort himself and prevailed, at least for the moment. "Did we really just stop you-know-who from coming back?" Ernie asked incredulously as Andromeda conjured comfortable recliners for them to rest in while awaiting news from Malfoy Manor. "For now," Harry confirmed, accepting a restorative potion from Healer Strout. "But it's not over. There are still Horcruxes out there, and he'll try again." "But not today," Susan said firmly. "Today, the Heirs Alliance won." The aftermath of what the Daily Prophet would later dub the Malfoy Manor incident unfolded over the following days with remarkable speed. Aurors had arrested Lucius Malfoy and 5 other participants in a failed ritual, charging them with multiple serious offenses including attempted resurrection of a dark wizard, use of forbidden blood magic, and possession of soul-containing artifacts. More importantly, they had secured both stolen Horcruxes before they could be removed from the scene, returning them to the research facility where they could be properly studied and eventually destroyed under the oversight committee established by the Wisingamot ruling. For Harry and his friends, however, the most significant developments were more personal than political. The final removal of Harry's magical bindings had triggered accelerated development in his natural abilities, particularly his capacity to sense and interact with magical energies. Though the connection to Voldemort's soul fragment remained, his unbound magic proved remarkably effective at containing and isolating it, preventing further invasive incidents while maintaining just enough connection to provide strategic awareness of the remaining Horcruxes. 3 days after the confrontation, the core members of the Heirs Alliance gathered at Longbottom Manor for what had become a regular training session. The expansive gardens provided an ideal setting for practicing their developing magical skills, away from ministry oversight or public attention. Try visualizing the energy as a ribbon, Harry suggested to Hannah, who was attempting to manipulate a small globe of light similar to what he had mastered weeks earlier. Not just as a static ball, but as a flowing current you can shape and direct. Hannah's brow furrowed in concentration, and gradually her light sphere elongated into a streaming ribbon that she guided in graceful patterns through the air. "I did it!" she exclaimed, her delight causing the ribbon to momentarily flare brighter. "Brilliant," Harry praised. "Now see if you can change its color by adjusting the frequency of your magic." Similar scenes were playing out across the garden, Susan teaching protective ward techniques to Wayne Hopkins and Megan Jones, Neville demonstrating botanical communication to an enthralled Luna, Ernie explaining magical theory concepts to younger children with his characteristic mixture of precision and pomposity. What had begun as a response to shared injustice had evolved into something more profound, a collaborative approach to magical education that emphasized individual strengths, mutual support, and practical application over rigid curriculum or competitive achievement. "They're quite remarkable," observed Andromeda Tonks, who had arrived with her daughter Nymphadora to observe the session. "Particularly in how naturally they integrate different magical disciplines." Augusta Longbottom nodded in reluctant agreement. "Not at all how we were taught. No clear separation between charms and transfiguration, theory and practice. Just, holistic magic. It's because they haven't been conditioned to see magical disciplines as separate categories," Andromeda suggested. "Without conventional training or the bindings Dumbledore placed on them, they're approaching magic as a unified field of energy that can be shaped by intention and understanding rather than rigid methodology." From across the garden, Nymphadora Tonks, her hair cycling through various vibrant colors as she demonstrated metamorphmagus abilities to fascinated younger children, called out, "Mom! Come see what these kids can do with cooperative spellcasting. It's wicked clever." As the adults moved to observe this latest innovation, Harry took a moment to step away from the group, finding a quiet spot beneath an ancient oak tree that overlooked the training area. The past month had transformed his life in ways he could never have imagined when Gornick first appeared at Privet Drive, from a neglected child living in a cupboard to the center of a magical revolution that challenged both Voldemort's darkness and Dumbledore's well-intentioned but deeply flawed paternalism. "Canute for your thoughts," came Susan's voice as she joined him beneath the tree. "You've got that distant look again." Harry smiled at her perceptiveness. In the weeks they had spent together, Susan had become perhaps his closest friend, someone who understood both the burdens and possibilities of his unique position without being awed or intimidated by it. "Just thinking about how much has changed," he admitted. "And how much is still ahead of us." Susan settled beside him on the grass, watching their friends practicing across the garden. "You mean the remaining Horcruxes?" "That, and everything else." Harry gestured toward the gathered children. "What we're building here, it's bigger than just responding to what Dumbledore did to us. It's about creating a different approach to magic itself." "The Heirs Alliance," Susan mused. Future leaders of the wizarding world, trained through cooperation instead of competition. Gran says the old families don't know what to make of us. Good, Harry said with unexpected firmness. Maybe it's time for things to change. Not just hunting Horcruxes or dealing with Voldemort, but the whole way the wizarding world operates, all these secrets and hierarchies and pure-blood politics. Susan studied him with growing understanding. That's what you really want, isn't it? Not just to stop Voldemort or expose Dumbledore, but to actually change wizarding society. Harry hadn't articulated it so explicitly before, even to himself, but he recognized the truth in her assessment. I think so. Not because I want power or anything, but because I've seen what happens when power gets concentrated in too few hands, whether it's dark wizards like Voldemort or well-intentioned ones like Dumbledore. Well, Susan said pragmatically, if that's the goal, we're off to a good start. 27 magically gifted children learning to work together, supported by an inter-family coalition that spans traditional political divisions. Plus, she added with a mischievous smile, we have Harry Potter, the boy who lived to audit Gringotts. Harry groaned at the nickname, which had appeared in a recent Weekly profile about their coalition. Please don't call me that. What would you prefer? Susan teased. The young guardian. That's what the Quibbler is calling you now. Before Harry could respond to this latest journalistic invention, Neville approached with an excited expression. Harry. I think I've figured something out about the Horcrux you sensed at Hogwarts. Harry immediately focused, his lingering connection to the Horcrux network having provided periodic insights about the remaining soul fragments. What about it? The room of lost things you mentioned, I think it's the come and go room. It's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history as a magical space that transforms based on what the seeker needs. Gran says it's also called the Room of Requirement. This potential identification of the Horcrux's location represented an important breakthrough, one that could be shared with the Oversight Committee managing the research into Voldemort's soul fragments. We should tell Madame Bones and Professor Dumbledore right away, Harry decided, rising to his feet. If we can locate and secure another Horcrux before Voldemort's supporters regroup, it could significantly weaken any future restoration attempts. As they gathered their friends to discuss this development, Harry felt a curious mixture of determination and anticipation. The challenge ahead remained formidable, locating and destroying all of Voldemort's Horcruxes while simultaneously developing their own magical abilities and protecting the coalition they had built. Yet unlike his early days at Privet Drive, he no longer faced these challenges alone or unprepared. He had friends who understood and supported him, adults who respected rather than controlled him, and magic that responded to his intentions rather than being bound by others' limitations. So what's next? Ernie asked as the core Alliance members gathered to discuss Neville's discovery. A mission to Hogwarts to find this hidden Horcrux. Eventually, Harry confirmed. But we need to be strategic about this. We'll share what we know with the Oversight Committee, work with the adults to plan a proper search, and make sure we're all prepared for whatever we might face. Meanwhile, we continue training and expanding the Alliance, Susan added. The more children we help remove bindings from and train properly, the stronger our position becomes. And we keep learning from each other, Luna contributed dreamily. That's the most important part. Each of us sees magic differently, and together we see it more completely. As their discussion continued, refining plans and assigning responsibilities with the natural collaborative approach they had developed, Harry found himself reflecting on the strange journey that had brought them to this moment. What had begun as a simple inheritance audit had revealed a web of deception and manipulation spanning decades, uncovered a hidden war against a supposedly defeated dark wizard, and catalyzed a revolutionary approach to magic itself. The path forward would not be easy. Voldemort's supporters would regroup and make another attempt at restoration. Dumbledore, though currently cooperative, remained a complex figure whose ultimate agenda might still diverge from their own. The Ministry continued to vacillate between supporting their efforts and attempting to control them for political advantage. Yet Harry felt a quiet confidence that had nothing to do with prophecies or being the boy who lived. It came instead from the community they were building, children and adults working together across traditional boundaries, combining their unique perspectives and abilities toward shared goals. "You know," he said as their planning session concluded and they prepared to rejoin the larger training group, "I think this all started because Dumbledore underestimated us. He never imagined children could uncover his schemes or challenge his decisions. That was his biggest mistake," Neville agreed, his confidence having grown remarkably since his binding removal. "Thinking that being young meant being powerless." "Well," Susan said with a grin, "he knows better now. And so does everyone else." As they walked back toward the main garden where the other children were practicing, Harry caught sight of Madame Bones arriving through the manor's side entrance, likely bringing news from the Ministry or the Oversight Committee. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Horcruxes to locate, political battles to navigate, magical innovations to develop, they would face them together, as the unlikely coalition that had formed around a simple question: what if a 7-year-old Harry Potter audited Gringotts and found Dumbledore had stolen 50 million galleons? The answer, it turned out, was nothing less than a transformation of the wizarding world itself. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.